And we are live once again for the 2022 year-end party. Everyone's here. Great to see everyone knocking about. We were just starting the party backstage, weren't we, Matty? It was.
We were. We just see what tipples we've got. What are we going with, boys? Here, let's just dive into JP. What are you supping in that? Got a bit of whiskey in that.
Mate, I'm supping on tea at this point.
Tea at the minute.
Because, like, even though I basically said no, I'll take on some Alvarez challenge. No, I won't be. Like, honestly, well, partly there's been a sick bug around this place, and I feel like I'm tempting fate. And there's not much in the way of sheets, so you don't really want to run the risk of anything happening, really, do you?
This can't be just me and you guys on the ale.
I will be. Having a. There's going to be a point where I have to move downstairs. So, like, in that point, that's where it works. At the minute, yeah.
Like, what you got? What are you going with?
I'm on a Black Lodge Stars Above You S'mores Stout.
What percent, mate? That's all we need to know with you.
Keeping it local. 6%.
Oh yeah.
A cheeky 6%er.
Start light, mate. Start light.
Yeah, work your way up. Oh, you bet.
I'm hoping I'm going to get to the point. Yeah, I've not been a good way. I had the lurgy in the run up to Christmas, and then controversy in the Benson/Seaman household. My mum made everyone sick on Christmas Day with the Christmas dinner. Oh, it might have been my mum. It might have been the dessert we had. It might be, we all got sick off the baby, but everyone who went too much for Christmas dinner has been sick. So I'm not doing too great. That's the reason for the 24-hour delay on this one. But I'm like, JP, I've got a cup of tea going. But I'm kind of thinking if it gets wild, I've got a nice kind of sell-out Brewdog beer here I could always tuck into, you know what I mean? Let's see how it goes, Matt. Let's see how
well, Ben,
you sat on a bucket.
Yeah.
Should be.
It's been about say, though, Ben, that tea is the, what's the word or the phrase I'm looking for? Tea is your friend, though, to make sure to see whether your stomach's healed or not. Because either, if that, you know what I mean, that is the acid test, that, the cup of tea.
The only thing about
is that medical, Matty, or is that just just hearsay?
That's me, that mate, and I think that should go on the medical, whatever you call it, the book, JP or whatever. That should be in there.
Like the red book they give you when you're a baby. Yeah, it's in that.
It should just be in there. Yeah.
What's these Christmas presents I can see some people wearing there? What's going on here, Matty?
We're going through the years. Come on, you go first, JP.
I'll go. This was like a lot of people, or I like to think this. What I really hope for is that when you're buying presents, you think I've done a really good thing here. I should buy myself a present for buying other people presents. So that's what I did. So I went to PWT's and I bought a stunning Steve Austin shirt. There's another shirt I'll debut on the next Spotlight on there. But yeah, I've gone like 91, 92.
Well, I love it, JP. It's
TV
fantastic.
champion, Steve Austin.
See, that's your era, Steve, and the IWC, WCW. I love all that. Mate. And this is my era, 1999, Attitude Era, baseball jersey, Stone Cold. Yeah. Oh, I've made up when I got this. And the hat as well. My main man, Jacko, got me that early on the year. So, repping Steve all the way, Ben, as always.
Let's see the back. Come on, Matt. Let's see.
Oh, yeah, come on. I can't wait there. Come on, this is like Julia Roberts and Pretty Woman here. What's going on?
I really hope it doesn't, because that film has a lot to answer for. There we go.
Can you see it?
It's very new metal, Matty.
It's 99, Gareth, isn't it? That Jerry Springer, South. It's that era, you know what I mean?
You gotta have those like baggy jeans with like the pockets on the side.
Like 99.
Oh no, this is strictly in the house. This is pure in the house. This one. It's a bit long because it's a baseball jersey. It's a bit long. You know what I mean? So,
did you ever get into Matty? Did you ever get into baggy jeans, or were you more of was it never a thing for you? You know, going to Crazy House and stuff like that.
No, it was. I had a pair of the combats at the time. Never done the chain on the side, but you love this, Benno. I had a world-class pair of Rockaway jeans, mate. Creamy will back me up on this one. Honestly, Andy, Benno, you were amazing. You had the baggiest jeans. You could get your shopping in them. You could shoplift in them if you wanted to.
I had some FUBU. Yeah.
Were they real though, Ben? Were they real?
Yeah, I got them from TK Maxx.
Knockoffs, we had the EV shoe. There was loads of knockoffs going around of them, like at the time.
The worst I was like a Sean John, Puff Daddy's the brand.
Oh yeah,
one of that, like a big red top, but it was like XXXXXXL. Like, there was literally no occasion that would have called for me to wear that. I couldn't wear it on a night out. Couldn't really wear it around the house because it was too expensive. I don't know why I bought it. I remember like 5 years ago, our Peter was moving out of my dad's house, and he was like, "I think I found one of your tops here, but it feels like it's too big, but it looks like it must be yours." And it was that. I should put it on display.
Ben, please. You mean, because it's one of them baggy stuff was in, weren't it? And then it went a bit like fitted and that. And I can see now that there's a baggies coming back into fashion. Maybe not our age, age range, boys, but I can definitely see it. Simon there, though. No, Simon, I said it on Twitter the other day. I always wanted one of them knockoff, because you mentioned FUBU there. Remember Rikishi's fat wear trackies, boys? I always wanted one of them. Every colour, though, kind of.
You'd have got one of them in St. John's, surely.
Half 40 quid at the time. But anyway, I'm on Ben. I'm not having a beer, mate. I'm having a salt. So you know,
mate, it is 99, isn't it? At this point, it is 1999.
You need either a blue WKD or a Smirnoff Ice to complete the set, Matt.
That's it, lad. That's it.
Or go even older school. Go hooch.
JP, that passion fruit one, Ben. That always on at the end of the night out, doesn't it? We always seem to end up with them. Fucking boss, lad.
I mean, at that stage, you can just knock them back, can't you, for fun?
Yeah,
but it doesn't end well, does it?
No.
What was the first beer you ever had? That's not a question we've had, but what would your answer? What was like your first?
Mine was Budweiser.
Yeah, but because it was American.
Yeah, unsurprisingly.
Well, yeah, that probably. I don't know why. It's first night out. I told you the story. I'll tell you a quick story. I'm in the mood here, boys. First night out I ever had. The most random 5 of us from school. We've never had the same 5 guys on a night out again. So it was like we were in sixth form using our EMA money, 30 quid. Got us a whole night, JP. Got us your food and your taxi home as well, 30 quid. Ends up going into this Woodies where we went the other day. Woodies. So we're in there. First, this JP lesson early doors. First ever night out goes in. These 2 women at the bar. Do you want a drink? Yeah, I'll have whatever. Like, I can't remember what they ordered. Just took the drinks. See you later, and just got off right on me. 60-year-old me just fucking gutted, JP. He just got the drink and literally walked away from me. Learned the hard way, mate, early on.
And you never bought one again?
No, that's why I don't buy them, Gavin.
I think I remember going to like one of my mates' like it was a mate's, possibly his 18th, or it was one of his mates' 18th. So it was the first time I found myself in a bar situation, and like I think I'd watched too many episodes of EastEnders because I literally went to the bar and was like, "Can I have a pint, please?" You know, like in the episode, they go, "Can I have a pint, please, Peggy?" And they don't specify what they're ordering, and the bar was just like, "Oh, what?"
Hopefully, on that note, that I have watched EastEnders. They did watch the Christmas special this year. All sorts going on, like feels like multiverse. It's just like a mishmash of characters and storylines.
Danny Dyer, his exit is he gone? When he jumped in the
think
water.
So. I haven't followed up. You see, Janine and Max Branning's ex. She went off with Max Branning apparently, who wasn't there, but he did go. He was there when Silver King died at the to bring it on the wrestling at the that place in Camden. I don't know how I remember that.
I forgot a time.
Yeah, it always is, isn't it?
But yeah, it was a lively EastEnders. Janine Butcher, just Ricky was in it. It was Ricky was in it. Sonia was there at like this Christmas dinner. It was weird, man. It was weird.
Speaking of 99, JP, it's all keep it with that. It's just hasn't. I said this. We've had this time thing so many times, Benno. But I think there was a point where the world literally stopped, and it's all nostalgia. Look at this year, though. What's the highest grossing film? Top Gun is the highest grossing film. Kate Bush song off Stranger Things was the #1 again. You could go on forever. There's so many things. It just hasn't evolved.
It's just because everyone's lazy. That's what it is. The world's just got lazy, and no one wants to create anything new. It's like with Avengers films and all that. It's like, we could use our brains and think of something new and like fresh and creative. Nah, fuck it. Let's just dig out a comic book and create another film. Like,
shite.
We're the world, mate.
Yeah.
Andy Ogden says here his first pint was at a John Smith's. Good place to start for an Ogden, I think.
That sounds right. That sounds just right. That doesn't it?
Was Wellard in it, JP?
Wellard in what in '99? No, what in EastEnders? No,
it's Wellard
not
2.0 at the minute at JP, isn't the original died in the show?
I heard he turned down money not to go back, Gaffney, which is a fool because he'll
snacks instead.
Because as we always should do discussing soaps, he had a better run as a comedy undercard babyface. He got himself over relatively and used that success, but he should know to come back in for those Santino Marella style kind of comedy stylings, shouldn't he? And he, you know, why is he turning down the money? Where else is he going to go? He's never going to have that same. He doesn't have that value on Emmerdale.
I was going to say, Corrie aren't going to poach him, are they, JP?
Corrie aren't going to poach him.
Schmeichel there for the big main event. Schmeichel v. Wellard.
You must have come across him, did you, JP? Gaffney, when you were working in Boozers in London?
No, I didn't. Westbrook, I did, along with Brian Harvey. I'm sure I've spoken about that one before. Yeah. The septum was on the way out then. I'll just throw that in. That was.
And this is only 8:15.
8:15, and I haven't had a drop to drink. This is tea.
There's been some bets in the chat already about whether we'll be doing a Dynamite watch along. It might turn into a Rampage watch along. We'll see how we get on. But obviously, anyone wants to add any questions, we've got a load of questions on the Patreon, which we'll be going through. If you want publicly on Twitter, if you use hashtag #AskGrapple, you can throw ones into the chat here as well. We'll have different guests joining us through the night. Will be a bit hectic this one, I think, but that's how we do it. And with that note, I don't know if we might have our first guest ready to join us. Don't know if they're currently drinking a cup of tea or can hear me or not, or if they're good to go. I think maybe.
Oh yes,
yes they are.
Yes, they are.
Well, joining us, she's on screen already. First up, it's Karen Peterson. Hi, Karen.
Good evening, gentlemen. Sorry, I was playing a little bit of
Karen.
Animal Crossing to pass the time while y'all got started.
You got the emojis in.
I was feeling left out. I had my government name on here, and y'all are all festive and shit. So I was like, you know what? I'll just go with the Japanese abbreviation KP, which is Kampai or Cheers. So we got the little champagne glasses and little beer glasses. And I assure you, this is not tea. I'm already drinking. It's like 2:30 in the afternoon here, so day drinking is an American pastime.
Oh yeah, love it. Blessed to have you though, Karen. Yeah, first up, how's things? How was your Christmas? Have a good time?
Christmas was lovely. Went to my parents' house, caught up with my sister. She's a newlywed, so the new husband came down, and we had my father's sister and her husband came down, and my cousin, who's 10 years older than me. I discovered that my cousin Laura also enjoys a little bit of the Animal Crossing, so she and I just holed up in my room and played Animal Crossing while adults had very antiquated conversations about socio-political conversations that I really didn't want to be a part of as a very liberal person in a very conservative family. So yes, Christmas was lovely. Good to be home in my own home again, and it's a balmy 23 degrees centigrade here in Orlando. I had to put out long sleeves. Wow. So
it's been horrible here.
It's I feel for you guys. I feel bad for literally everyone. I was complaining that it was cold, but I'm like, I used to live in places with snow, and it's not. I'm such a wimp.
how I mean, has that remotely passed in any way in terms of the kind of wild because it was 200 million people affected across the US.
There was a polar vortex that kind of shut down the Northeast and parts of the Midwest. So people have been stranded in airports, and the problem is especially when going into Asia, at least in Japan, the public transport stops at night. So if you fly into Haneda or Narita after 11:30 p.m., the trains stop. So if you're still sitting in the immigration line, you've got no way to get home unless someone comes to the airport. You're able to wrangle a ride share, or you basically just sleep in the airport and go home the following morning. So
feels like the UK.
I used to be a flight attendant, so this time of year, you think it's stressful to travel as a passenger. It is much, 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 much worse for anyone working in the industry, because the one thing they can't control is the weather. And if one plane gets stuck somewhere, that plane gets put out of rotation, and that means it's like a domino effect. So my sister had to drive 3 hours from the east coast of Florida to the west coast to go pick up her husband because his flight to Orlando got canceled. And then 6-hour round trip on Christmas Eve. So it sucks.
But it does sound like
thought it was bad having to go to witness.
Amazing, I know. That should put me to shame now. Definitely has. Nice to meet you as well, Karen. This is the first time.
Yeah, good to meet you.
It is a pleasure to meet you. I mean, I've been like lurking in some of the chats, and I've been, of course, listening along. But it is nice to finally meet as much as I can meet people.
Yeah,
face to face. It's a pleasure.
We try to protect Karen at all costs. We try and keep her out of trouble. One or the other. I'm not sure which it is.
My mom actually asked me after we did the charity stream over the summer. She's like, "Do you work for GRAPPL too?" And I'm like, "Apparently, I'm also GRAPPL's Karen Peterson. I don't know."
We've stolen her, haven't we?
It's a joint custody agreement with Post, I think.
It's all very amicable at this point. So someone will get.
At some point, I'm gonna have to have like a Rumble or a King of the Ring or like a War Games match for who gets me eventually. But
well, then you'll have to get New Japan 1972 in on the game as well.
I don't work there.
No.
Not yet. Yeah. I don't work there.
We'll try not to ruin that for you.
Yeah, that is the aim.
I have full confidence in all of you that will not be an issue.
Oh no, I love seeing your work on njpw1972.com. Great to see your name in lights. So yeah, you're the one person for that job, I think.
It's still really wild that became a thing for me this year. Like it wasn't what I expected because it was supposed to be something completely different. Karen on a pole match. Now I'm afraid of heights, so we're not going to string me up on anything. Thank you. Yes, there we go. But I think of the Stardom Moneyball match that they had recently, where it was like it wasn't just like the item was suspended. There was a button that had to like raise or lower the prize, as it were.
That's like
we're not doing any of that.
Was that like King of the Ring 99 where they did that with Steve Austin?
It was
the Boss Man, weren't it? The Boss Man raised the thing, yeah. the briefcase. I remember that.
The chat's killing me. I'll get Davey Portman to organize a quiz to determine Karen's custody.
What was that chat?
Am I a Mysterio now?
What was the chat Davey was trying to drag me into on Twitter yesterday? Something about Panda Express.
Oh, okay.
You have controversial views on Panda Express, Karen, because we might not get on after this.
Allow me to elaborate. So on the post Christmas special, it was Mike Murray, WH Park, myself, Way, and John, and the subject of Waffle House came up.
Oh, right, yeah.
And as the American in the only American in the conversation, this was apparently my hottest take of 2022 is that I said Waffle House was garbage. And everyone was like, "No, how dare you?" And I'm like, no. As a girl raised in the South for most of my life, Waffle House is garbage. I thought it was a lukewarm take, much like the food served in a Waffle House, but apparently it was really hot. But then at some point, Davey decided to filter. They started bringing in other food options to discuss it all. And then it was Panda Express got put on the table. I'm like, well, Panda Express works in a pinch. But then Mike had to go at you and your girl. And I'm just like, you don't want to bring them in, but you're sitting here adding them. You brought them in. So my apologies that you got dragged into the conversation. Panda Express works in a pinch. That what sometimes I enjoy a nice bourbon chicken platter, but you know what? It still outranks Waffle House.
WH shocked me that it was like that he was going to go to Panda Express with me and Steph because we love it so much from New Jersey. Unfortunately, he had a mojito and it was a little bit tipsy, so didn't make it in the end. So in WH's words, Asians can't handle a drink. That's not a thing I'm putting out into the world. That's just what WH explains as what
my Japanese colleagues often said the same thing. They always said that I was very strong, so I could bring them to the table.
I personally just not order a mojito, but anywho, WH didn't make it to Panda Express.
I mean, I wouldn't order a mojito and then go to a Panda Express. That just sounds like a bad idea.
Yeah. Bad combo. That sounds rough.
that doesn't work out for anybody.
No.
We'll get you there, Matty, in New York when you go for your wedding. Matty's getting married.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Matty, congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'll be going there, Ben. That's on the list. That's definitely on the list.
Panda Express or Waffle House?
Both. Everything that you get here, really. I know it's over here, Benno, isn't it?
No.
First time in the States.
Love your lady more. Take her to classier establishments. Thank you.
That's only on our wedding day, Karen. Everywhere else is literally the whatever. On our wedding day, we're going to go for a nice meal. But the other days is just street corners. And
bro, you got one job. Yeah. Happy wife, happy life.
Yeah, true.
As a divorcee, I can tell you, happy wife, happy life. That's my sage advice to you.
We'll get Will on at some point. You can compare notes. You don't want to hear it. Literally during the World Cup final, when I thought the game was over, I spent like the most crucial 10 minutes of that game riding on a bike, listening to Will Cooling tell a story about like buying his wife with a goat or something like that, and still owing her family money. Yeah, pwtalks.com if you want to hear that story. While you're here, Karen, do you want to help us answer a couple of questions?
Absolutely. Let's bring on the pain train
from the list. We'll start with the Christmassy questions. I think is probably fair. Again, if you're a patron, throw them in the Patreon thread. Otherwise, throw them in the YouTube chat or on Twitter. We are public to answer Carl's question earlier, so yeah, any trouble we get in, we'll probably multiply by 10. But what are you going to do? We'll start with GTR 63. Reliable man. He says, "Have you ever given a Christmas gift to someone and immediately knew they hated it?" Anyone got one here?
Yeah, I mean, like if you're talking Secret Santas and stuff, like I mean that's part of the aim. Like buying like one of my bosses a John Cena "You Can't See Me" towel. Like no one saw that coming.
Is that because he knew you like wrestling, JP? And he hated it.
He knew. He wasn't surprised.
Yeah.
He was like, it would be weird things like that. I don't know, like for family members, stuff that I've bought. I'd say I have given exes presents, which would have been why they were exes. That is to go back to Karen.
I mean, you're going to say you give them presents afterwards, JP.
No, I want a couple of these where he just raised and went, it wasn't anything controversial, but you just go, nah, fucked it.
Yeah,
right. I once took an ex to a Progress show on Valentine's Day, so I think I can. I don't know if I can one up that or not. Might be a reason why they're an ex now.
How about you? Same story, JP, but Rev Pro.
He's not looking up. That is true. Matty?
No, I always buy good presents, Benno. No one's ever put that out there, but no, I haven't. No one's ever like.
I reckon 90% of the presents that I've ever bought, like my mum, where like even if it's like something that I've spent like for I'm doing something good here and like spent a bit of money, like my mum's the hardest person to please in the world, and she won't even try and mask it. She'll just go, "No, I don't like it." Like she just because she knows her face will just give her away, so she just tells you straight to your face, which I kind of prefer really a bit than the pretend I like it and kind of hide it away. At least you can maybe do something about it.
Making you work.
You're like that as well, Gareth. You'll be political, but you'll give the straight answer. Like you can tell when Gareth doesn't like something. I reckon, JP.
Oh yeah, you can do. I mean, and I'd expect nothing less out of Britain's greatest county, Cumbria. Like I really wouldn't. Like this is. That if they were being like behaving as if they were Islington, I'd be incredibly crushed. Like I want it to be like no sympathy sort of stuff.
I can answer the question because I remember I was thinking about this the other day. I realized this Christmas, like I don't know, when I was a kid, I used to like. I think my mum put it into me that I should try. When you're buying like grandparents' presents and stuff like that, I used to really think about it and put loads of effort into it. And then at the end of the day, you'd end up getting them like socks or
slippers,
like
house coats. That's standard.
Shit, as you get older, you realize they never actually wanted. And I was thinking about this. I was thinking as well, like you think you're getting them something shit, but I don't know if you're like my relatives are the same as all yours, but they'd only ever give me cash anyway. So the amount of work they're putting into their present is probably like equal to what I'm doing with them. Yeah. But I distinctly remember being probably about 11 or 12. And like using my pocket money to get me nan and granddad like a set of like it was Tupperware, but it was like some glasses that I must have bought them from like
TJ's. Man, it's got to be TJ's for all that. Then
it might have been TJ. It was probably TJ Hughes, yeah. But it was like bog standard, just some plain glasses or something like that. And I remember them going, "Oh, isn't that dead nice? Oh, that's so thoughtful, Richard. Thank you very much." And then the next year, I was stuck again to find them something to get for Christmas. So I ended up just doing pretty much exactly the same thing. Must have got a slightly different set of glasses or something. And I brought them round to my nan and granddad's house all full of myself, thinking, they love these last year. They're going to be made up with me. And I gave them to them. They unwrapped them. And like my aunties were in the room as well. And they just all burst into laughter. And it was just like that moment where I was old enough to understand, they didn't mean it when they were saying it was a nice present last year.
Oh, no.
You're like, oh yeah, we'll put them with the other ones. We'll put them in the box. Thank you, Rich. I was like, I could just
in a cupboard.
like,
I never used them, probably.
Never got saw again. They're probably still there now. They died about 10 years ago. But that's it. I think as a kid buying stuff for, like, I'm sure you get it with your kids, Gareth. They get you anything, it's gonna be a load of shite, isn't it? Like, it's either you pretend or you don't.
I can't get fuck all off my kids.
I was gonna say.
So you might get like a bar of chocolate that she wraps up and then eats.
Yeah, it does suspiciously becomes like that scene in The Sopranos where AJ buys Carmela a copy of The Matrix, which he just immediately take on DVD, which he just takes off her and then puts on. Like, it's cool.
Got people here saying in the chat, is it my origin story, that one? It's the reason why everyone gets vouchers now for Christmas from me. I'm a notorious.
I was going to say, and everyone, what's your take on cash or vouchers at Christmas? What do you prefer?
Mix and match.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Because you don't feel, I've got a mix match there, and it's like, I'm trying to buy FIFA basically, Benno, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to do it. Use my money. Or can you imagine me trying to dissect what to do?
Well, I got a couple of people that got those vouchers that you can use in loads of shops or loads.
Yeah, I've got them all for one. Yeah, they're class. Them.
Like, thing is, like, this year I got my dad one of them for like spent like 40 quid on one for him and his wife. He gave me £30 cash, so I'm just down £10. What's the point?
Trade off there.
Got to think profit, haven't you? That's the other thing.
Oh yeah.
Any other for you, Karen, or should we go on to the GTR's next question?
See, my thing was always that, like, I was always, because I'm a Virgo and very much a type A personality, I would do a lot of research. So I would try to figure out the perfect, like, I'm very much, I try to find the perfect gift, and then if that doesn't work, I just go with a gift card. But yeah, I always had this like apprehension about going to my like back when I was dating my significant other's house for the holidays because parents love me. And the problem is that I always find out that the parents love me, but then the aunties and the uncles and the cousins, they all start having that conversation about, so when, when's and then I always get dumped shortly after between Christmas and Valentine's Day. So it's one of those things where it's just like, I always get like, when it comes to the holidays, I get a little antsy just because I'm just like, yeah, you know what? You may not find the right present, but my parents like you better than me. So I just can't.
Dave says your ex-girlfriend got a comedy nose hair trim report after an expensive hair straightener. Yikes. Those types of presents are the ones where it's like, any smelly, that type of thing. It's like
gag gifts are always such a crapshoot because sometimes the joke doesn't always land, and it's just like, oh, is this a thing? I'm like, yeah, no.
Did we cover this last year? Worst present you've ever gotten? Anyone ever got any bad ones?
I got a 6-pack of Walker's cheese and onion once. Genuinely did. Genuinely I did. Wrap up and everything. I can't even remember who it was off. It was a family member. I can't remember who it was.
That's incredible.
They're not even my favourite, JP.
But did you eat them?
Of course. But they're not my favourite, though.
You have a moral obligation at that point. I mean,
that is. But I mean, if we're talking how much they would have cost, like it would have been less than £1.
Yeah, at the time, especially JP. Yeah, definitely.
That is. I can't anywhere near that. That is.
Seriously, I'm not even messing.
Did they wrap them up? Did they actually wrap them?
I've got one and everything. Yeah.
Oh, bless.
Arguably spent more on the wrapping paper.
Easily.
Right.
They stole that.
It's all about the presentation.
That's it.
It's good to see it runs in your family, Matt. Did everybody get one of these this year, or is it just me?
How many do you want then?
On that.
What is that?
It's Axe body spray. We call it Lynx over here. It's I think it's Axe over there, isn't it?
Karen, every male gets one at Christmas, no matter from like ages 10 to 70. We all get one. Not Christmas unless you get one.
Do you really want to smell like a 22-year-old douchebag? That's my question.
You know what? The body washes are good, but the sprays no better.
Hey, if the body wash works, kindly use the soap. But body sprays, no.
I would agree. On those Lynx body sprays, they are shocking. They are really.
What was that?
bad.
Dragon fruit? Like what? Why is it so bright?
Oh, it's
it
the new
tends to
one.
be called
That's
names.
the new one. That's the new one.
Epic fresh.
Yeah,
Epic
epic
fresh.
fresh.
Very fresh. Just stick it green makes you think it's kind of
It's
vaguely
just-
menthol.
I mean, that's easy to find in the shower because it's so bright. You can find it in the dark, but
Well, here's one. Boys,
go on.
what do we use? What antiperspirant do we use?
Antiperspirant.
I
Yeah.
That's what it
Yes,
is, isn't
Your
it?
Majesty. It's
is it the Queen's
like one-
deodorant? I'm very confused.
Is that like one of those words you've seen written down, Matt, and never said out loud? Like,
It's always
Antiperspirant.
antiperspirant. I always call it that. What are you, Chico? You're a roll-on guy, not a roll-on, are you?
to be honest,
Roll-on. It's all about the roll-on.
it depends
Gareth.
what's cheapest with a club card. If I'm going to be brutally honest with you,
You gotta
That's
find a
really
buy
what
one
it-
get one. That's where the real
Don't-
deal
I've
is.
just
You
settled
go
on
in and they'll take a quid off, Karen, even though it's probably up the price anyway. So I tend to go in there and look at that and go, yeah, that looks halfway decent, and it's got a big
But
yellow.
do you
price
smell
thing
before
next
you
to it.
purchase? Because that's also a deciding factor. See,
I don't. Sorry, awful behaviour.
as well as
How
this, my
dare
mum
you.
got me like a really nice like aftershave set that's literally got the price on the back, so I know it's really nice. Like she does it every year though, and it's like I use them, but I don't really use them. So at the end of just I've got like a backlog of old ones like in the cupboard. So I just wear any of them, Matt. Like
I've got a
they'll
key
last
to
me for the
yours,
rest of
Benno.
my
You
life.
shouldn't have told me that.
do an unboxing. What's in his cabinet?
You can tell if the other one's any good. But yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? It's not whether you think it smells good; it's whether like other people do, isn't it? That's the thing, really, isn't it? You never know.
I mean, I guess with you, it's like if Steph thinks it smells good, then that's like prime. But
I said that to my mum. That'll be the test. We'll find out. But I just
like,
pretend that I was.
in
made
that
up.
case, your mom needs to collaborate with her because she should have the final say. So let's be honest.
Good shout, Gav.
Agreed.
To throw in, always on this one as well. I always think if you just get me some decent chocolates, and I'm always on the lookout for socks because they just disappear around my life.
Loads of them, JP.
Like I never resent here's some socks, here's some boxes. Like no.
When's the last time you
go
bought
my
them
way.
yourself,
Right.
JP? A long time ago.
Actually, not that long ago.
Oh.
I did a big M&M direct shop. I don't want to might as well pick some up while I'm there.
One-stop shopping.
It is shocking.
Love it.
I like the Dove loving in the chat, Benno. Well in, boys. So
Dove's S tier on a budget.
See, Steph likes Old Spice. Like that's an easy win. Just the spread.
Yes, Old Spice
Old
is another
Spice.
tried and
about
true.
£4 in B&M, that Benno. It's about £4 on
That's one in my family. That was probably the other reason my nan and granddad laughed at me for getting them glasses 2 years in a row. Every year, everyone would get me granddad Old Spice. Like everyone, he'd have like a shelf full of them. Every year, it became like a running joke, like how many you get per year. For me, that was like granddad spray. I didn't realize it was a thing you were allowed to wear.
No, that knocks you out when you just put a bit on, Benno.
It changed a few years ago, and they had that. Look at your man now. Look at
Yeah,
like
okay.
like I was like, oh, you wear Old Spice too? I mean, yeah. So I get it's the old man thing because for my father, we would also buy him Old Spice from the time I was a kid. So it's like actually, maybe I'm just a middle-aged lady now, but I'm like, you know what? I dig a man that can rock an Old Spice because it's not overpowering. There's a reason why they've been around for as long as they have been.
I'm stunned. I just thought it was a pure like 60, 70-year-old fellas thing now. Like,
Same here.
Used to me. There you go, get it on. Oh, but old, one of the two.
I'm nearly there, mate. So.
Yeah. Leah says he a bit of brute when feeling adventurous. I've had that for Christmas.
I was going to say, Brute, yeah, that's coming next.
Wow, what year is it?
Jesus Christ.
I love it. Yeah, we'll do GTRs with a couple of questions there. He says, what's the most disappointed you felt after a movie or TV show, and any New Year's resolutions or things you want to try in 2023? Anyone got it for either of them? I was reading I was a review you put on Letterboxd, Matty. I can't remember the name of the film now, but it was like you loved the first half and you hated the second half. I'll have to find what it was. I literally read it today.
Was it a recent one I've put on?
Yeah.
A TV or film that let you down, Karen?
That would be Lost.
Yes.
A lot of people have said that. A lot of people have said
the
that
first half of Lost, and then I got very, very angry because at the time I was living in Japan, so I had to wait for it to get released on DVD. So I was basically a month and a half behind the rest of the world back when everyone was spoiling things on LiveJournal. So I was just like, I did all this waiting for this? Are you kidding me? And then of course Game of Thrones season 7 and 8. But Lost was probably the angriest I've been. I was more angry about the finale of Lost than I was over Game of Thrones.
Definitely. Like for me, that was the first like TV, like almost like
so-
modern long form TV show that I got massively
so
invested in,
invested.
to the point where I was like importing like DVDs from America so that I was totally like up to date with it and things, because I just couldn't wait to watch it. And then the end, I just remember sitting there thinking like, how many hours of my life have I just wasted?
Right?
And like, how much money have I wasted and things? Just like investing in this kind of
Listen to
sort of like
podcasts about it.
Put me off wanting to like invest in stuff again in the future, because unless I think like they've actually got like a genuine direction of where they're going, and it's not just kind of a case of, oh shit, we've stumbled on something here and like let's make it a cash grab kind of thing. Like it kind of almost puts me off. I kind of need to know that it's taken from a book or a comic book or something like that, and they've got that like long-term thing now, rather than just throwing shit against the wall and seeing what fucking comes out at the end. Like
That's what kept me away from Doctor Who, like the modern Doctor Who, for so long, because I was so gun shy after Lost. I'm like, I can't get this invested in a very in-depth series and go through that again. I had a different kind of emotional damage from Doctor Who just because I fell in love with several doctors and then they just decided to go regenerate on me, but that's neither here nor there. But yeah, no, it's just Lost hands down.
I would give a shout out for Escape from LA, left field. I love Escape from New York. I'm a massive John Carpenter fan and I adore Kurt Russell. When I heard they were making a sequel to that 96, I was like, get in. This is going to be great. And it is awful. And it's entirely summed up in a sequence with him playing basketball in an empty LA Coliseum. And they should have had 100,000 people in there screaming for Snake Plissken's blood. It's played more as a comedy. It's very, very odd. And the special effects are worse than the original, which is really going somewhere. So that was like a massive disappointment.
With
I haven't
film.
really got
Go
a show one, but a film one. Have you seen Vanilla Sky?
Yeah. Oh,
The first hour, JP, is
Mate, it's wank.
sorry, it's amazing.
Absolute
No,
wank.
but once he gets in that lift, I'm not going
Yeah.
to spoil it for anyone. It's like, what the fucking hell is this? Because it does a good like blurring the lines of what's real, what's not in the first hour. And then the explanation for it is one of the worst I've ever seen. It's so bad.
Now that I think about it, I've got a bone to pick. Y'all put over a few weeks back, if I'm not mistaken, Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift. As someone,
film.
That's Benno.
That would be
That's all Benno.
I imagine it's like a documentary what life is like in Tokyo. To be
absolutely
honest.
not. That and Lost in Translation are the two movies about Japan that pissed me off the most.
I
I
love
mean,
Lost in
I
Translation.
actually enjoyed Bullet Train for as weird and off the rails and as
I
wrong
like
about
that.
everything that it was. But Tokyo Drift and Lost in Translation, if you want to set me off,
Oh no,
ooh, no, it's all wrong.
they're both pretty high up on my favorite films. Shit, I give Weibo so much
I'm
grief.
terribly sorry, Benno.
Am I a Weibo?
I don't know if we
fan?
can be friends anymore. Or we'll have to hate watch it. I'll have to hate watch it with you. One of the two.
There we go,
film
we can do
club.
that.
This sounds like a film club to
It
me.
does. There we go.
See, Tokyo Drift's one where it's like, I don't know, it's almost like an irony, like, but like it is actually, I think, like Don says, it is actually a good film. It's like the B movie of the series, but like it's like a nice, solid, concise story about like a AJ Styles-esque American southerner who's
It's
out
very
in
much
Tokyo
the
trying
white
to find
man's
his way.
experience in Japan. That's what that film is.
It's off the
Shit.
time, Benno.
I
as
like
well,
it so much
proper.
because it's action movie Lost in Translation. That's what it is, isn't it? Fuck. Just needs
God
Charlie
damn it.
Hunnam.
Action movie,
No
Lost
wonder I
in
hate it.
Translation.
Oh, what are you gonna say, Matt?
It's like the of the time, isn't it? It's very of the time. That's what it is. But no, it was all right, Ben. I'd probably give it about 2.5, but
Oh, I could also
not near the best. Not near the best of the series.
The Phantom Menace as well.
Never watched it.
Sent me
AP?
I couldn't stay awake. Three times I tried. I just kept falling. And the first time was on a really rubbish pirate. It was like it was just. And then when I did sit through it, I was just kind of angry. And they said, "Oh, it's a kids' film, and it's about trade and taxation routes." And then The Simpsons did an amazing sequence where they took the piss out of it, and a giant robot comes through the wall, sits down, and reads the Wall Street Journal. Because it just might as well have been that. It was.
I felt like I was back in A-level economics when I was watching that. Like my brain was like couldn't fucking handle it. All the
Is
stuff.
that Jar Jar Binks, is it, boys? Is that that?
Yeah.
Ah,
See,
no.
If they, sorry,
go ahead.
no, you first, Karen.
No, my problem with it is that they were setting that up to be the love story moving forward, and I'm like, bro, Padme, he's 8. Stop.
Yeah.
And that was always a sticking point for me, is that Padme and Anakin, to be fair, I read the books associated with those films. The books, much better, but at the same time, it's really creepy. She had more chemistry on screen with Obi-Wan Kenobi. Let's be honest. But no, it was just always like, I'm like, I always saw like, especially when she says, "I'll always see you as that little boy," and I'm like, no, stop! What are you doing?
Get the Andor plug in, JP.
The other Andor is the best thing. If you love the original Star Wars trilogy, just because I love Rogue One. Don says in the chat, he doesn't. I would politely disagree with him for that, but Andor is fantastic, which you can listen to all of our reviews for all of the episodes, and it's the most adult, grown-up thing, like in terms of Star Wars. Just watching something where it just is like, it's not about Jedis, even though it will be in season 2. Like, it isn't about. It's just about how does an empire work. And it's got all these various sort of brilliant like analogies to other things. It's like when Battlestar Galactica came back and got rebooted, and they added in this whole like political dimension, which makes it kind of seem like Newsnight in space. But like it really was actually like kind of very interesting.
JP, I just love
space would be interesting.
I love watching Benno's face when you talk about this. You know.
Oh, I know.
I can see the clogs in his head just turning through his.
I'm doing like 5 jobs in the background here.
He is insane.
To be fair, yeah, he is this time.
I'll let him get his Andor stuff in.
I love the original.
Must be cool.
Yeah,
the original trilogy's boss though for Star Wars. The first original 3 are amazing. I absolutely love them. Like, boss.
I was gonna say like for like because Alex says here he's a sequels apologist. Like, might be a controversial take, but like I watched Home Alone 2 this Christmas again. It's not a good film, Home Alone 2.
Oh, come on, Benno. No, I like it, you know.
Have you watched it back to back with Home Alone 1? Because like I don't want to ruin anyone's Christmas, but it's just the same film.
No, it is.
Play with the same characters. They don't even do anything. It's not even. If that was made today, they'd totally turn like the Wet Bandits babyface. That'd be like one thing you do.
Oh, they would. Oh, they'd end up working with Kevin against some other burglar, wouldn't they?
100%.
Yeah.
Instead, we just do the first film again, but in New York with a weird pigeon lady. Like the nostalgia for that one, I don't know. I'm not with it.
I was crying my eyes out the end of it. I'll be honest.
It's more like Macaulay Culkin coming across as a Hulk Hogan figure, and then bringing like Earthquake into WCW and stuff. For a quite lazy top line run, and you just think, well, this isn't going to draw it. He's
gone from being like
Penta at a sporty 31, looks like he's completely knackered.
Tim Curry, though, as Andy said, unbelievable.
Tim Curry is great, but he goes from being like a slightly clever kid in the first one who like catches the robbers out to the second one. He's just fucking mean. He's just thinking of ways to torture.
I'd make him pay for that fucking hotel as well.
Yeah.
I'd also call Child Protective Services on his parents for they keep forgetting him. Child neglect.
Yeah, that's it. He's like I'm hoping like in the Home Alone cinematic universe, the reason he's not in Home Alone 3 is he grew up to be like some scientist or engineer or something like that with all the fucking wacky shit he comes up with just to throw paintball tins at the heads of these 2 robbers. It's fucking.
He joins the cast of Jackass, and that's the end of it.
But that's one, right? You know, if you remake all the films or like do sequel, I'd love to see Home Alone now with the same. I'd love to see like Macaulay Culkin now in it and see what they've done with it. You know, that's one.
What does he do these days? I mean, the only times I hear him is when he turns up at wrestling shows. Does he work?
He does a podcast, doesn't he?
Is he?
Is he effectively retired?
I think he's got some like little media kind of like company. He definitely does podcasts and stuff.
Yeah, that Warrior Run.
He made a lot of money as a child actor.
Ultimate Warrior just got his cash in.
It's Warrior Run. It's Warrior money coming in there. Big money.
Uncle Buck in it, Benno. Richie Rich.
Yeah,
a good run, didn't he? Yeah.
Jacob Ladder, which no one saw coming out of those films. He's in Jacob Ladder.
What's the one that he dies? What's that?
My Girl.
Oh, My Girl.
Still mad about My Girl.
That's the
spoiler alert for a film from 1991.
It was from the 90s. I think they've had more than enough time to watch the film.
That's sad.
I think I went on a date to watch My Girls, Matty. That's how old I am.
I was only 7.
Macaulay, by the way.
Let me see what year My Girl came out in.
92 in it or 93, definitely.
Something like that. I remember
like then, I think I was a freshman in high school.
91. Yeah. I was like, second year seniors or something like that.
Little date, Gareth, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get a second date out of it?
No, too upset.
That's like taking your date to
too
Marley
upset
and
for all this
Me
stuff.
and telling them it's a happy puppy movie when it's very much not a happy puppy movie.
To answer GTR's other question, any other resolutions for 2023 you've got?
Do more things that I enjoy doing. There we go. It's a simple enough one, really. As much
Like
as
being a dad.
yeah, basically,
Yeah.
like being a dad, which is very much my vibe. So
You're very good
all
at
well.
Good
Do more
plan.
stuff that's not necessarily wrestling related. That's my
Yeah.
thing. I want to branch back out instead of reeling back in.
How about you, Matt? Anything?
No, it's just the wedding to look forward to, boys. That and Karen as well. That's just the only thing I've on my mind really in the first bit of the year, and then we'll see what happens after that.
Wait, when's the date, Maddie?
March the 23rd.
All right.
So it's a bit close. Like it's not too far away. Not too far, but I've just got to get in a bit of shape. I'm not even waiting until the 2nd of January, the Monday. I'm starting officially New Year's Day, JP. Shaving and not eating crap for like 2.5 months. So
I expect you to see you doing road work at 4 a.m.
Oh, you'll be getting the updates, JP. Don't you worry about it.
Chasing chickens.
Yeah.
Rocky style.
Oh, yeah.
Kicking trees.
That's the one. Yeah.
And after a while, going out to the Russian wilderness and just doing it all in the snow.
Giving a big speech at the end, though, JP.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I might come and knock around because that's just mine as well. Lose my podcast weight. I still haven't lost the weight that I put on since I started doing this podcast. So
I'll join you on that. Pandemic one. Don't look at last year's Christmas show compared to this one. It's not good for me.
We'll put it on the feed, boys. We'll just go to the gym together and just do our stuff, our workout playlist and that.
Yeah. Good plan. That was the thing. It was like through the pandemic, it was like this was our social life, wasn't it? It was doing this, and they'd be like, "I'll have a couple of beers while I do it." And it was just like, and then if I did it with my other mates, it'd be like, "Oh, I'll have more beers. I'll do more stuff on Zoom." It wasn't good for anyone's health that period. I don't think.
Remember when you used to say like, "Oh, Gareth was like the ultimate warrior, like running past me down the beach and like nearly knocking me over." I don't even think I could run to the beach now.
I could shamble or have a slow mosey, but running, no, not with these knees.
That was so bad. The first time it was like during like the middle of like heavy lockdown. I'd gone for a walk on Crosby Beach, and like Garrett just came sprinting at me from like the other end of Crosby Beach, and I was like, I could tell he was going for some kind of record. I was like, do I stop him or do I let him go? So we kind of waved as you went past and said, "Hiya," and you carried on going, and you still got your record. So I was happy I didn't break it.
You probably thought he was happy to see you, Benno, with your arms out.
I was like slow music, slow motion, and there was like happy music in your.
Like Rocky
you were there.
Apollo
You were there for the hook.
Chariots of Fire's playing in the background.
Love it. You all right to join us for a couple more questions, Karen, before we got to guess them?
Hey, if you want to kick me out, you can kick me out. I've got no plans. This is
cool.
I'm here for you guys.
We'll keep you then. We'll got a couple more we can throw at you. Zahid asks, what are you more likely to watch next year? Progress, NWA, or Raw?
Ew.
Oh.
Why?
It's like prisoner's dilemma, this one, isn't it? For this,
I mean, stabbed or hung in it, JP. That
it is. I could see it. I could see a horrible scenario where we end up watching an episode of Raw. I don't quite know how it will come about. The possibility is I could be up at 1 a.m. having to do a feed and just thinking it's the only thing that's on, and that'll be there. Whereas NWA isn't going to cross my path, and Progress, no. Like,
if they were to give me Kana era Asuka versus Meiko Satomura on Raw, you will see me watch Raw. There is very little else.
3 hours of it though.
No, it'll be at the top of the hour, first hour, so I can be done by 8:15 because they're including commercials, and then I can go about my merry fucking way. That's it.
Good plan. See, I could definitely. I mean, Raw. Yeah, I mean, I will end up watching Raw. Like, say, Cody or Punk turns up or something, or even night after WrestleMania. I'll watch Raw definitely at some point this year. Progress. I could see being dragged to a Manchester show. I don't know what it would be, but I think it's more likely I could end up there live than actually watching on demand. And NWA,
who would it take for you to go to Progress? Who would you want to see in the ring?
That's intriguing. Josh Alexander?
Yeah,
that'd be for the day out, really, more than the actual show or something, wouldn't it? Or meeting up with people.
Yeah, that's it. It was a day out.
I've never, ever, I can't stress that enough, ever watched a BritRes on demand or a streaming. I don't know why I'd even attempt. Why would I do that? Why would I want to do that? And the only way I've ever seen
ideals, and it was the right call.
Is going to a live show. That's the only way I'd ever watch it. So NWA wins that one for me, and I don't even want to watch that. Fucking hell.
No one wants to watch that.
Yeah.
Nope. I'm just throwing this goes away.
Mine will be NWA, but it'll be 1988 NWA.
Of course. Yeah.
That counts. Chris asked you if Pollock asked you to cover Raw with him because there's no one else available. Would you do it?
John Pollock knows my my distaste for WWE, especially Raw. However, if I am needed, I will answer the bat signal only for him and Way because I love Post. So yeah, I'd do it. I would do it begrudgingly, but on the broadcast, I'd be smiling and trying to be as positive as possible while trying to be like, it's past my fucking bedtime. Why am I here?
Not an 11 top the time they dragged WH on to doing the Raw review. That's one of
Oh no!
In Japan.
In Japan.
He was watching it, and it was like sort of 10 a.m. and he was watching there was a wedding going on, and I just remember there's him on video, and he's just mouthing, "What the fuck?" Like while he's watching this, having been immersed in the great period of New Japan in recent years, you know.
I don't think John would pin that on me, honestly, but I would do it for Post.
Good pub. Mikey asks if there was a blockbuster film about GRAPPL, which film stars, living or dead? You can help us answer this, Karen, with best play JP, Benno, Gareth, and Massey.
Ooh.
Anyone got any shouts in the chat?
I know Michelle.
With Gareth, I would go with Michael Statham.
Okay.
Benno.
So who was me? Michael Statham. Who's that?
Yeah. Is it Statham? Is that his
Jason
name?
Statham.
Jason Statham. Michael, Jason. See, I don't watch.
Don't retire off that show. That's a great one. See you later.
I mean, Jason Statham.
I thought it was a bad thing going bald.
No, it's good. I just didn't know the name. My apologies. I got the name wrong. That's on me. I haven't watched film in a while, but all right, y'all think about yourselves.
I've got mine right here, like now, I'm with Benno and Matty. I'm going Simon Pegg and Nick Frost because there's always that vibe. If we get Nick to drop a few lbs, we can. And JP, I'm going with either. Well, if we're on the Peg Frost theme, I might be going like tires off Spaced, possibly for that one.
Wow.
Or possibly Super Hands.
Super Hands!
Lord,
I've never be in the film world.
It's the other way around.
I think the tires though. I think just with the Irish accent, and then I can just get a little splash of 90s JP there when the kettle's going and stuff like that, and the phone's ringing and
big box, little box.
I'm never ever gonna let you lie that one down. Gareth, for the Jason Statham though. You're getting saved out of my phone.
See, I was gonna like see,
Karen, that's such a compliment.
I have a thing for like that's my secret pleasure is watching like action films, like really bro-y action films. So I was gonna try to film like cast you guys,
right,
and make it really exciting. And then after getting Jason Statham's name wrong, I just kind of like puttered out. But I'm just like, I want Keanu Reeves in it. I want a Evans in it. Like I'm just like my gears are going.
Van Damme back in the day.
If he wasn't so problematic, what you want to be Jean-Claude Van Damme? Is that what you're talking
No,
about?
I don't really want to be him. He's too,
I don't know, you know,
I would have
JP.
died many years ago. But in terms of classic action films, like going back to that era,
I liked as crappy as the film was. I enjoyed Time Cop. I'm not gonna lie.
yes.
And then
Now wrong with Time Cop.
Then there was, I had my Terminator 2 phase. Terminator 2 was a good film. It's better than the first one.
Yeah.
There are no subsequent films after it. The series stops at Terminator 2. But yeah, no, I was gonna try to
agree with that.
I was gonna try to gas you guys up with like great film actors and action films, and I'm just like, my brain just stopped.
That's a shout in the chat there.
Steven Seagal, let go.
What do they think I'm like? He's like a traitor as well, isn't he, these days?
Doesn't Chris Pratt have problematic political views? That's fine.
He does.
Same as you, Benno.
Jim McDonald from that's a terrifying shout.
I think you can play that well, JP. You can give us an impression about him talking to Elizabeth.
So it is.
Yeah.
Aye, Andy's gone down the rover, so he has. Leave him be, lads. Does that sound vaguely like him? Not really. If God. Steph hears this, right, that's it then. That's
in my time though, boys. I've had that's why I said, can we have TV characters? I used to get nicknamed Tyrone off Corrie in school, like that was me. Alan Halsall, is it? And I've had Jack Black as well every time.
David
JP Stephen Merchant. I'm Ricky Gervais. Fuck you. Matthew's Carl Pilkington.
Take that. Gareth, from Jason Statham to Warwick Davis, mate, you've had a great night.
first edit point there.
Get your stuff on, Jeep.
Apparently the Dungeon Master of Nightmare, Alan Cheap Shot, says he.
I'll take that all day long. He was a big. Was he? I still know. Was he a heel or a face, JP? When you were a kid, was he? Was he a heel or a face?
He really wasn't, was he? He was, but that wasn't his role, wasn't it? Rather like menacing. Jack Tunney in many ways. Very menacing, Jack.
He was
tweener.
Yeah, we go first ever tweener, Gareth.
But I didn't like the way they chucked you in a room sometimes, and it was like the skull was there. It's like, give me a chance, mate. I was healthy
scary that
ago, and I've walked into this. Yeah.
Bit of Brian Blessed going on with you with the big beard, though, now, mate.
I
haven't got that the other day when you came to mine. I thought you were going to say me then.
Oh, Gordon's alive.
Gordon's alive. What a shout! Yeah, Barry Grant. How you got Barry?
Oh, Karen, we've wandered into so.
Sorry, I'm taking notes of all these names. So I'm like, I don't know any of these series that they're talking about.
Barry Grant. Well,
I'm like, Nightmare. What's Nightmare?
Oh, you need to Google Nightmare, the TV show, Karen.
The first episode was on my birthday in 1987.
Yeah,
it's a sign.
Brilliant. It's a brilliant. It was a brilliant show.
I love the way I'm just getting loads of baldy folk now. This time last year, if we had this question, I'd have got none of these.
And if you wouldn't have got Jason Statham in a million years, mate, so take that, mate.
Put that one in the bank. I was gonna put Tom Hardy in there. Who wants to be Tom Hardy?
That's gotta forget then.
Damn.
Amazing. I'll switch to a couple of the public questions here, although I feel like this one might be a bit of a ringer. I don't know. Apparently somebody called Stephanie Miller on Twitter.
Here we go. Yeah, I've told her to send one in. Yeah, go on.
Did you tell her to send one in, or tell her what questions to ask?
Because no, I didn't. I actually didn't. I said if you want to get involved or whatever, because I know she won't come on. If you want to just send it on Twitter. So
I'll get it in the room. She said, "What's your favorite theme song of all time? Best wrestling phases, and who has had the best ring attire to date?" That's what we.
I like the way she's gone wrestling here.
So best theme song. Oh yeah, and best ring attire. I suppose the main ones though.
Yeah.
What we got?
There's a couple for best theme song of all time.
Yeah, that's hard to narrow down to one. Evolution's up there. Real Americans up there for me. There's loads.
I have to go with, for theme, Nakamura Shinsuke's theme with the electric guitar and the violin.
Oh, yeah. Like the entrance for the
it was very Trans-Siberian Orchestra, very...
What are you saying? Oh, yeah.
She's so cute.
What did she say?
She said, I've not told you, I've told this, I'm going to have to tell you now. Every time, well, it comes on the telly, Bianca Belair's theme, I've told you this one, haven't I? Steph actually gets up and starts like dancing / twerking every single time it comes on. So whenever we're just sitting there and I've got my Spotify on, I'll just throw that one in and she's got to get up and start twerking or dancing.
Wow. See, you need to see that's a relationship building activity. So you should be twerking with her.
Oh, I do it myself, Karen. Yeah, of course.
Good.
I do it myself.
Good.
Yeah,
Just so we're clear.
I do. Yeah.
It's a team effort.
Don's hit one of my best ring attire, Rick Rude. Yeah. Just the different kind of tights he had all the time. Obviously, with Jake Roberts, his wife, there as well. Who I want to give a shout out for best theme as one of the best themes there. Jake Roberts and the $1 Million Man.
Rick Rude's in WCW as well. The Simply Ravishing one. Oh, that's unbelievable.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
I like Charlotte Flair's gear. She doesn't miss.
I do too.
Lottie. He calls her Lottie.
Careful.
I'm saying that. I can't wait till she comes back. But,
Bad Street USA. Gotta get.
Gareth, one of the best of all time. But what about, remember Jericho's? This is in 99, I think 2000. He had the red pants with the barbed wire on. Do you remember them in WWF?
Yeah.
I think I remember them.
I remember them. Yeah,
the Jericho one, they were good. Like,
good gear. He was the first person I distinctly remember having like proper kick pads. Like when kick pads started to become cool instead of boots. Like, and then it was Lance Storm was maybe the second one I saw, and now it's just everyone, isn't it? I remember him making them look cool. A few good shouts in the chat for music. Man called Sting, Andy says here. That's a
Steiner line as well.
Can also give it
Steiner line, yeah.
Isn't
it Steiner Rise? Is that? I always thought it was Steiner line. I think it's Steiner Rise, isn't it?
Is it X-Pac one better here?
Yeah,
is it?
It feels.
Yeah, Karen, can I ask you a question?
Me?
Do you know X-Pac?
Yes, I am familiar with the X-Pac.
Do you remember
the 1, 2, 3 child, right?
His old theme music, right? In WWF.
Yeah.
What does it say at the start?
Oh, you're asking the wrong person if you want me to go back to the 90s.
So doesn't he scream like you think he screams X-Pac? Yeah.
Yeah.
Say that is right, don't you?
Possibly.
Yeah. No, it's not that.
Vaguely remembering it.
I blew Matty's mind with this once.
It's make some noise, Gareth. Do you know this?
No.
No, yeah, I made up.
Now I feel like I have to listen to it.
You need to. Benno, put it on. Have you got it?
We will.
Wrestling. Top 5 wrestling themes feels like a big mixtape in and of itself.
Yeah.
There's some in the chat, and I'm going, yeah.
I want to think about this
There's
properly.
a Kaze Ninare in there, and I'm like, I can't lie.
Yeah.
Heard it at the Dome, and I've heard it at Madison Square Garden. It's fantastic.
I like Jay White's music as well. I always like that one.
Kenta's music.
Cody Rhodes, Downstairs. I love that.
Yes.
I'm glad he took it with him.
Connor's mentioned in the chat with Jeff Jarrett, My World. Like, I can't think of another wrestling song that puts a smile on my face. It's not always going to be for good reasons, but it puts a smile on my face. Because it's almost like it's like watching a psychic that you thought had gone away because they got found out getting in there again. And you go, he's done it again. He's done it again. Here he is.
I like this Chosen one. You know, his Kid Rock cowboy knockoff in WCW. I used to love that one. The Chosen one. Yeah, boss that.
That was good. It was full on Kid Rock though, wasn't it? It was like Jimmy Hart levels of rip off that one.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, Edge. Here we go.
I Walk Alone, Batista. Fucking
yeah. There's too many though. NWO, Wolfpack, Hollywood. There's that many.
Hey, B Team. Don't forget the NWO B Team. That was great.
Oh, that was in the Japan one. Bagwell and Norton.
Yeah.
That one, classic.
That one, yeah. Do.
Yeah.
That one. Love that one.
Just for Martin Bushby, 4 Horsemen, WCW theme. I know Martin
which one though, Gareth?
Alan Cheap Shot, yeah, with the '96 theme or the Barry Lyndon one.
No, the one with the actual horses.
The one with the horses.
At the start. Yeah, both great. The other one I associate with Arn Anderson. The other one.
Yeah, that's the one I prefer.
That's his like single music as well, isn't it?
Really quickly on the ring attire one, I just want to say Austin's, because never did a ring attire work for the person it was on as much. It was like perfectly emblematic of his character and who he was, and it made black trunks meant something, much in the same way like with Shibata at its peak. It was like it signaled he was a no nonsense shit kicker. So that's kind of what the best ring attire should do. It should almost like enhance your character. And what was the other one on theme tunes? Got to mention Roman Reigns' current theme tune.
Oh, JP, I didn't want to say that. I'll let you say that, mate.
That's Succession knockoff.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? It kind of is, isn't it?
No, it's a total knockoff of Succession. I was going to say this on the last show, and I thought, no, I won't. I'll leave it be.
But JP, you know what you're saying about enhancing the character and stuff? Becky Lynch's attire, since she's changed like big time Beck, she's had a few like different ring attires that like have made her stand. Like her and Bianca at WrestleMania, they just both look like, honestly, the most mega stars. The entrances, the attires.
Big fan of Daryl Hannah in Blade Runner, isn't she? Really, for that, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot of priss going on from there.
We haven't mentioned a Carter either, like a Carter for ring gear, like when he's fucking on it, like.
Not long boys Okada.
Oh, it looks like a superstar. Like just. Oh.
He was in TNA once, Matty. He wore like a mask and he like followed Samoa Joe around.
I seen that Tanahashi one banging about against Styles today. That was on Twitter, wasn't it? People putting that madness.
His finisher back then was like a really quick, like small cradle that he just sort of hit out of nowhere. What an idea of a finisher that was.
Yeah, that's the DX Tyson one, isn't it? Is it? Oh. Trying to think of so many.
Sorry, I was just trying to cue that up and it just started playing.
Brett's themes, Gareth? Any of them?
I mean, the classic WWF theme, like.
Yeah.
WCW theme was just awful.
Yeah.
Steve Austin's attire to wrestling was what Mike Tyson's shorts were to boxing.
100%.
Completely. Yeah.
What about X Factor, Matty?
Oh, a big fan of Uncle Cracker, Gareth. So it was a W from me, but as a theme, no. Great song, but as a wrestling theme, hell no.
Nice little single at the start. I got everything.
Honestly, what an album! What a fucking album that is.
Yeah, you tell me. Does this say "Make Some Noise" or X-Pac? You ready?
You ready?
Do it.
It says "Make Some Noise."
There you go.
Like Mandela effect.
It blows your mind, honestly. I still don't believe it though.
Very screechy, but yes.
But done to the kind of tone of mates of X-Pac.
Of course.
It's like the X Factor theme, because in the X Factor theme, someone at the start just throws in X Factor. Someone says X-Pac, so it makes you think that's what they sang. There you go. Glad it's not just Matty who's there.
No, but in the Uncle Cracker song, Benno, the actual lyrics are that factor. So someone has got a dub X over it, do you know what I mean? To make it fit in with the thing. So
it kind of says both. Jordan's kind of right. It does. But the singing part's the bit we all thought said X-Pac on it. And it wasn't. But got a million great suggestions in the chat here. I'm with Ivan on Scott Hall's TNA theme or the AJ one. Scott Hall's TNA theme is one of my all-time favorite. It's just a knockoff of the Razor Ramon theme, but it's got like singing to it and lyrics. It's just fucking it's unreasonably good for a shit early TNA theme. I'm sure JP be with that. The DX Run DMC theme.
All time.
I remember the first time X-Pac came out to that. Oh, that was great. What was that?
And Liam's mentioned there in the chat about like Randy Savage terms of ring gear. It was, and he wore that stuff all the time, which is
you can imagine him wearing that in real life, don't you? Though genuinely every day he'd wear that. That's how like dedicated he was, Savage.
I would if I had it.
Yeah, them glasses, mate. How good are they?
Cheers, Alex.
But it's like, I just had one in my head then. That's gone right up my head.
Scott Hall's Ready or Not in ECW, yeah, Chris Ellis.
Steve's Benno, that one.
I watched that entrance all the time. Especially around the time he died. I played it loads of times. I love that. It's brilliant. He's just a cool bloke, and he's got all cool. Oh yeah,
yeah. That's the problem with Brit wrestlers.
What about CM Punk's theme, JP? What's that one called again?
Piss off. The one by AFI.
Yeah, that's it called again.
No, not playing.
Even Piss off about
not getting right. You can say it.
ECW was good in the chat because they just used proper songs, and Heyman weren't asked, was he? Got getting sued. He just didn't give a shit. He just used Van Damme, Pantera, Walk. That's right up there.
Yeah.
Most ECW themes, I think, even Just Incredibles and Simon Diamond.
Simon Diamond, JP, that's on me list. Unbelievable stuff. Honest to God, it's just it's so good.
Simon Diamond.
Pat Kenny, isn't it? That's his name, Pat Kenny.
That's it. He's an agent, isn't he, in TNA?
He's been there for some years. He's
Still had a career in him. He was always someone I thought, good promo, good luck.
Marty Dormery, wasn't he, for a bit as well, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah. Could have done something. I'll move on to the next one then. One more question from Twitter. Adam Ryan asked, any chance of adding Jason's review or Revolver to the app, Garrett? No.
That's one strictly for you, that, mate.
I tell you what, when the likes of All Japan start getting more than 30 votes, I'll start thinking about adding these niche things.
A good line in the sand. Oh, brilliant. This one seems strong from Rosatron. You can kill 3 wrestlers, bookers, promoters with no consequences. Who, why, and how do you do it?
Early for this.
This is early for this, isn't it? This is.
I
mean,
strong question.
I don't really hate anyone, but I don't know.
Are we trying some sort of butterfly effect of getting rid of some bad people or some people earlier on? I do have to wonder about nipping Fritz von Erich in the bud then in that case, just before let the lads sort of have a bit of a proper time, rather than getting away with fucking mayhem through Dallas. This is a really dark question for this one, isn't
JP, that's where you're first, mate.
Yeah. Who else?
I mean, is Vince McMahon not an easy answer? Is he still a promoter?
Am I like a time traveling murder like the end of Deadpool 2 or something? Where I'm just like
it's your forte, JP.
All right, in that case, we'll put in Chris Benoit then.
I was about to say Benoit before, yeah.
Put him in there. And Invader 1. So we would have got like a Bruiser Brody run, really.
But that's harsh on the Taker. He's already dead, Jordan. Do you know what I mean? He's a gimmick,
I mean, he's undead, so he has to get re-deaded.
Chris went quick. David Starr, Jimmy Havoc, and Vince McMahon.
Vince.
You know what? Fair enough. Can't argue with that.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, I'm just gonna let the chat work on this one. I'm gonna sit this one out. I'm trying to go into 2023 with good karma and good vibes, but I'm not gonna say no to some of these.
I mean, the short story here is there's a lot of bastards in wrestling, and if we're doing time traveling murder, saving people from themselves, which is apparently the position,
just go to the 80s, like Michael J. Fox.
Wow, there's a lot of work to do, isn't there? Like that's. Yeah, it'd be like evil Quantum Leap, like in many ways. He's in a changing room in Puerto Rico and he just drops a knife and goes, "Look, I don't want any trouble," and then he's just like things move on. Then there's a butterfly effect. Him coming in.
It's probably an easier question to just pick 3 you'd save, really, because there's probably more people you'd save than.
Yeah, let's go positive, as Karen said.
All right.
Who you heard nothing bad about ever in wrestling? Let's go with that one. Who is the Karen?
Oh shit!
Pardon?
Who is that you've never heard nothing bad about in wrestling? Who's
someone I've never heard anything bad about?
Yeah,
Chris Hero.
There's one. To shout.
I would trust Chris Hero with everything.
The good shout.
CM Punk, but only according to Dax. No one else.
He was buying everyone's Starbucks vouchers, really, but in the backstage. I read today.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Like just the women's wrestlers just feels a little bit like he's patting them on the head. Here's a free Starbucks voucher again.
Yeah. Typical Phil. Who else is the? Ricky
Steamboat.
Is he up there?
Sami Zayn would be another one.
Ricky Steamboat.
Kevin Owens.
Is that just kayfabe though, Bennett Marty?
It could be because he's a good baby face. Ricky Morton as well, JP. He's one of yours.
He is, yeah. Steve Dr. Death Williams. I know nothing about him as a man, though. Like, I can't make that. I just sort of really liked him as a wrestler. I'm still angry. If he hadn't got knocked out in Brawl for All, I'll tell you, would have got that one top line match against Steve back in the day.
Sorry, I just thought Will was having a moment there, but I think he's saying to kill evil.
Yeah, he is. This has got very dark for this one. You'll have to wait like much later on.
I would. We'll spin it a little more positively. What I would like is the dissolution of House of Torture. I want Dick Togo to go find a hobby and leave Evil, and more importantly, leave Sweet Boy Show all alone. Give me sparkly show Tanaka back, please and thank you.
I thought he was going to be like sort of built to be like a new Tanahashi, like shocking stuff. Like it really was like just a waste of time, that stable. But then that was in my crappies list.
Shows 2020 to 2021, so good, and then they decided to ruin Roppongi 3K and all things that were pure and joyful and friendship.
The matches he had with Shingo.
Shingo, I was just going to say, those matches with Shingo were awesome.
Him chasing Shingo Takagi was probably the most interesting arc for me.
Yeah.
And also doing all of that summer struggle 2020 stuff after his brother died.
Yeah. And it always felt like Yo was, I don't know, for me, Yo was always the one to go heel.
Yo should have been the one to have gone heel, because then we would have probably him and Sho at this point having the IWGP Junior Heavyweight Championships as singles titles, and it'd be believable.
Now and you would have moved Hiromu and Despy out of that into the heavyweight scene a while ago, which is something that they desperately need to do.
And now we prepare for the reign and era of Master Wato, who's junior to them.
Yeah,
that's where we're at. Master Wato is now the hope of the junior division. Makes me a little sad.
Christ, that's bleak, isn't it?
Makes me a little sad.
We'll just kill Ghetto. I think we've decided. Cool. And like Karen doesn't endorse that. That's just me opinion.
Ghetto needs to decide if he wants to be a booker or a wrestler. I'm tired of him shilling Jay White's merch. I'm bored of it.
Yeah,
I'm bored of Ghetto. We'll move on. We'll go back to the Patreon questions. One more Christmas theme. I didn't spot this before. Adam asked what was our favorite Christmas present and who'd be our dream guest for Spotlight.
Can I go for favorite Christmas present?
Go on.
It was the bad guy from Inspector Gadget. It was his car. And I got one Christmas, and honestly, it felt like, saying it bluntly, it didn't feel like at that point in time. There's no online. I would have been about like kind of 9 or 10, and the idea of getting it, which was like, I was just like so impressed and amazed. I was like, where did she get it from? Like, because I walked around Toys R Us, I never saw this. I'd have mentally noted it down. I was just like completely bewildered at the amount of effort she was. It a hooky car or something along those lines? Either way, I loved it. I thought it was great. Yeah.
Is this of all time? I thought it was this year he meant. Is this of all time?
Yeah, that's old.
Yeah,
it'll have to be all time for me because I got fuck all this year. So again, a little bit of cash off my mum and dad that pays for Sadie's birthday present in about 2 days' time, and then that's legit. Best of all time, best. It'll always stick with me, and it's a trick I'm defo going to be playing at one point. Is I really wanted this skateboard, like when I was a kid, like probably I don't know, like 12 or something like that. And then opened everything and like wasn't there, and you're doing the whole polite thing, even though it was like the thing that you most wanted more than anything in the world. And then like a bit later on, my old fella goes, "I'll go and open the curtains." And then like I opened the curtains, and the skateboard was behind the curtains. So I was just like, yes, like it's just the one that like sits in my head like forever. So I was like, defo doing that with my kids one day. Good little trick that.
That happened with us one Christmas where it was like all we wanted was a Mega Drive back when they were the thing to get. And we opened all the rest of our presents and it wasn't there. And we were ready to kind of cack on with day. And my dad was like, "Oh, you should go in the other room." We went into like the room where the dining table was, and there it was, like the box, and it was all like set up and stuff. It was just that's the feeling. That's the proper Christmas feeling, isn't it? That and the year I got an N64. That was a good year too.
Yeah,
mine was probably the wrestling. Like I remember the first Christmas that I got loads of wrestling stuff, and I got like the Hasbro ring, the blue ring with like the American flag in one corner, the belt round the commentary table. I got this blow up Hulk Hogan, like I don't even know what you call them, where you punched it and it'd go down, but it'd come straight back up.
Oh,
what are they called? I used to have like mega 2 out of 3 falls matches with that JP back in the day.
I was going to say on a bed because it's about the same height as you, isn't it? It's one of those
but if it went down, like if you blew it right up and you like let it deflate a little bit, you could actually pick it up and slap it and stuff.
Yeah, you could bend it. You could. At that point, it's like, you know, you could do suplexes and proper power slams and stuff.
Did you have creative control, Matty? Did you?
Oh no,
do the job.
One person that he could never get one over is me. Gareth, come on, mate. You know me by now. That'd be a proper politics session. That me and him, we discussed who's going to go over. But, and I got this annual as well, and I was looking. I'm going to look for an eBay wrestling annual. I think it's from about 91, and it was just the best thing. I read it front to back so many times. The pictures, just the best stuff, boys. When you're a kid, like just and having unbelievable stuff, like unbelievable.
Did you get a Stretch Armstrong that same Christmas? You got the Hogan one, Matty? Remember getting one of them one year?
No, I never got one of them.
We spent the entire Christmas to New Year period trying to stretch it to the point where it would break. We achieved it on New Year's Eve, so we were very proud of ourselves. I don't know what we achieved, really.
They still going, surely not.
What was yours, Karen, as a favourite Christmas present?
Well, it's kind of difficult because the recent one would be my back in 2019 when my parents surprised me with a trip to Japan for Wrestle Kingdom in 2020. At the time, I had my parents have been trying to understand why I like wrestling and all the things that I do with wrestling, and they genuinely were trying to understand it. And at the time, I was at their house. We were having an early Thanksgiving, because my sister's birthday. She was born on Thanksgiving, so every now and then her birthday's on Thanksgiving. And for her 40th, she wanted to go travel abroad for her birthday, so we had early Thanksgiving. And that was the day that Rob Schamberger, who those who know who he is, he's the artist in residence for WWE. Yeah. He released a print of the Kabuki Warriors of Asuka and Kairi. He asked me to narrate the video. So I researched and narrated the video, which is one of his highest viewed videos in the series. But at our early Thanksgiving brunch, the video went live while we were in the middle of our meal. So we watched the video, it made sense, and then they decided to surprise me earlier. But to go along with that,
got the big reveal.
My good friend got in contact with Rob and got me the original.
Oh, nice.
So this is the original that I helped write the video for, edit the Japanese on. I haven't hung it yet, but it has a proper adult. I went and got it matted and framed and all that stuff. So
I've done proper framing on it.
Yeah,
it is. It's good.
And when I was a kid, it was we got the Power Pad for the Nintendo, and we were playing Power Pad games. But yeah, so this would probably be this, and the trip to Japan would be my big adult best.
He's Rob Schamberger's done one where it's Ace Steel and CM Punk from ROH, done where they're both bloody, and it's before the big no DQ match with the Second City Saints. I wanted that so much. I actually messaged him to try and get a print of it, and he wouldn't sell me it.
Oh,
apparently custom painted it for Ace Steel, which I didn't know at the time. But
he occasionally does some very, very, very rare ones. He has done an Okada, and he has done a Liger and Kenny Omega. So those you can get at high spots, but I have the Okada because Okada signed a bunch of them. But I want the Liger one because the Liger one is pretty sick.
There's another one he's done where Ace Steel is biting a dog for some reason, but he won't sell me that either. I don't know why.
Poor dog. The dog deserve better.
Any suggestions on a guest? What were you going to say?
I was just going to say, what was the other question again? I can't remember.
CM Punk.
Any guest, Benno? Just any guest.
For Spotlight, yeah.
Oh, I mean, how many do you want?
Punk, but there's nothing left off the table. You can just ask him.
Yeah, if it's all what
all right. Throw this one out. Jim Smallman.
What are we talking about though?
It's funny though, because I was thinking Briley there.
I would say Kyrie and or Mercedes Bernardo.
Oh, that would be...
I want to add those to my personal interview list.
Fair enough. I know what's Matty's
Cody. Cody. Get Cody on.
He'd just bullshit you, wouldn't he? What's the point? You wouldn't get
you'd be there like a lovesick dog looking at him wagging his tongue out.
I wouldn't even release it on the podcast. It'd just be a chat. I pretend we're doing an interview.
Who was you going to say? I was going to say
Vince Russo, obviously. Which
mate, I mean that's the ultimate. Because I would bullshit with each other as well, but it'd be hilarious.
I've done the British equivalent by having doing an interview with Alex Shane. And it is this is what's just been lied to. Okay. Just sit and nod your head and go, yeah. It's all pointless.
I'll throw one out there. I'd like to get Joe back to do a show again. Hopefully at some point we can get him to do something.
I said that there, Joe Lemon. That would be get Joe back. That would be
That's on JP to talk him into it. I was actually, I'm always tempted to try and get him to the. Well, I just can't imagine he'd ever want to do like a YouTube show with lots of people watching and stuff. It's, I don't think that's going to be the vehicle to get Joe Lemon back. But I don't know. We'll have to think of something at some point, JP. Surely there's something he'd come back for. That's actually one of the questions we got later on.
Oh, I can't think of what it would be. It would be something possibly. It'd have to almost be like, I think it'd be AEW related because that's really all he watches.
Not nostalgic, JP.
Oh, some nostalgic stuff.
That was his idea. That was his podcast. Like, it's called Flashbacks. It was Joe came up with the name and everything.
Yeah. Oh, any of those shows be more than up for.
JP, I'd like to get Michael Hayes on, to be honest, as well, just for the stories back in the day. Have you seen? I did try and put Finger on the other day. The Tales of the Territories.
I put that on.
Jim
Ross smokes.
Jim Ross.
Realise that.
And $1 Million Man, is it? Are they all sitting around?
Yeah.
And
talking about Mid-South.
I had to do something, so I had to like switch it off. But I probably will watch that just to see what shite they're chatting like. Honestly.
But I think that's it. As far as maybe Tom Martin, me and you could have a good chat with JP. I'd enjoy that.
Yeah.
You know, we both steal enough of his takes most weeks, so you know, could steal him like we stole Karen and WH.
Yeah, that would be really good fun on that. There'd be lots of like people. I mean, even Dave would be interesting to a degree. Like,
I want him and Gareth to go back and forth on star ratings. Dave Meltzer versus GRAPPL Gareth. Go.
I'd love that.
Gareth won't get a word in. It should be Dave with it. K by the syllable, not the word.
I'd just be trying to explain to him about the conversion rate with his star ratings now going up to 7, and tell him that his 5's not a 5. That would be my.
My favourite shout in it of it, Ben, always like when you say like it was 5 in old money. I love that one. That's when you know it's a proper classic.
He broke the exchange rate. That's what he did.
Yeah.
We'll do another couple more Patreon questions. We've got a couple other guests waiting in the wings. You mind if we keep you for a couple more, Karen? And then we'll.
If you want to kick me out, you can kick me out. If you want to keep me, you want to keep me. I've again.
Trying to get you in any more trouble. That's the plan.
Yeah, I'm fine.
James Lynn, who will be your favorite IWC wrestler for 2023, despite definitely being actually crap.
Oh, that's a good question, that, you know.
Who's going to be the IWC face?
So it's someone you really like as well.
Is it like, are they a nice person, but they're not really good at wrestling? Is that the question?
Basically, as well.
Because that would be Master Watto. He seems like a nice guy, but he doesn't really inspire me to be like, you're the best wrestler ever.
But he never has that hardcore kind of that kind of hardcore love for them. I'm trying to think of who that would be.
The actually crap, I think, is a stretch too far. But if he went bang average, like, and he's just another guy, like, well, I could go Ricky Starks. I could go Ricky Starks, but I won't. But I reckon I reckon Nick Wayne. I reckon everyone's going overboard on Nick Wayne when actually he's good and he's fine, but like everyone treats him like he's the second coming of fucking whoever. I don't know, you know, the way people talk about him, you know. But you know,
I think it's because of who he's related to and the observer relationship and all of that. I think that's part of it, isn't it?
Horribly high expectations for him.
Yeah,
just trying to think who else now at this point.
It's a great question, that.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's a real tough. I mean, I kind of almost think AEW is the place for a lot of these people, but it's almost like 2022 is kind of littered with a lot of wrestlers who people love and say could have these great main event stuff, like an Andrade or a Malachi Black, and it just never happens. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really. I'm trying to think of someone that AEW is sort of pushing up that we're all going to turn on, and I don't know. It's a bit tricky.
Gareth would probably say Ricky Starks now.
Yeah, he'd say yeah.
I say I could. That would be my easy one based on recent stuff. Go Ricky Starks.
Jericho's going to crush him next week for you, Gareth. So we're all right, aren't we?
Is absolutely, you know, is absolute
fine.
Absolutely okay. Ricky Starks. I'm not going to say he's bad. I'm not going to say he's bad. I'm not going to say he's shit. But he's not this main event guy people want him to be. Definitely not.
Second coming of the Rock and all that, Gareth. No. Not going
I
into
told
all
you,
that.
D'Lo. He's D'Lo. He's not the Rock.
Oh, I like Gargano.
So I was talking about the whole, the stupid stuff that's been going on this week about Miro on Twitter, and somebody was literally replied to me going, "Oh, if Miro's refused to put Ricky Starks over, that's like Ron Simmons refusing to put The Rock over in 1997, because that's where Miro is in his career right now. And in 5 years, Ricky Starks is going to be that big." And I was like, that is a lot of assumptions. Like, basically, like, Miro being Ron Simmons, were you watching in 1997? Because that's not where Miro is. And 2, that's a lot to put on Ricky, JP.
No, but
it is. It's far too much to put on him at this point. I mean, and he is the one who feels like they have been sort of wanting to make this move of him to that kind of upper mid card main event slot. Not really convinced by it. There's a lot of kind of goodwill and good feeling because there's been those kind of couple of near career end injuries. But I'm, like I said to you, it's like I'm still not convinced. Partly because you want to know what the follow through is, and if he ends up losing to Jericho, then you kind of realise that it's like it was a very short term program without really thinking about what they're going to be doing next with him. So the one that Carl mentioned in the chat, I'd like to say Wardlow. I think Wardlow looks like I could see people just turning against that entire shtick that he has.
That won't be his fault though. And
I don't think that'd be a bad thing, because I think then he can go heel.
He should be Gareth. He should be going for the world and everything. They don't do it though. He was. I haven't watched it for a few weeks, but he was so hot, so over, and he should have just carried it on.
Put the rocket. You see what you've got, and you put the rocket behind someone, don't you?
That's that lawyer, wasn't it? That was the next feud. That lawyer. It's like, come on, that was just awful. Awful.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, don't think no one massively springs to mind on that one, but you never know. We'll all turn on someone eventually. It always happens, doesn't it?
Well, the turn on Miro, Benno. That's what I was going to say about how like fickle is that, if that's the right word for AEW fans. It's like when he was on telly, he was great. He's the best TNT champion. Then he's not on telly. We don't need him. He's shite. It's like, fucking hell, you can't win there. You know what I mean?
Maybe I'll turn on Swerve. Maybe that's what'll happen.
No, never, Benno.
Wouldn't do that to you, Matt.
No.
Yeah, it is a good one. Hopefully this one translates for you, Karen. Chris Platt, in honor of Matthew's Boxing Day platter, top 5 Pringles flavors.
Oh, that's a good question.
I mean, I'm a standard red can
original
flavor, salt and vinegar. I do like a good ranch flavor, barbecue.
I know you're going to have more flavors than over here, Karen.
We have like a whole like section.
What's a ranch flavor? Is that like hot? Is it or
no? It's more of like ranch dressing, but in like powder form.
Oh,
so it kind of has a little bit of chive. It's not like super oniony, but it has a little bit of a kick.
Right. Sound nice then.
Is that just arch sour cream and chives then?
Is it?
Or is that?
It's akin to sour cream and chives. I would.
No, Benno, that's not as good. Karen, that's me Boxing Day one, but you need to get me Christmas Eve.
Oh, look at the charcuterie. You got some. What is it? Scotch eggs. What else?
Yeah,
you got
where you going here? Okay. Let's go Christmas Eve. Let's go Christmas.
Oh, look at that.
Christmas Eve first, then Boxing
Day. That's amazing.
Right, here's me Christmas Eve one, Karen. What do you think on that? A lot of cheese going on.
I mean, what is Christmas to New Year's period other than being confused and full of cheese? I mean, where's my invite? Because I would, pardon my French, I would motorboat the hell out of that charcuterie plate. That is a sexy S tier. I mean, 5 stars. Well done, Maddie.
For the halloumi there. Oh, wait a minute, it was all Steph. I can't
Steph,
take credit for this. Yeah.
Tell Steph she did an amazing job, and when I'm in the UK, I'm dropping by.
Christ, I'm starving looking at that.
I know, right? Like, that's sexy. Well done.
They're good there, Matt.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm marrying her.
Brilliant.
Pringles is the cheese and onion for me. They're like
the sour cream and onion.
Texas barbecue are nice, but I think they're the overrated ones. I mean, I'll have them, but I'll never buy them. If they're there, I'll eat them, but I'll never. They don't do a chicken one, Benno. They're only limited sometimes, are they? I've seen them.
See, when they have the random ones out, that's usually when I like Pringles, when it's like a random chili flavor or something like that. I don't really love them as crisps. I don't think they're the best. It's the idea of them. It's the tube. It's the novelty, isn't it? It's not.
It's the shape of it all. It's
putting it in your mouth and just popping it kind of with your finger.
Here's one for you.
Duck bills out of them.
Don't make me sound like a greedy get, but does anyone ever just put one in the mouth? Surely not.
No.
It's always minimum of 2, isn't it? Or the duck lips in it, where you put them back to front and eat them like that.
I'm saying this as I've got some paprika Pringles downstairs that I picked up earlier on, and I might end up just because I'm a big fan of paprika crisps. I don't know why. That's just something got.
Remember paprika Walker's Max, JP?
Oh yeah.
Oh mate.
Do you get prawn cocktail, Karen? Pringles?
I am allergic to shrimp, so I can't have it.
Oh, okay. There
probably wouldn't be the on your lips as well. Then
I go into anaphylactic shock. It's not a good thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I don't want to die. Not over a can of Pringles. Fuck
Imagine that. I know. That'd be awful, wouldn't it?
If I ever die by like a can of Pringles, you know that someone's put a hit out on me after listening to GRAPPL.
As Liam says here, Pringles are the MDF of the crisp world.
Well. They do dissolve very quickly, though. You can bite it, and it's not just the bit you bite; it's the other end just don't they? It's just crumb.
Yeah. They're fun, but they're not satisfying. Like I want substance. I want grease, and I want crunch, and I want.
You're buying the experience with a Pringle. That's what you're buying. You're not
as your party or like your
buy my experience and buy one get one.
Them or Doritos? Yeah. What would you go for? Them or Doritos? Prefer Doritos?
Oh, standard Dorito or Cool Ranch.
Oh, right.
Nothing crazy.
Over Pringles, though? Would you go for the Doritos?
Oh, absolutely.
Over
yeah. They have more texture. I'm a texture person.
Yeah. Right.
A lot of love for paprika in the chat here. The flavor of all Spanish.
I mean, I said on the last show that sizzling extra hot cheese and chili this year. That like I'm not a Pringles guy, but they are the fucking best. Them crisps, they're so fit. Like they just need to get some. The only Pringles I'd go out my way to get. If I see them, I'm like, yep.
Who puts Pringles in the fridge?
No, I was just about to say, Karen, can I ask you a serious question?
Yes, right. Maddie, go ahead.
You know, any sort of crisp, any sort of that type of thing, would you ever put them in the fridge?
Absolutely not. They get soggy.
Well, one of us here.
Why do you hate yourself and your friends? Like that's that's not food safety. That's just ruining a good can of Pringles. Benno.
Yes. Yeah.
Benno. Who hurt you?
It's become a thing. I don't think I put Pringles in the fridge though. Got to be honest, they take up too much space. But it's kind of like when Matthew was around at mine once.
On the other side. But why would you put them in the fridge to begin with? Put them in
Cheetos.
A bag and throw them in the...
You put Cheetos in the fridge.
And then you tried them, Matty, and what did you think?
No, I had to say, because you give me a bed for the night, I had to say.
I mean,
it's just
I'm trying to think of what is the purpose? Why would you want to put those in the fridge? They don't need refrigeration.
Like
dipping sauce for the chips, I get. Cheese sauce, ranch sauce, whatever, put in the fridge, it's fine. The chips themselves.
It was space saving. That was part of what it was. But I don't know. I like them a bit cooler. I think until you've tried it, don't knock it. I would say try it, folks.
I know you haven't got a jewelry box to keep your fucking food in, mate. What's going on?
The Cool Ranch flavor too, literally. No. Well, you put the ranch dressing in the fridge to get it cool. You don't put the chips in the fridge to get them cool. That's not how it works.
You don't be digging your own grave. There's no answer to this one, mate.
Simon's backing me up here. Anyone who's tried it agrees with me. This is the thing. I'm a trendsetter. I try new things.
It's just wild.
Trendsetter.
I can't. No, I don't even know how to react to this. This is just.
If they were supposed to be in the fridge, the supermarkets will keep them there.
That's correct.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they do. Enough
what
people...
supermarkets are you going to? That's my question.
Iceland doesn't my way.
That just seems like the chips would get soggy.
If the Pringles were coated in chocolate, then I could see them going in the fridge. That would make sense because chocolate melts if it's kept on the shelf. But
how'd you feel about?
I put bread in the fridge so it doesn't go. Like I put bread in the freezer so it can be longer. But you're not putting Pringles in the freezer and then thawing them out and eating them because they will disintegrate.
I'd accept that more than putting them in the fridge. Though you were actually defrosting.
Can I just say this though, Karen? How do you feel about like sweets? How do you feel about candy in the fridge? Because that's what, some of us on the call might do that.
Well, as someone who lives in Florida where it's hot most of the time, candies, chocolates, cookies, that I get because either you have to worry about bugs or them melting and falling apart. But chips, no. just no.
Thank you.
I got you, Maddie. I like, as a girl whose body is by dessert and junk food, no. I veto this. You need help. Somebody send help now.
That all. I don't even remember when I opened this, by the way. I'm having too much fun. But I'm drinking now. Oh well.
Is that the watermelon? What you call it?
Guava. It's a guava brewdog, so I've sold out, but only partially. Chris Elliott asks, he was given a 2D Monopoly for Christmas featuring Vince McMahon's face all over the money. Fucking hell. If you could translate a board game into wrestling, what would it be? It's going to be Cluedo, isn't it?
Cluedo, 100% for mine.
I'm not even going there, JP. Though, who would you have as the suspects?
It's Kempatera in a McDonald's with a breeze block.
Jimmy Snooker, Benoit.
Invader 1 in the shower with a knife.
I'm not even going there, JP.
Oh, that would be the other one on there, wouldn't it?
Lex Luger in the living room with the painkillers and alcohol.
Game of Life would be another good game that you could translate. For the living. Bring it up a little bit, guys.
Oh shit, we're live, aren't we?
The other one would be it wasn't Operation. If you want to go through all sort of manner of
what's the physician called who passes everyone in AEW? He could be doing the operation, just like he'd never get knocked out. He'd just be like, "We've won. See you later."
I mean, he says they're Guess Who with only wrong ones. You could play a good Guess Who with just like wrestlers from the 80s and 90s.
Do they have hair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do they take
steroids? All the muscleheads. There's so many of them, JP.
Is it ready?
That's a good question. I'm trying to actually think.
Snakes and snakes.
There actually is a monopoly, though, isn't there? There's actually was that what he said? A WWE monopoly? Yeah. Sorry. My own fault. Yeah. Don't know.
There was a point when I was a kid. Is it Top Trumps the game where everyone's got like a power type of thing? Like I think we made our own out of cards, and we were convinced ourselves like we could sell it to the WWE. We made it like WWF versus WCW themed or something like that. We had all these rules. Like we made it quite complex. It was the invasion before the invasion. That could have been an idea, where you grabbed one wrestling company.
Oh yeah.
Surprised they never
did. Isn't that
did.
Risk or what is it? One of those other games. Settlers of Catan, where you're just like trying to play.
Risk
would be a good one. That's like Triple H stood in front of his map, isn't it? With the where he's trying to do like NXT Japan, NXT.
You do a whole Dungeons and Dragons version of WWE where you create your wrestler and you book shows and you tell storylines. But
EWR just too much for that. We had so many good plans, but that game just like it destroys my brain. Just a one give for sort of user interface.
Yeah, related one then. James Lynn, top 5 Christmas party games to play with the family. Says apologies if this is too middle class. My family would have watched the telly.
Heads Up is right in there, boys. What a game that is. Heads Up. Anyone?
What's Heads Up?
Oh, you might know something. You get it on your phone and like it could be actors and you got 60 seconds and an actor will come up and they've got to describe who it is without saying the name. You can actually buy it in like headband form as a board game where you get cards and put it in. No?
Is this where you like put a post-it note on your head and you're like the Queen or something like
that? Yes, that's it, yes. But it's on your phone and it's easier. You get 60 seconds.
To get
there would be charades would be one. Categories, Pictionary. We would just throw on Jeopardy and play the quiz part of it. Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. I mean, there are repeats from the 80s, but they're still fun to try to guess everything.
Family Fortunes, Family Feud.
Family Feud would be another one.
Pie and the Trivial Pursuit, always good.
Trivial Pursuit's a good one.
Gareth, is that a challenge?
Bit of Trivial Pursuit.
We're going to do it live next GRAPPL live.
Oh no!
Just get it on, mate. Let's just get it on. More than many. We should have a live game. I'm telling you, all of us five.
Hungry Ken Pateras. It's just the game itself.
Yeah, I am more of a putting the telly on type of family until this year, but that's my that'll be my preference. Don't know. No game.
No, you know, we played. My niece got me a little.
Well, everyone was running to spew, Benno, by the sounds of it. So no chance to watch the telly. Sorry.
Got me a music trivia game, and one of like usual, like, you know, soundtracks, 90s, rock and pop. But the fourth category was hum that tune. So we had a laugh. We all had a drink doing that. So we were just like reading it out and humming, and they had to guess just by you humming the tune. Oh, we had a right laugh playing that, like classic, absolute classic. Boss.
Oh, brilliant.
Can't beat a good game. Should be all year round, not just Christmas for me. They should be all year round.
Family get together to play games. I agree.
Billiards would be another one in my house.
What was that?
Billiards. My parents have a table, so we just
play snooker though, Karen.
We don't have snooker over here. At least not in my house.
It's too hard, Karen. It's such a hard game. It's to play.
I can't even say it's snooker. It's like I don't. I just like, you know, stripes and solids. That's my I can't even. I lose most of the time, but I just sit there to drink and have a good time.
Can't beat billiards or pool or 9-ball. Can't beat it.
You and I. Do you like a game of Killer, Matty?
Oh, I've played that for a long time. And what about darts? Do you do darts, Karen?
Well, not with my family. No, that's more going to the bar and playing darts and throwing axes and going bowling.
Because you go around the board. What's that called, Gareth? Where you got to get 1, 2, 3
Killer.
in order. That's Killer.
No, round the clock, is it?
Round the clock, yeah. That's a classic as well.
Yeah. Ewan says here, cast the GRAPPL version of Christmas Carol with wrestlers as ghost, past as a dead wrestler, present a current star, future somebody who will be a star. He also has a bonus question of who else of the GRAPPL family will play Scrooge.
Not me.
We can extend it to post WH.
I was just going to say, if we've got extended family WH.
So just trying to think. So it would be. So the idea would be they'd be having to be who would be the ghosts, but it'd be who are they doing it for to try and convert? Well, like Michael Oku or something like that.
Maybe.
Straight and narrow.
I've got one. I'll go with MGF as like the star. He gets a visit from Christmas past dead wrestler Rick Rude, telling him, "Great job getting on the steads, lad, because you're looking like much more like a main eventer now that you've beefed up there and got a bit more muscles. Just be careful where you put that injection, because we know that things can go a bit wrong with that. We'll go for the current wrestler. Will be Brock Lesnar, telling him, just don't work, be a special attraction, do as little as possible, know your value, and fucking get that money, lad." And then we'll have MGF as the ghost of Christmas future coming back to tell himself, "Don't fucking lean into that babyface shit. Fucking stay heel." And just that's where the money is. Stay there.
Pretty much well told that.
That's a brilliant answer.
God, I'll give it that. Perfect. There's one from Eddie. Pick a movie, keep one actor, the rest of the cast are played by Muppets. What movie and actor would you choose?
Blue Velvet, and the one actor who remains is Dennis Hopper. Everyone else is played by Muppets.
I thought you'd pick a Serbian film, JP.
No, I didn't go for that one. Definitely Blue Velvet.
Just find a Muppets ear.
Yes. Him screaming out Pabst Blue Ribbon. Oh, glorious.
I'll go Evil Dead 2 and just keep Bruce Campbell and the rest of Muppets.
I'm going to go with Kill Bill and keep Uma Thurman.
We got Halloween, just Michael Myers versus a load
just
of
killing. I was going to say for one of the Fridays, JP, just keep Jason just chopping Muppet heads off, something like that.
Same film, same tone.
Yeah.
You know, you've got whoever, I know Miss Piggy as Laurie Strode. Laurie Strode, I should say. Yeah, that would be
a horror film, but cast the big bad as a Muppet.
That's a good one. Imagine Kermit going around with a machete, just going around killing everyone.
The Exorcist. Die Hard, but keep Alan Rickman.
I like the RoboCop. Everyone's a Muppet. Pulp Fiction.
Oh, William.
Been early, Will. Far too early.
Brilliant, brilliant. He's going to be calling in soon, so yeah, I look forward to that.
Oh, can't
Oh,
wait to
dear.
speak to him. You know, I've spoke to him for a
Steph,
good
you get
while.
Steph to ring. I recognise that fella from that picture there. Get her to ring him with a.
Oh,
yeah.
So cute. Cute little couple.
Couple of good shouts there for Die Hard.
It is a Christmas film.
Oh, it is totally.
Yeah.
No debate. No debate. What else we got? Daniel Ian asks, any of us had a chance to watch Glass Onion? Apparently, big.
No.
New Year's watch listing over the weekend, definitely.
Yeah, I saw it.
Is it good, JP?
What's the premise of it for those who don't know?
Oh, I mean, it's like the Knives Out film. It's basically a all-star kind of whodunit.
Oh, okay.
It's really all it is. You know, with Daniel Craig as a kind of, you know, Southern Hercule Poirot.
He's hilarious in the
it's
first one.
perfectly
JP.
good fun.
Yeah.
For what it is. In terms of best wrestler turn actor, I think I'm gonna go with that in terms of Dave Bautista. I've been saying this a while, and the hints are there. Like, I mean, partly, I mean, obviously, the role he played in Guardians of the Galaxy and just the complete surprise that he managed to pull this off. But it's the stuff in Dune. It's the stuff with like
Blade Runner.
Blade Runner. Like, these are small roles, but with, like, he works with good directors. He seems to get that idea of, I can work with good directors now, and they get stuff out of him, and he works in. He's got a good sense of humor as well. He's got all of those things that kind of like really work for him. I wouldn't be amazed, and I've said this before, and it sounds nuts if you'd asked me to, you know, who is Leviathan in OVW could ever win an Oscar, but you know, there you are.
I can't believe you've gone over Pat Bomber-Roach there, JP. I always thought you had him as the...
True. He's up there. He was limited, but I mean, like, his role...
got it for you, innit? Roddy Piper, isn't it, for you?
Just for that one.
Tanahashi in My Dad is a Heel Pro Wrestler. Actually, Taguchi in that film is really good.
Yeah.
Taguchi's... I was like...
Taguchi's surprisingly serious in that film.
Yeah. There's no ass-based tomfoolery going on there.
No.
Have you not seen The Condemned, though? Come on. It's got to be Steve, hasn't it?
Steve.
What a career he could have had.
Him and Vinnie Jones going at it.
Is it not Jericho in Sharknado?
In a massive role he was in. He was in about one
Shane
scene
Douglas.
in the Terrifier 2, wasn't he? Or so, I don't know what.
Brian Glover in Kez.
Shane Douglas in Wrestlers versus Zombies.
What a performance. Got his own merchant, JP, you know.
The idea, Chris has mentioned it, they live with Roddy Piper plus Muppets. Is there been Muppets in that? That would be...
No Holds Barred, Gareth. Is that a soft spot for you, that film? Or...
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
Indiana Jones mid-boss extraordinaire. What a great mid-boss. Why hasn't somebody made Raiders of the Lost Ark just an interactive game? That'd be a hard level. Trying to punch him and then move around and wait for the blades to turn. And the amount of times you die during that sequence in the game.
Yeah, Carl there, Big Kevin, Shredder in the Turtles as well, weren't he?
You've just got me thinking there, though, Matt.
That was a big trivia note, wasn't it?
No Holds Barred. Good old Bill Eadie getting a shot at Rip's belt early on.
Yeah. True worker, Bill Eadie, one of the best, Gareth.
Yeah, definitely not Kurt Angle in River of Darkness, though. Absolutely not.
Terrible.
Yeah, here's a good one for you to answer, Karen. Nick Lomprier asks on Twitter, on his retirement tour, does Muta do the job?
I mean, I was surprised when he did the job to Kaito Kiyomiya. He's fighting Shinsuke on New Year's Day in the main event, which is actually outranking the GHC Heavyweight Championship between Keno and Kaito Kiyomiya. I want to say that WWE did not send Shinsuke Nakamura to Noah to lose. I don't know how his match with Sting and Darby Allin's going to go down, or who they're fighting, or anything like that. I would think he's at the point where he should start, but I don't know if he's actually with multi-man matches, it seems like people that aren't him are the ones that are getting the pins and the wins. So he's not exactly putting people over. He's just kind of there in the match.
Yeah.
So I think Shinsuke is going to possibly, but I don't think anyone other than Shinsuke would be in of his remaining matches would be the ones to get the job.
I'd go with that.
You think Nakamura? It's got to be in the contract, and there's no way he's going there to lose.
Yeah, I don't think they would send Shinsuke Nakamura over to have him lose in the main event.
Time limit draw written all over it.
Oh
Shinsuke could do it, but I don't want to see Muta trying to go to a time limit draw.
Oh, no,
I feel like it has like a 30 or 60 minute time limit. I don't want to watch that much Muta. Nah. Sorry.
That would just be a nightmare. No, I think that's the only job he does. Is Nakamura. I think the others are multi-mans. And it does get bandied around. He is the kind of guy who'd end up his last match at the Tokyo Dome as him challenging for the GHC title against someone, probably Kaito Kiyomiya, just for shits and giggles, and then beats him and then retires the title or lies and says, I'm not retiring. It would be that kind of stuff that I'm not halfway surprised would happen.
I don't want him to pull a Ric Flair and be retired and then try to keep doing what he's doing. Like in addition to wrestling, he also does like variety TV programs where he's parts of panels and he goes around and eats stuff and goes to like hot springs. Go do that. Money. Go enjoy retirement. Yeah. Like don't make people watch really stupid long matches for no good reason.
When I was watching Match of the Day the other night, Karen, I was looking at Dion Dublin. He presents Holmes in the Hammer, and you just think you did a much better jobs than presenting Holmes in the Hammer.
French there, by the way, JP. Holmes in the Hammer, Dion Dublin, and Match.
Yeah, that's got over Karen's head down the street. What's going on?
But it was the idea that he'd taken the easy TV punditry job, and look, it's worked out lovely for him. He didn't want the stress of management and all the rest of it. Do that. Sorry. There's a lot going on there.
I just feel so ignorant that I can be like, oh yes, I agree, absolutely. So I'm just like,
He is right to be. I just want to be the person to tell you about Dion Dublin, really, in case he ever gets brought up.
I'll bring it to the pub quiz next week and be like, hey, I got this one, guys.
I mean, to go back to the comments, who do we actually think will be his last match at the Tokyo Dome? Oh, so who do we think will be the last match at the Tokyo Dome?
For New Japan on the 4th?
Yeah.
I believe it should be
it's
Okada Jay White.
Noah Dome show, isn't it?
Noah is at the Budokan on the 1st.
Yeah.
And the card is already released and it has Shinsuke versus Muta as the closing match. A double main event, but it outranks on the matching order.
But there is another, but Noah are running the Dome themselves in like February, I think.
Is that for Muta's retirement match? Like his last match?
His last match.
I haven't heard anything about it.
I think it'll be a tag.
Probably.
I think it'd be the kind of thing that I could see that being like a tag as much as anything, just to get him through it. And he can get a pin, and he can always put someone in there who will.
I mean, I haven't got a clue, I'll be honest, but who did he have like his first match against, or like anyone he had loads with that he could go in there as like Sting and Flair done? Do you know what I mean?
It wouldn't be Chono, wouldn't be Hasei, Hashimoto's dead. Like if we're going back to that kind of older era.
I mean, Fujinami's kicking around, still wrestling, but I don't know if he would do it.
Would Sting not do it, JP? No?
It would be more the kind of thing if it was a New Japan thing.
6-man, but
he had that match in January with Sting, so I don't know if they're going to let him. I don't know if AEW wants to give Noah 2 Sting matches in the course of like 2 months.
Yeah,
right.
Because that match is the Great Muta final show, isn't it? So is there a Keiji Muto final show as well?
The Keiji Muto is the one in February at the Dome.
That makes sense.
This is basically Muta's way of getting around the I only have 5 matches left by doing 5 as Keiji Muto and 5 as the Great Muta.
He sounds like a true worker, JP.
With his pro wrestling love. Yeah, he loves pro wrestling so much, he's going to do it twice.
I look forward to the Barry Darsow farewell tour. Where he does want to smash.
Ed Leslie, Gareth, imagine his farewell tour. You go on a Kiss for 2 years, touring the world.
Oh,
Bloody hell.
Yeah, Muta has linked it. Apparently, City finished 3-1, by the way. There you go. I'll be checking my FPL points in a minute. Did Cancelo come on? Somebody tell me that. Chris Platt, AW and Dave have agreed to a talent trade. Which 3 talents from each company would you trade? Tag teams count as 1 pick.
Permanent trade or a visiting agreement?
I'd say permanent. That's the benefit both companies.
I think, okay, a talent trade. What do AEW needs? If you think of like
women's wrestlers.
Yeah. So I think you're almost asking for 2 complete, like,
proper main eventer as well.
Yeah, proper main eventers. So you would say Becky Lynch and Charlotte Flair. Like, they would feel like 2 kind of.
Who does AEW have that's comparable to a Becky Lynch and Charlotte Flair?
I don't know if there's anyone comparable. There's people that WWE would do better with. Like, I think at this point, if WWE worked a Wardlow character, they would do better. Where they go from here, because they would just be like forcing him onto the main event scene. I think that would kind of work as well. They would never agree to it, but I always think like the Acclaimed could be an enormous act in WWE with the kind of big marketing push if they ever got that kind of right to really take them up.
I think Jade would be as well. I know she's getting there.
Jade,
but I think she'd be like in WWE. They would market it like
Powerhouse Hobbs, which I know I'm basically picking younger talent who fits or like kind of less exposed talent who they could add their sheen to make them into big stars. And people like Wardlow and Hobbs and Jade look like stars, and they could make them feel like stars, and they'd get more value out of them, I think, than anyone else.
Do you know what I've always thought would be boss in AEW, and you might laugh at this one, Brock Lesnar. I honestly think he'd just go in. Imagine him feuding with like the F5s and the Germans to like the Young Bucks and Kenny and that. JP, it'd be hilarious, mate. Honestly, they'd sell the shit for him though. They would proper like, you know.
Well, if they thought Punk backstage, and like, kind of, it's Jesus.
I think
good luck all of them trying to get into a fight with a former UFC heavyweight champion as well.
They wouldn't start shit with him, would they?
No,
I'd maybe take from WWE to AEW, just with the Moxley factor, might be like Rollins. I just think with like a fresh coat of paint there for like him in a different environment, like freshen him up, a bit more freedom and stuff. Potentially, he could be someone who could like add something at the top of the AEW roster that like might benefit him as well. You might get a bit more out of him. Not that I'm a fan, but I just think that like that might work as well. I'd send Punk the other way.
I'd say Punk back.
You've got a main event player there to just go in at the top end. Like that would benefit WWE as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah. And they would be smart and put him on a very part-time contract, so it's not kicking off.
Or they put the Ring of Honor World Championship on him.
Oh yeah, unless Punk comes back, that would be. I'm trying to think as an act as well. I mean, you could say the Usos, so you could get that kind of dream match. But do you know who I think should be in WWE when their contract's up? And that's the Bucks. There comes a point where you look at the Bucks, and the only thing they haven't. There is a point where it's like you need to tick that WWE box. You'll earn a fortune, because they'll pay them massive money, even if they never quite follow through on the kind of big tag division stuff that they should be doing. And I think they could just need that kind of. It's almost like they need to be within a machine that could kind of temper some of the bigger nonsense stuff that they try and do as bookers. Like you'd argue that's one of the things that all of the EVPs have kind of needed at various stages, is just being told, look, calm down. You're trying to do too much too soon, and maybe being in the WWE system and the USO matches and the rest of it, and maybe you can put big kind of combinations together to go up against them in kind of unique matches.
Imagine that, JP. Yeah, like imagine if like Omega and the Bucks, like the Elite, showed up in WWE like the fucking outsiders going after like Roman and the Usos. Like, imagine that. That would be boss. Like
a great angle.
I would send the New Day to AEW.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They would fit right in, wouldn't they?
They really would. And it would just be that fresh. I mean, because you even get to the point now when the fact they're in NXT suggests, like, really that they haven't got a whole lot for them to do.
Yeah.
They do the feud. I'm sure the feud will do well for Pretty Deadly. He'll end up on that main roster soon enough anyway, because they just appear to have everything that they would want from a team. But yeah, that it's. I just think when you.
So have you noticed though what we've said there? It's like it should be the main eventers going to AEW from WWE, and it's the undercard from AEW going to WWE. That's what we're basically saying here. So it just shows, doesn't it? That, like, it's weird that.
If you think of who are the top liners in both companies and on both like kind of the male and the men's and women's divisions, and you think of who's there, I mean, what AEW needs is kind of real star power in the women's division, like real kind of like heavy duty star. And what you get, Becky Lynch is the obvious choice, and also you'd say Charlotte Flair for regardless of other stuff back. I'm sure Andrade would be on his best behavior for a bit, wouldn't he? As well,
Charlotte and Jade, that would be like a good like star.
That'd be the best. Gareth, that as a spectacle, that would be so good.
It'd be some proper back and forth.
It would,
and it'd be. Whereas what I don't think WWE necessarily need, like they need people who could potentially become top line stars, but they do need some mid carders, I think, as well, that they can kind of create a journey for that you end up empathizing with, much like what they're doing with Sami Zayn. So I think, you mentioned Wardlow
and the Acclaimed for me, definitely.
Yeah,
like they just scream WWE.
That would take
automatically.
I would need someone to teach the Acclaimed how to rap first, because they had Swerve and Hit Row, and they were fire, and then let them all go. So they brought back most of Hit Row. But if you're gonna pick a wrestling rapper to go back to WWE, send Swerve back.
Swerve, yeah.
Who next year you could see with Swerve that he's going to become a top line, like he's going to be into that.
JB, I'm this way. I hold my breath though with AEW.
You hope.
This is it. There's a few that should have been pushed right up there, and they haven't. Yeah,
but it's a clogged division. It's a clogged company, isn't it? In terms of too many wrestlers there who come in, and too many people are there for a very short term run, and then they're kind of just moved off TV. And then I always bring up the point about it not being like a TV program, as how they should kind of think about it. How do these people interact? They don't always need to be that. If you're thinking in Game of Thrones kind of territory, it wasn't like you might see your favorite character, you might not see for 3 episodes, but you're kind of fine with it because you knew where they were in the ecosystem of everything else. Whereas in AEW, it's very hard to pick that up. Where do people really fit in? Like, why isn't a Swerve Strickland ambitious enough to try and challenge a John Moxley? Like, that's the kind of stuff you want to see. Like, and that's always the thing with MJF, is he came across as someone who was just trying to start stuff with the big stars in the company, which then by default made him feel like a big star in the company.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, pretty much with all the ones you guys said, I'd love to see the Bucks in WWE. I think it would be good for them to have a fresh coat of paint, just to see the experiment of it. Like, what would happen? What would it even look like? You know what I mean? It's like, a company that doesn't traditionally push tag teams well, they've got these ready-made stars. How would that look? How would Kenny look in WWE? Like, I'd almost want to do them just for the experiment side of it. And obviously I want Cody to come back to AEW, but I can
Ben, come on. He's home now, mate.
This is a non-WWE AEW, but I would send Jay White to WWE.
Yeah, he'd fit so well. Million percent that he would fit like a hand in a glove.
Carl asks how it's got so civilized. Well, I'll throw a not so civilized question in.
We were having a good time then.
We can play nice when we want to.
Yeah.
Well, our next guest's going to come on in a minute to throw some mayhem into the mix. Apparently got a game for us to play, so I'm looking forward.
I like games. That's what it is.
I'll have to go get a drink in that.
I need to get a drink before this as well, JP.
There's a controversial question to put it on. Dan, the Mount Rushmore of sandwich fillings.
Oh. chicken and turkey and stuffing is in there for me, no matter all year round. It's in there, JP.
I have to go with those kind of like almost Christmas leftover type sandwiches, but like with proper stuffing, and stuff like that.
Ploughman's. What are we saying on a Ploughman's?
I'm not a big fan of cheddar.
Karen, Ploughman's, no?
I know. I don't know what those are.
That is grated cheese with Branston pickle.
I don't like pickles in my sandwiches because they usually are kind of. I prefer pickles as like a side dish because they're so
Like
wet. They get like
right.
kind of
This
mushy.
is they mustn't have Branston. Better help me out here. I'm not cultured enough here. Is this
Don't do cheese, mate. I can't tell you.
No, but don't the Americans have Branston pickle? Is that just strictly over here?
I would imagine not. It's a
We
very
have different brands. We have Vlasic and
right.
But yeah,
right.
no, I prefer my pickles on the side. But give me all day, every day. Give me a good grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup. Christmas and Thanksgiving leftover sandwiches can't miss. Peanut butter. A lot can be done with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
See, that is strictly American. That Ben. That is like that is like I'll have to try one when I'm over there. I can't wait for that.
Jam for it. I mean, you can make it at home.
Just jam and peanut butter. No, but a proper one.
I would like the American
peanut
butter and jelly sandwich, my sir.
Proper American peanut butter.
Lamb, minted lamb on a baguette. That's
Lamb's really expensive here, so I don't order it all that much.
Oh, it's the as well.
John says here, like a good old cheese and pickle sandwich, parcel to curry.
Tuna mayo. Tuna mayo.
Tuna mayo's a good one. Chicken salad's a good one.
Too many meat options going on here.
I was going to say, Gareth, what are you having? Just lettuce.
What's the vegetarian choice?
It's the do you know what a Christmas Pret do their Christmas sandwich, and it's like falafel and butternut squash. It's got like a bit of nuts.
Lovely.
It's got like a bit of nuts in there, and a bit of some kind of cheese, like a bit of brie or something like that. Like that takes some beating as a veggie, where my options are basically limited to cheese.
Hummus, Gareth, do you have that on like a wrap or something?
On a
wrap?
Nah.
No, I've never done it. Mate, I honestly
you can throw it in a pita. I mean, that's kind of not a sandwich, but it's a pocket.
Dip maybe some like rectangles of pita bread in it. But
Gareth, on my mind was got, Morrison's do the the deli bit in Morrison's, and I'd never seen it before, and the guy just got the wrap out and just started leathering it in hummus and then put all the fillings in. I was like, I've got to try this, and my mind was blown. Boss, mate.
Oh well. Maybe give that a go. Bit of caramelized onion hummus butty there.
No, more a wrap or a pita, as Karen said. More that, not like a traditional sandwich. More like a wrap or a what are they, a fin or something like that.
Throw some carrot sticks and pepper.
A nice savory crepe. Do crepes fall into this as a? It is a type of bread that is folded in a different way from a sandwich, but it does have filling.
Egg mayo. That's an old school one for me. Egg mayo. Love it.
Can't go wrong with a good egg salad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your bacon and sausage baguette being thrown. That's a breakfast, though, isn't it?
You were not counting bacon and sausage. That's more brekkie. That's you're opening Pandora's box here. It's a great shout, but it's like,
when I've tried to pretend I'm a vegan, falafel, you're right though. Falafel and hummus, as Connor says here, I'm with that. I can go with it. JP, you got any controversy?
That's the one meal deal alternative in Tesco. Hummus is in that wrap. I don't even think of that. That's falafel and hummus, isn't it? In that.
There you go, Gareth. There you go, fella.
Oh, God. I remember going to a deli in New York once and just being far too overwhelmed by the choice. I need to go outside and have a cigarette. It was that kind of time. Like
delis in the tri-state are very overwhelming.
I can't wait for that. Honestly, salami, pastrami.
I've never heard of it. I'm like, I don't
before I was a veggie, I had a pastrami butty in New York, and I reckon it was that thick. I honestly reckon they put that much on. Like, that's not even
silly size.
No exaggeration. It was ridiculous.
Did you go to Katz's Deli, the famous where Harry met Sally deli?
I didn't know.
They actually have a sign over the table where it says, "I'll have what she's having," with an arrow pointing down to the exact table.
Oh, I'd have to recreate the scene though, Karen. If I went, so I'd have to probably.
It is a full dining room all the time. So if you want to get your moan on, go on ahead. But people are gonna be like, "You're a tour. You're not from. Y'all aren't from around here, are you?"
No, but I've told this. My brother gets from as a meal deal literally gets just ham, no mayo, no margarine. It's the worst ever on white bread. It's so awful.
That's just a sad sandwich. That's like
There's nothing
no.
else on it. There's no marge or spread. It's just literally a piece of ham.
That's what the inventor of the sandwich did.
Is it wafer thin though as well? Like,
yeah, it's like a wafer thin ham.
If there was like a load of ham in there, you'd kind of get it. But there's
You get a nice, get a nice slab like Christmas ham and just kind of shove it in bread. I get that, but like a little thinly sliced. Aww.
Mark here and the chat, wraps sounds like kind of mission creep to me. That is. God bless Mark and his puns.
Loves a pun.
And go and listen to the Musty Matches project as well.
Yes, you should, and get Matty on it every other week. Apparently, you're the go-to.
No, I'm not on every other week as Gareth thought it was. I wasn't Gareth.
I'm only on. Host.
No, I'm only on now and again when there's a WWF match. That's all.
You'll be in the logo now for post wrestling. John Pollock waiting and Matty Edwards. Covered soon. No. Pollock offsets Matty. Anyway, we got another guest waiting in the wings. We said we'd bring on. I put him under pressure because I did say he was going to come up with a game for us, but I'm told it's more the topic. Alan, how's it going? Any games for us, mate?
All right.
Hello, mate.
Hello, Al.
Oh, he's muted. Sorry, Al. I think you're muted on the StreamYard end. There he is.
We good now?
We got
you. Oh, we are.
Excellent. Hello, all. Hello, Karen, for the first time. Nice to speak to you.
Hello, Alan. Nice to finally meet you.
Yeah, and guys, I'm feeling the pressure here because no game was mentioned. Benno throw me under the bus. I was tempted to. I do have to my right in my wrestling DVD press. I have the. I'll pull it out to show you in a sec, but I have a very early 90s WWF board game, but I don't know how playing that on a stream would work. But I do have a topic that I was going to throw out there. I'm especially interested in Maddie's answer for this because I could see it being his wheelhouse. I wanted to discuss something that was a big part of my evolution as a wrestling fan, and I'm sure for many of you guys, it was something you dipped your toes into the water of, and that is late 90s, early 2000s shoot interviews.
Oh,
yeah,
yes.
Because of course now we have like a million podcasts and there's video things, and every wrestler who's ever like laced a pair of boots or anyone who's ever done anything in wrestling has some form of something, whether they're on kayfabe commentaries or they're doing something with Conrad or something like that. But back in the day, like you'd get a grainy VHS with 4 hours of some guy talking in their living room with a camera set up, and it was just like the original shoot interviews were a window into wrestling that we had kind of never really gotten before.
No, definitely haven't.
Early shoot interview memories for you guys. Maddie, I can see you're itching already to jump on this. So
I mean, if I had in a minute when I get a drink, if they're handy, I'll show you how many I've got, Alan. I've got like those big folders.
Oh, you've got them on physical.
Oh, I've got them all, Alan. I've got honestly, I must have 300. I must have 300 easy on physical, easily. No, JP, that's not even like. That's just a guess. That got all the kayfabes because I did like them, Alan. The later Sean Oliver ones, I did like them.
I like those.
But the original ones, the first one, you know what? I don't know if it was Bam Bam Bigelow, and that wasn't that in like a video store or something. That was the first one I ever remember. Like that was like about when he went back to ECW. That was in about 97, even that, Alan. That was one of the first ones.
Is that him talking about like wrestling chemo in Japan? And like the idea in like kind of worked MMA stuff.
Yeah. It's the first time the Click got like, outed as being like, first time I seen it as like being bastards and stuff like that.
You know what I heard Nash say about, because Bam Bam always shit talked the Click. He was like one of the guys that said the Click kind of sabotaged him. Nash on his podcast recently, because again, they all have their podcast now. He was saying that The reason that him and Scott Hall got the ump with Bam Bam was that I forget the specifics exactly, but like Bam Bam was stuck and he didn't have a lift from the airport or something. So Nash and Hall let him drive with them, and he was being really annoying and obnoxious in the car. And they stopped in a gas station.
I know this story. I won't tell it yet. This is brilliant. This is brilliant.
They stopped at a gas station, and they're just in there, kind of like getting whatever they're getting, and this like I guess they were somewhere in the West Coast, and some like
rough neighborhood.
Rough neighborhood, and some well-known West Coast gang members showed up in the petrol station, and they made some comment, and it was like not a bad comment or whatever, but Bam Bam gave them back like a really narky response, and kind of was like trying to be all tough about it. And then Nash had to, and like Nash and Hall were both like fuck, and then Nash had to step in, and like according to him, he had to cool the situation down, because he's he's Kevin Nash, he's ultra cool, he's gonna keep everything in check, that's the way he portrays himself. So he had to cool the situation down. Then they were like this fucking guy Bam Bam, so they never liked him after that. But that was where they said that he came from. But I don't think I've ever seen. I might have seen some clips of a Bam Bam one, but I've never seen it in full. Maddie.
It's literally in the, as you say, like people's living room. This was in the, must be fine. Was it Feinstein's video store, JP? It's literally there with all the. You can see all the memorabilia in the background, can't you? In that
people
shop,
call in at the end of it.
Yeah, the old school ones. They're the first ones when they have a call-in section. They're unbelievable. It's like, I'm going to dig them out. Alan, that's my New Year project. So I was looking for a New Year project to do now. I'm digging all them shoots out and going through them, mate.
I even had a title for a show. Wasn't it called like
Lies or something?
Yeah. Lies, liars, and the lying liars who tell them. But that's also just the name of an Al Franken book.
Well, you forget like the big stars. Like when Sean left in 98, he had one in 99 or 2000,
and he was off his face.
Was that the Wrestling Channel? Was that the Wrestling Channel one?
Yeah, and Bret Hart.
These are the ones that I remember were like the Wrestling Channel ones, rather
Bret
than
Hart is amazing.
Getting the tapes.
Really good. Like there's some, but then you get like the ones vividly. I know it might sound strange, but Rats one, Brian Clark. Fucking love that one. That's hilarious. Honestly, it's like he's saying, like, he stood up to the click and stuff like that. It's like, because he fancies himself as a bit of a hard knock, he's like, but they just bullied him as well, didn't he? But it's like, I love them. I could watch them all day long.
It was to me like the RVD.
RVD's shoot interview around just how funny he was, and off the cup, and just insulting Johnny Ace all the time. Like in his time in All Japan and the rest of it, and that was that's really good fun.
When about was that one, JP?
Oh my god, I want to say that's like 97, 98.
That's an early one, isn't it? That's
an early one as well, because I remember a Taz one around that point in time.
I haven't seen that one, JP.
It was when he was injured. I think when he's before barely legal.
Yeah, I'd imagine Taz would have been quite in his shell doing a shoot interview. Like I
think staying in character as well. I think Taz on them, wouldn't he? At the time, it's like the ECW. That's the time when that's what they're the early ones when it's all the ECW guys. But then
until he talks about wrestling Gypsy Joe.
And the thing was with Feinstein, it was like he was like the king of the shoot interviews, or F video king. But he was such a terrible interviewer. He was so bad, and
he was,
and he clearly had like a couple of things he knew about wrestling history or whatever, a couple of sort of knowledge points, and he'd just bring those up regardless of who.
Nothing to do with the situation. They just asked. Yeah. Everyone would get asked about Montreal, Alan. Everyone would get asked about it.
You could tell when he'd get bored and it'd be like, so Montreal. Yeah. You think that was a work?
Memories of Benno. Memories of.
Memories of working with.
Yeah.
Any Von Erich stories?
Oh, I've got.
Who's he interviewing? Reckless Youth. And it's just like Montreal.
Yeah.
How would I know, mate?
Speaking of the Von Erichs, I have actually got Lacey Von Erich shooting interview there, boys. I've got loads, you know, JP, I've got that many.
I've seen some of the major guns shoot interview, and it's shocking.
And you know what? I haven't got that one. I can't believe I haven't got that one. I've got Pamela Paulshogs. I've got Tori Wilson's, Kimberly Pages of that era. I haven't got Major Guns at all.
I cannot believe Major Guns did a shoot interview.
Oh yeah, she claims she was biggest star as Bill Goldberg. Because the quarter hours are roughly the same.
She fits in nowadays with the quarter hour fucking
ahead of her time.
She really
she would.
My biggest memory of shoot interviews is like, and I must have been late to the game, but it was when ROH started doing them, when they started doing the straight shooting series.
They're not the proper ones, Ben, though. They're good,
there was but they're not like one. There was a Cornette, like there was 8,000 Cornette ones, which is always funny because like all Cornette ever talks about is people exposing the business, etc. And it's like, no, literally, you are the person I learned so many things about wrestling from watching your shoot interviews. Nobody in the wrestling business has made more money out of exposing the wrestling business than Jim Cornette. He's like number one. But like the Raven ones were a big memory from them as well. Like I was one of them people. I was convinced he was this, like JP always says, this complete genius because he used fancy words.
500 JP.
Yeah.
Yeah, Raven was my like the first two that might have been the only two I bought on like actual VHS were a Brett one and a Raven one, and they're both in terrible like 8th generation quality. Raven was wearing this like really multicolored like Hawaiian shirt type deal, and it was like all that you could make out on the screen because it was so it was such poor quality. But then like on the wrestling channel they started re-airing that Raven one, and anytime it would come on I'd just rewatch it because this was like 2004 and we didn't have like all these streaming things. It was like, the Raven shoot interviews on, I'll just watch this again. And then like you said, Ben, I was like after the ROH Feinstein split, Gabe and ROH just decided to kind of carry that stuff on, and they had their little video sequence they do in every DVD release where they'd show all the talking heads in the videos. I'm sure you can picture like them with their hand movements and stuff as they were in that exact clip. And then they'd pair up like because you'd get like the different kind of shoot interview stars. Like Cornette was one, Raven was one, and it was like who can we pair the different ones up with? But a big one was obviously for ROH fans was obviously that Punk and Joe one, which was like
amazing
at that time. That was just like that was all we wanted as ROH fans was like
they were breaking down the matches, weren't they? Talking through the entire story of the 3 matches, like, and it was a matter of months since they'd happened. It was unheard of, wasn't it? Like that type of level of like they would like going, oh, when we did this in the second match, like the guardrail spot, that was because we were going to do this, and it was all these things that we were all talking about on the message boards, but confirmed for us. But no, that is really what they were trying to do. It was like the insight as well as the funny Rocky Romero stories were just amazing.
And also throwing Gabe under the bus because they were like. Because they were in Gabe's office filming it, but Gabe wasn't there, and they were like, Gabe was texting the guys doing the production, and be like, and they're like, he's stressing out, isn't he? He's worried if everything's going all right. He's worried if Joe ate his sandwich in his top drawer and all this stuff. But it was like some of them really like a lot of stuff with those shoot interviews just really don't hold up now that you've kind of gotten a bit older and wiser to how wrestlers are. And
those Raven stories, like
the Marty Jannetty stories, bloody hell!
Oh,
when you even listen to back then, I was like, what the fuck?
You've seen him in the wild.
We've seen him in action as well. Yeah,
I can believe every one of them stories, 100%.
Yeah,
I would say. I mean, it's sorry, go on, mate.
No, just saying the amount of times like. I used to obviously watch them, but they'd be me like, rewatch going to sleep. People have their routine going to bed. They put a podcast on or need a bit of music. Or I used to leave them on just so I could barely hear them. But the amount of times they had like this lightning intro at the start and the big RF thing, and he used to shit myself when it ended because it come on at the end as well. I used to shit myself and it wake me up. It's like
and some random early Tasmaniac matches.
Some mad matches at the end. Well. Yeah, it was crazy.
It's a strange thing with like the evolution of the shoot interview, because you had the first, like, because ECW was the first company really to kind of embrace like things like CyberSlam, and it embraced the idea of the kind of shoot references, which, you know, where Vince Russo stole a lot of his ideas from. 100%. And then you kind of get into the, you know, you have like the RF shoots, which are kind of terribly made and terribly produced, but they set a template for people like you. It's Sid Vicious lying through his teeth about loads of stuff, and it's funny to go back. Then you get the Ring of Honor series as well with that. Then you get the kayfabe commentary, and you get the timeline stuff, which I kind of enjoy. It really dependent on the guest. And like if it's Brett, for example, talking about 92 WWF, then you like fine, because he remembers stuff. Whereas, you know, when I've seen like, I don't know, timeline with Stevie Ray, not as good, not as strong on there. And then, but then you kind of get the comedic shoots, but then there's also like the kind of very much more serious like ones where I had like X-Pac on there talking about all of the kind of heavy duty stuff in his personal life. And to the point now where, like, where is it in terms of shoot interviews?
As Alan said, it's daily. It's daily, JP.
It is.
You put like the Observer on, you put any like 10-minute thing on YouTube. It's some sort of random guy interviewing, you know, a wrestler, and they're just
even I hosted shoot interviews. I was a random guy.
Yeah,
I'm not saying you're random, Alan.
Did you have memories of Alan?
I did WXW conversations with.
Yeah.
Oh, well in.
Alan Forel conversations with Sha Samuels. I did. Who did I do? I did Sha Samuels, David Starr, Walter, Lufisto. I'm trying to think if there was one or two others, I think. But
Lufisto would have a great story to tell.
Lufisto was really interesting. She was like talking about like challenging the government and like the late 90s to be able to wrestle and stuff like this. She's had quite the storied life and career. But there was one other one. I did James Drake and Anthony Henry. That was actually, James Drake was
the good James Drake.
A very bombastic individual. Could talk for Ireland, as they say. But yeah, it's like High Spots did loads of shoot interviews.
Some of them are all right.
Yeah.
Naylor had his series.
Best Friends was always very good at times.
Yeah, I think they ran some of the jokes into the ground a little bit with those. Like after a while, like the first few you see are really fun, and then it's like remember there was the period where like Paul London and Brian Kendrick was like the big like when they did a shoot, and it was like, oh, and then now like Paul London has come out and talks about how embarrassed he is about that because of like just what Kendrick
burying like Triple H and
Vince
and all that.
Can I just say, me memories of the there's a Scott Steiner high spot one, right? And honest to God, right now, I'm not even messing from about, I don't know, 2006 or something. And there's a bit where they're talking about, like, did they ever go to ECW for a brief run? Was it very brief to Steiners? Yeah. And he was like, and then he went back to the WCW, and it's literally a passing comment. He goes like, you know, using the Eliminators were head to head as like the best tag team in the world in all the dirt sheets in the magazines. And Steiner takes offense to that more than anything else. He gets accused of taking drugs, taking this. He literally has to stop, and he says, cut this. He goes like, I cut this. I'm not having this. The Eliminators as good as the Stein. No, you need to see it. He's fucking livid though. He's
specifically John Kronos.
Yeah, as I say, not about failing drug tests or not taking drug tests or like it's dummy run with Triple H. It was like the Eliminators are as good as the Steiners. And that would set him off.
You never know what's going to set off a guy like Scott Steiner, but whatever it is, you don't want to be the one that hits that landmine, because Jesus, that would be a terrible. You'd piss your pants there and then. Like if he gave you the eyeball look and you just saw, oh no,
I'd fancy my chances in a sprint away. I would say that.
You get a good head start then, JP.
He got, you know.
Have to. This feels like the hypothetical that we all had as teenagers in school about how to beat up Mike Tyson. Could 3 of us do it? And it involved drop kicking a knee simultaneously from 3 different angles.
Low blow.
Chop block.
Chop block. Behind there. Get him down. Maybe he'll land a few punches in. Just try and just land with your knee somewhere near him.
I love that no one's too big for a shoot interview as well. Or like somebody mentioned in the chat before, the Shawn Michaels one that was always on the wrestling channel. The fact that the wrestling channel could get like Shawn Michaels footage and have it on and advertise that Shawn Michaels is on their channel just shows anybody would do it. And enough, you know, what were they all getting paid for? Probably a couple $100, but every
I reckon your big stars were getting $1,000 and flew in if you had to leave their house or they come to you.
Shawn probably got big money.
I always think there's an issue with, like, I have an issue with shoot interviews these days in terms of how they generally look. And in some ways, I want the post-match interview culture from Japan to kind of come in, where it's effectively you are staying in character, but it's how you really would answer these questions. So they feel more
Samoa
like
Joe at the last AEW press conference, JP, was right up that alley for you.
Yeah.
He's called me King Joe, all of that stuff.
No,
I can't be. Because you get like people who at the time you can when you watch them back, you can see who wants to go back to WWE because they're giving like safe answers. But then you get your loose cannons like a Brian Clark who don't give a shit and they literally say anything they want. It's who you get on what day.
Oh, Jamie Dundee.
Oh, mate, fucking hell! This is fucking rough.
Oh yeah. When he says some stuff that I wouldn't even repeat. Like, it's just, but it's shocking.
It's more the fact that the post-match stuff people get to do in characters in Japan, whether it's like, you know, whoever it is giving an interview, and at least it feels like a human being, as opposed to WWE, where it's just a muscled robot coming out, and it's just like giving these kind of lines.
The Japanese media like would be present for, like, they'd have the weekly pro guys and stuff there asking the questions and stuff like that, and they're kind of in on it. Like, the Japanese media has always been kind of entrenched with the kayfabe element of the business over there, and it's it's kind of, it's weird to try to apply that to like American wrestling, because there's never really been like a Dave Meltzer, Wade Keller type figure in Japan. The Japanese fans kind of follow on the scale that American and European fans would follow the likes of Dave or Wade. So it's not expected to have like this like actual openness. And to be honest, I think, Karen, would you agree with me that fans and Japanese fans might be kind of uneasy with if it was like completely opened up and guys were talking just like, you know, like the way Ibushi kind of was talking about stuff? Like, I felt there's like an unease amongst Japanese fans with that because they're not really used to it.
The Ibushi situation is you have to kind of remove that because that's a very unique situation. Also, it was a very dangerous situation, a very volatile situation. Yes, the companies and the media in Japan have very controlled narratives that they tell, as it were. And it's also very, even when you go in as a press person in Japan, there are a lot of rules that you have to follow. There's a lot of things you can and can't do. There's a lot of things that you can and can't publish. There's certain times you can publish. So it's very much, they work in an old school sense in that they want to keep the illusion alive. But as a result, they also keep certain access to certain wrestlers away from the fan base. So if we want to talk about for example, meet and greets is always a good example. Whenever the Japanese talent comes to the States or they go to the UK, you know, we get LIJ and Bullet Club, and, you know, before they broke up, Suzuki-gun was huge in the UK. But those are always the factions in Japan, for example, that New Japan would never get a Suzuki meet and greet. You never get all 5 members of LIJ to hop into a photo with. So there was always this barrier of what the company would consider like these are your faces, these are your good guys, these are our merch machines and our PR machines. These are the guys you get to see. You get to see your Tanahashis and your Okadas, and it's very controlled in that respect. It's It was interesting for me when I went to Japan recently because I got to experience the press room and the press areas, and it was not unsettling.
What kind of situation was that? Was that like after a show or after individual matches or
during historic crossover and multiple shows while I was over there. I got to go backstage and do several observe the interview culture, which is very different than what we do here with podcasts or, how American promotions do their media scrums after shows. It's always very short, very controlled. Often no questions are allowed. It's the wrestlers are telling their story the way that they need to tell it in character to propel the story without having to do too many in-ring promos. So it's very like something like the Ibushi situation is very out of the norm. Like you're not going to see Tanahashi go on a shoot interview. You're not going to see Okada go on a shoot interview. Any interview that they do, they have their manager from New Japan there, or they have their, they have PR people with them conducting those interviews. So it's very controlled in that respect. And it's like, yes, they pull the curtain away for certain situations, but even if you go to their corporate website, for example, Kenny Omega coming back to New Japan right now for his match with Will Ospreay. Kenny's in character. He's very much in character, but because they like to leave people to believe that that's who Kenny Omega is in New Japan, that's the image they're exporting. That's the image that the fans believe in. So it's very different from the way we conduct things. So it's not. I'm not saying that the Japanese sports media is complicit, but they are given a lot of directives to help drive the stories that the companies want to tell.
It feels like the one exception to that is probably not in all cases, but definitely in some that I've seen, when the wrestlers write a book, books seem to pull the curtain back that little bit more.
Because you can make money off of that.
There you go.
Yeah.
I have the Shuri book. I have the Kenta book. I have the Okarn book. That bookcase over there has multiple Tanahashis, multiple Nakamuras. If it's one of those things where the company, again, but they're also very selective about who they let release the book. You're not seeing a Jay White book. You're not seeing, a history of the Bullet Club book. Anything like in that regard is always usually promoted or put together by a fan or somebody in the sports media that's trying to tell that story or put all that information into a singular place. And it's one of those things where it also depends on the theme. Like Kenta's book isn't so much a pulling back of the curtain, but more of a recounting of his experience working in multiple promotions, his entire journey over the last 20 plus years. Same thing with Marufuji's book and Tanahashi's books. It's more of a historical recounting, not so much a shoot interview where they're just like, hey, you know what actually happened, yada 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 yada. It's also those are also very controlled narratives of what they're releasing.
There was a book I read about FMW, and it was the guy who was the guy actually it was the white guy ended up killing himself. It's one of the co-owners, and writing about it from like this day-to-day perspective about it. It was a translated copy as a PDF, and it was kind of incredible for what it is. And it gets to the point where one of my Christmas presents this year, give it a cheap plug out to Dr. Jonathan Foy. We've got here for the Muto years, which I just told one of my sons, get me this off Amazon. Less than a tenner.
I also have that book.
Oh,
because I am a cited resource in that book.
Say that again.
I am a cited resource in that book.
Oh, get in.
My interview with our good mutual friend W.H. Park from the Long and Winding Royal Road, when we talk about Kojima winning the Triple Crown, is included in that conversation. So yeah, my friends were like, "You need to pick up that book. You're in it," and I'm like, "I'm in a what? I'm a what?
Yeah." Long and Winding Royal Road.
I have you seen some coin for that?
I honestly I have not, which
unbelievable.
But it's one of those things where it's
here.
Just...
It is. As Karen Peterson put it on an episode of the Long and Winding Royal Road, Kojima, Kawada was an obstacle, the mountain he had to scale. He said took place at the Realize pay-per-view in February 2005.
And if you want to hear
a little
JP,
bit more than that, but
if you want to hear JP and myself talking about that match,
yeah.
Aleph 4L30 4L30 of Pro Wrestling Paradise, episode whatever number featuring JP Houlihan talking
Yep.
Satoshi
There you go.
Kojima.
He's
And if
masters.
you want to hear some more
Gareth.
about the
He's masters.
Steiners, I know. Is it the Steiners that you watched, Gareth? That you
I'm just laughing there, hearing about like that Long Winding Road reference. I just love the idea of like my thoughts on Joe Malenko popping up in a book somewhere or something.
That's it. Shoichi Arai.
And you'll be credited as Grapple Gareth if I have my way.
Thanks
Gareth-
to Benno. Grapple Gareth said.
Gareth,
Started
so
to call me Gareth recently, Benno. I've been impressed.
Throw it in around.
I went fishing in the bookshelf, Gareth, and now this is your cup of tea, I think, as I hopefully you can pick this up on the camera.
Oh, that's a time.
A sprightly 19-year-old John Tenter there I can see on the front of
Do we have board game, is that?
What's the premise of the game, Alan? What are you supposed to do?
We've got these cards, so
I'll be back one sec. Wait there.
There's the earthquake.
There's the young fella.
Got Macho Man. Try and put them up a bit closer. There we go. Anyone else? Yes, I am a model.
Yes.
Brilliant.
So yeah, you go around this board, which we'll pull out here.
Oh,
Okay.
I think I remember that.
Go around this board. You've got your dice. We've got these little title belts.
Oh, yeah, I remember them. I do remember them.
Yeah, this is.
And we've got cards such as this. Hopefully.
Okay, so you're picking.
I can't remember how it worked. But
I haven't played it in a few years now. We got a knee drop as 2.
You could see like you pick your card up for what your next move's going to be, and
yeah, star related. I appreciate that.
I like the way that like a knee drop is sort of. I'm guessing 66% of what a pile driver is, which I don't necessarily agree with.
Oh, yes,
nice.
So yeah, a classic. Oh, we've got a 4. Even trumping the pile driver, Gareth, we have the bear hug.
I hope they're in reverse order.
Oh, okay, I've got a 5.
revival in 2023. The bear hug. It's been a while.
See if we have. I've got 2 5s. Is all I could find. So,
Canadian Destroyer.
Any
Awakening.
Any guesses what our 2 5s are?
What's this, Sorry? I've just jumped back into this. Sorry, Al.
Matty.
I know, sorry.
Maddie, we're looking at all the different move cards in this board game.
Gorilla Press Slam.
A rating between 1 and 5. So to give you context, Maddie, we had the pile driver was a 3, a knee drop was just a 2. Right. A bear hug was a 4, and now I've fished out the 2 5s.
Are these not finishes then? Are these just moves or the finishes?
These 2 5s are both finishers for wrestlers in 1991 WWF, which I think
it's got to be Hogan's leg drop. It's got to be.
Yeah, I was thinking Hogan's leg drop.
Perfect Plex. Perfect Plex.
Oh,
Gorilla Press, isn't that one of them? Yeah.
We've got. I'll give you one. Think of it. It's a game bought in the UK. So.
Oh, Bulldog.
Oh, Power Slam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay.
Boschman Slam.
And then.
Redating the magazine.
Big Elbow.
Nope.
Paying
respect to the real world's champion, as he was known in 1991.
Wow.
Well, I'll keep it in 1991 here because I've got a Holston Pills here, boys. What you? JP's going to love that guy.
What's the spell by date on that? 1991.
No, I got it as
you get him in a car boot.
No, I got a Wales beers for Christmas, right? With a Tuborg, a Stella, a Holston Pills, and another one I've never even heard of, and I love it.
The world's beers, yeah.
I thought that didn't exist anymore. Jeff
World's beers as provided by Green King.
Was it
No,
brewery.
I'll get it next. Because these are only about 2% as well, aren't they? So it's
following that up with a Grolsch.
Hey JP, Down your way with a Grolsch, did people used to wear the Grolsch lids on their trainers, like in the laces?
What?
I didn't know this at all. No.
Come on, Gareth, you've got to elaborate here. Come on.
That feels like desperate
What's
behaviour,
this?
mate.
The Grolsch bottle tops, like you used to have the Grolsch bottle top that went in, and it had like the metal that came out of the side, like round that like went into the side of the bottle. Like people used to wear them on the trainers, so they put like the two metal bits that came around the bottle stopper would go in like your eye holes at the top of the trainers, and then the lid of the Grolsch bottle would be like
the things we used to do when we were bored, Gareth.
I'm gonna have to Google this. This might be a working thing.
Google agreeing in the chat here. Apparently, it was something to do with bros or
Bros.
Ross,
yeah.
I haven't heard the name Bros in about 25 years.
This is what we're all about, Alan, with the nostalgia people here, mate. Don't worry about all that.
Thank God that wasn't just some really niche small town Cumbrian reference that made me look massively weird.
I had a phase of wearing Adidas with no laces to be like Run DMC, but it didn't last very long.
You sure your laces didn't just get robbed, Benno?
I think it might have been something like that, yeah. I tried to get into a fashion statement, it didn't work.
I got reminded of a very unfortunate fashion phase. I don't feel I went through too many unfortunate fashion phases, but when someone put up that picture of 2005 AJ Styles earlier on Twitter today, I was like, yeah, that was...
Have you seen this, Matt?
I've seen the picture, yeah. With Zabisco. It's Zabisco, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Zabisco.
The popped-up collar polo shirt, any kind of wrist paraphernalia.
I had the Ralph Lauren, Alan. I had a bright pink Ralph Lauren, one of them.
I had like a green polo like that. I would definitely have stuck the collar up, and I didn't even notice the wrist thing when you put it on, Alan. The little wrist thing, I had like a green one. You like sweatbands became like a thing for a while.
Oh, yeah.
I'd wear one of them.
Live Strong bands.
Yes, them Live Strong ones, Alan. Yeah.
Benno as well, we'd be watching those ROH straight shoot interviews, and Samoa Joe would like be wearing like, I don't know, like a camo wristband, so we'd be like, oh, that's cool, gotta get one of them.
Yeah,
you can't be tucking them in, boys. I don't care how slim you wear, you can't be tucking them polos into your jeans, surely.
Maybe
not.
like AJ has though, tucked at the front for the
no, boys, no. Got to be hanging.
He needs to decide, are they in the pants or out of the pants? Like I can't do that.
Would you say hanging, not tucked in? Surely.
That's like S tier douchebag from the early 2000s. Like no.
There we go. I've just sent you a picture.
Wow.
That's outrageous, guys.
Someone's pulling your leg with that one.
Now I get it though, because I understand it's like the metal Grolsch lid with like the bit on it that I can when I'm drunk I can never understand how to open. I get it a bit more, but still.
It'd be like you had at the time you had like British Knights, like basketball style boots, or like SPX basketball boots. People wearing these in their trainers like that. It's what we did back in the olden days, lads, for a bit of fun.
Gareth, you're a percentage guy, aren't you? What do you reckon this Holston Pills is? Because it's blew my head off what percentage it is.
Holston Pills, I don't know, 3.5?
Mate, it's 5%. You can't get me head around that. I was thinking it's like 2%. But if I could just say as well, Alan, this is unopened, mate. I don't know if you can see it. I haven't had the chance to play it yet. If anyone can see that. The road to WrestleMania. I think it's 2017 or 18.
I was trying to put a year on it based on the people. I was thinking about 2017, 2018.
Who's there? Cena, the big dog. Who else?
You've got Sasha
from 2014. They're all the same.
Yeah, it's Sasha, Orton, Charlotte, Cena, Roman as the main one. Kofi, Seth, Becky with the man. So this must be 2018, maybe 20, and AJ at the end as well. So,
all older than John Tenta.
Yeah. Yes. How's that even impossible?
Sasha Banks, so old enough to be John Tenta's mother.
Yeah.
Well, as JP puts the kids to bed, you guys okay? 12 pods to answer a couple more questions. We're going to open the calls to patrons in a bit as well. But
sure, yeah, I'll hang on for about 15 or so minutes if that's all right, Benno.
Yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds well. I thought in a good linked question, James Taylor asks, "Merry Christmas, lads. What's your favorite wrestling conspiracy theory? And what's the most out there wrestling conspiracy you completely believe?" And I'm guessing this will be from a shoot interview.
Well, Montreal's a work, Gareth, innit? That's Montreal's a work. I'll still believe that. To the day I go, I'll believe that.
Scott,
You
all believe it.
and Steve Carino.
Yeah.
Not with Brett's emotion in that sit down interview.
Yeah,
those tears were real. Those tears were real.
He's a good actor, but you know,
it's not that good. Lonesome Dove weren't calling. No one was calling after Lonesome Dove. Could I just say, my immediate answer to this is the idea that Vince was banging Sean, or whatever in that time period. Like that's something that I've seen a lot. This idea that
there's a dead body or shutting there, wasn't it? Or shutting the body.
You go, I haven't beat you to it.
Yeah.
That one I always just I can't believe that, but hey, it's wrestling. I
don't want to go there. I don't want to go there, but Macho Man and Stephanie, that's always one that's always been there, hasn't it? Or from today, every shoot, that's a shoot interview classic, that, Alan. You don't really want to approach it, do they? But
it'd be easy to write that one off as not true, and then WWE themselves have given it credence, haven't they? In the Savage documentary, and you've had Lanny Poffo talking about it.
He basically says because he says the only guy there's only two people who can answer it, and he says one of them's dead. That's what he said about his brother. So he basically it's wild.
Yeah, that's a big one. The nails one was a big one in my school, but it went further than what the real story was, I would say.
Well, that Vince tried it on with him.
Yeah. Which I don't even think is what he alleged, is it? I don't think that's what he said directly.
He did.
Something like that.
He did.
All right.
Vince sexually harassed him. That's what he said.
Touched him up in the showers or something.
In the shower, yeah.
Jesus. Yeah, there's loads like that.
My favorite conspiracy theory, and definitely one that I 1000% believe, is that Denise Van Outen killed Yokozuna in Liverpool.
Please explain. What's the detail?
I've never heard that one. Thought it was a spider that finished Rodney off.
Just based on the Big Breakfast.
This is based on the Big Breakfast, yeah. No, I was trying to think of
different Ultimate Warrior. That's one.
There being two Ultimate Warriors was definitely
massive.
That was definitely a big one. I remember that when I was a kid in school. For sure. I'm trying to think of something related to Brody in Puerto Rico, because there's been so many tall tales about that.
Is that right though, Alan, about that there was 6 or 7 people in the locker room, but they were all scared to? Is that right?
So the guys that were there would have been Tony Atlas for sure.
Yeah,
Dutch Mantel. I'm forgetting who the others were.
Because Dutch is quite outspoken, isn't he? But he never really
Yeah, well, see, the thing was with the court case, they all basically were witnesses and were willing to give testimony,
right.
And they all got their letters summoning them to court to give their testimony. They all received their letters after the court case had already happened and he'd been found innocent. So it was it was definitely shady stuff going on there, that the guys who could have maybe pointed the finger at Invader, or given something that made him appear more guilty. Those guys were, we asked you to come and testify. They're like, it was after the court case happened, so it's too late. I'm trying to think of any others. It's one that I could probably come up with some more good ones if I really had time to think about it. But I think.
Do you believe that Joey Styles knocked JBL out with one punch? Do you believe that? I want to believe that. I want to believe that. Great one.
JBL is he is a bully that I could see kind of, putting himself in that situation where he makes someone mad enough that a guy. But the only thing is, like, JBL's so much bigger than Joey Styles, just
It must have been a hell of
stature-wise.
a punch.
And JBL, we saw him in the Brawl for All, and like, he seemed like a pretty tough guy. He made it pretty far in that thing. He ended up getting his clock cleaned at the end, but like he was
Probably
it's not as
bladdered
if
though, wasn't he?
it's not as if he was a fake tough guy based on what we saw in that Brawl for All. Like, he was able to take a shot and he was hitting people hard, and he seemed like one of the for the guys with no like real martial arts background, he seemed like one of the sort of toughest guys in that tournament. So I don't know. I feel like there's probably some exaggeration to that story.
What about Jericho as well? Knocking Goldberg, Brock Lesnar, fucking
I believe that
Mike Tyson, Dan Severn, any of the tough man out there. He's knocked them all out.
Chris Jericho #1. It's unbelievable.
I believe the Goldberg stuff with Jericho for sure. Jericho's not afraid to
no, he's not
to
though.
throw in. That's
yeah,
that's well established, and he's Jericho could hurt you in the ring as much as he'd hurt you in a fight. He's known as one of the stiffer wrestlers of his time. But
I heard that shout years ago. I can't remember who done it, Alan. I think it was during the Kane and Jericho feuds, and it was Kane's digs look great, but they're so like worked. Whereas Jericho's look shit, and that they kill or something like that. It's been going on, what I'm saying. One looks real and it's not, but the others look shit, but they do kill. That's what it is.
Yeah,
Jericho, definitely.
Oh, brilliant. Andy throws him one here, Gareth, Rick Rude. And includes that one.
I mean, I've touched upon it before, the story, not Rick Rude's cock, but it was.
But we would have Gareth back in the day.
But that didn't happen.
No. Wrestle
Honky Tonk Man says it did, Gareth.
Well, it didn't happen.
There is a A1 shoot interview spoofer, if ever there was one, the Honky Tonk Man.
Alan, his first you shoot is my, if I'm ever like just need a laugh, I'll just put that on, mate, because it's just so outrageous. It's just some of the shouts he comes out with are hilarious though. Just having a go at everyone.
Any conspiracy theories come to mind for you, Karen, and over the years? Any old wives' tales, things you believed when you were younger?
I try to avoid that kind of stuff. So, I mean, the closest I get are watching things like Dark Side of the Ring, where I'm just like, holy smokes, I didn't know the entire scope of how deep all of this went. But I don't try to. I try to channel that energy into something else, a little more constructive for my mental health.
So you never read Tony Khan's sleaze thread back in the day on the message boards, Karen?
That was the best ever, Alan, wasn't it? How good was that?
I can genuinely say that as someone who watched wrestling back in the late 90s, early aughts before I went to Japan, I didn't spend my time on message boards at that time, and I don't spend message. I don't go to Reddit. I don't go to the observer boards. My friends send me things here and there, but I get enough of people trying to tell me how I need to watch wrestling on Twitter that I'm just like, I don't know. Yeah. I don't need this.
Was that Tony Khan, really, Benno?
Yeah, it was his account, wasn't it?
It was Tony Khan.
Really?
Yeah. So
for those no thanks.
So basically there was this legendary thread in the mid-2000s message board days where it was just started by someone on DVD VR, and it was like, what are the craziest sleaze stories or something like that was the original post. And then it was like the original post also had like, my favorite was X, and then basically the whole thread is just people throwing in. This is where we should look for our conspiracy theories, because it's people throwing in all these ridiculous stories. Probably I'd say 2% of them have even a grain of salt of truth to them, and it was everyone kind of that was online in those years knew of the DVD VR sleaze thread, and then after AEW started and like 15, 16 years later, and people knew what Tony Khan's username was. Someone pulled up this sleaze thread and was like, oh wow, the sleaze thread was started by Tony Khan.
That's amazing. I remember the thread being amazing, but that confirmed it even more. So that's.
I'll bring that up in a bit. That can be for the later hours.
Yeah.
Well, Gareth, I was going to ask you there.
I've just put the link in our chat.
Gareth, I was going to go and get the book. I couldn't be bothered getting up again. I've got Linda Hogan's book there, right? And, do you believe that one? She drops in that Hulk and Brutus were quite friendly back in the day. Do you believe that one? Or do you think that was that a woman scorned? What do you think?
Nah, that's Linda trying to.
Do you think?
Nah,
yeah, trying to yeah. Well.
Did you watch a bit of Hogan Knows Best in the day, Matty?
Yeah, it was never off, was it? On MTV, it was always on.
Did Harry Boy Smith Jr. the Harry Smith episode? Do you remember?
She was Brooks Date, yeah.
He was Brooks Date, and it was just they had like they had him over for dinner, and it was the idea was that like the premise of the episode was like that Brooke wanted to date some guy, and Hogan was like, "No, he's a nerd. You need to date a wrestler. I'll pick someone for you." And he brings Harry Smith over for dinner, and he gets him to flex at the dinner.
Yeah,
table.
at the dinner table. I'll never forget. He's like that at the dinner table, isn't he?
It's a good job Teddy Hart was busy that day.
Yeah. But that was the fit. I know it was purpose for the show and stuff like that. But I remember watching that thinking, bloody hell, when Hogan's got a tracker out on his daughter. Do you remember that? Where so he knows where she is at all times.
That was a story he was willing to sign off on being on TV. So it's even if it's not real, it's just as bad, isn't it? You know,
bad, it's shocking.
He's an awful man.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
In every way,
man
shape,
starts or ends. He's not even a man anymore, is he? He's just a gimmick or a. Like, I don't know if he actually knows what he thinks or believes about anything.
Benno, I think he lost track of that 30 years ago.
But he said he slammed Andre the Giant and he died the next day. From that shout, that is like the. What are you on about? You wrestled him the year later at WrestleMania. You know, people forget that. Bloody hell.
Yeah, a couple of more innocent questions.
Let's get it back round here.
We'll come back round to the top stuff in a sec. We got another guest waiting on there. Dan asks, wrestling companies as brands of crisps?
Oh well, WWE's got to be walkers, hasn't it? People like people throw shade at it, but like they always like check
Who's
it
the
out.
big contender? Because if this was like it'd be like Coke and Pepsi, wouldn't it? Be like Coke could be WWE, Pepsi could be AEW. Like the
Smiths, is it? Smiths still going on? They own like what's it in that? Or Walker's got all that now.
See, Walker's a Lay's, I think, where you are, Karen. I'm pretty
sure.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like WWE would be wavy Lay's, just the standard. Can't go wrong with it. Goes great with dip.
Have you read salted?
Hey, Matty, if WWE's Walkers, does that make Steve Gary Lineker?
It's gotta be, Annie. It's gotta be. Yeah. Do you remember did Michael Owen have a go for a bit? Or is that a Mandela effect I've got? Wasn't it Sultan Lineker and Cheese and Owen? Or am I making that up? Is that right? Yeah, I think it was.
Did the Spice Girls have separate? Were they Walkers where you could get like a different bag and it had a different Spice Girl on each? But was that Walkers?
It wasn't the flavour. It was just the packet you could like keep. You know what I mean? Yeah. They were on Pepsi as well, weren't they? I'm sure that was the same gimmick for Pepsi as well over here. Massive they were.
One for you there, Alan. Wingers Monster Munch.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a tremendous shout from Phil. Wing is Monster Munch.
Does that make Anita's Flaming Hot Monster Munch?
It's gotta be extra hot.
TNA are hula hoops. Absolutely zero substance in the middle.
What's AEW then? Like the new, like the new crisp on the block type thing that's like everyone likes or whatever.
Chris,
What can that be?
Great minds there, Alan. Chris Elliott with the same one with Impact.
See, I would have said AEW is more like the Cheetos because like Chester Cheetah just always rubs me the wrong way, and that is kind of how I feel about Tony Khan. He just rubs me the wrong way. Like he's trying to sell me like snake oil all the time, and I just feel like that's very. Yeah, like but
ECW.
But to Cheetah's credit, there is substance and texture and flavor. So
yes.
Who's Pringles? How do we
Pringles in the pantry or in the
fridge?
refrigerator?
Where'd you stand on that, Alan? Let's ask every guest this now, Ben, all night long.
Okay,
this is a litmus test.
Obviously, you don't put Pringles in the fridge, but I was disgusted to see in Sarah's mom's fridge at Christmas. I saw a fridge that was heaving and needed to fit a ham in there, and I was like, could you just take out these Jaffa cakes that have opened? I was like, what in God's name are the Jaffa cakes doing in the fridge?
Do they have chocolate on them?
Yeah, Jaffa cakes are a chocolate. They're biscuits. It's like chocolate on the top, then it's this
sponge
orange. With a sponge bottom, and the middle is this orange kind of jelly kind of a
gelatine
thing.
Is it shelf stable? Is it usually sold in the refrigerator case, or can you get it like in the aisle?
God no, God
on
no.
The shelves. They're nice. No. They're really nice. Like they are nice. Now.
Oh yeah, they're lovely. Love a good Jaffa cake, but I'd
no
never
black
eat one
currant
out of
though,
the
Alan.
fridge.
Just the orange ones, not these Halloween ones.
Maddie, are there any sweets or chocolate things that have branched into these weird flavors recently, like your black currant and stuff like that work? Because I've yet to come across.
They don't, do they?
People are just trying to mess with perfection in a lot of these cases.
Yes, they are.
It's not British though, but it's Australian. But Tim Tams, I have yet to find a Tim Tam different flavor that I dislike. I've basically every single flavor that they've put out that I've had, even the off the wall ones are quite nice.
But Karen, do you know in your supermarkets, because I've seen it going around on Twitter, I don't know if that's every. Have you got like a British tiny section?
Yes,
it's tiny though, isn't it?
It's part of the international aisle. It's usually next to like the Latin foods and the Asian foods, like British. It's a little.
What's there? What can you like?
I want to. Oh gosh, there's I want to say I've seen Jammy Dodgers there. I've seen different brands of tea. I want to say not Bounty bars, but like other kinds of chocolate bars and like crackers or crisps or whatever.
Yeah.
It's not like I look at that and I'm just like, I feel like a tourist in my own supermarket. And then I look at the markup on it and I'm just like, I could order this off of Amazon Prime for significantly cheaper.
Or one of us could send you it over.
Yeah.
Or charge us to send you it over.
I would pay for shipping for good snacks, honestly.
Karen, we can get Jammy Dodgers for like 59 pence in Home and Bargain, so it's fine.
Have you guys seen these? Peppa Pig Jammy Dodgers in Marks and Spencer's.
No,
great.
What makes them so special besides having Peppa and Percy Pig on them?
Or sorry, did I say Peppa Pig?
I thought Peppa and Percy were a thing. I don't know.
we need to send you some Percy Pigs, Karen.
Yeah. Okay. What flavor are they?
They're
Percy Pig flavor.
It's
don't even know what.
It's almost like a strawberry,
okay.
yogurty sweet kind.
Okay. As long as it's not seafood or mango, I'm fine. Because those will kill me.
There's no shrimp in there. You're all right.
Thank you.
Gareth,
you
good with Colin Caterpillar as well?
Oh, but the caterpillar cake. I haven't had that.
That was in the fridge too, by the way.
See, I could get it if it was summertime and it was hot and they're starting to melt a bit. But if it's that from what I gather, you're in a colder climate, which doesn't necessarily need a refrigeration of desserts that aren't homemade at the moment.
We left our Christmas Day desserts that we bought in the boot of the car because it was so
cold. I mean, why not?
Into the house. But yeah, I haven't tried those Percy Pig Jammy Dodger gimmicks yet, but I'm looking forward to it.
Please give me a full report. I'm very curious.
Can I just say for an audience of one, Chris Elliott, the XL crisps are Target Wrestling. Nobody's going to get that except for Chris. But
did we figure out who AW were, Matt? Did we work it out?
No, I think did Karen mention one?
I said they were Cheetos.
Cheetos, yeah.
Okay, we'll go with that. Yeah, I'll throw one quick wrestling question in, and then I'll let you both go. We've got a few patrons in the queue, and I've got a few people hanging on. So
sounds good.
Yeah. Otherwise, it'll get messy. Zahid asks, who will have the best in-ring year for 2023? Seth Rollins, Gunther, Okada, or MJF? And who's going to beat MJF for the title? I'm going to open that up to who's just going to have the best in-ring year next year, to be honest.
Yeah, I was going to say, I probably won't be able to judge.
Seth Rollins, why is he on the list?
It's good to see. It's very good to see that, Gareth. I like that bit of variety. You haven't been watching him lately, Benno. Come on, mate. That freeway Survivor Series.
Oh, but 3.25 stars, mate. Go to the Mister.
Old school chef, that.
I mean, I'm partial to Okada, but that's just because I love me some Okada.
Feels like a no-brainer there, doesn't it? I think MJF's having a year that good, even a bad Okada year. And saying that Gunther's had some good matches in the WWE.
See, MJF won't wrestle that much. I don't think so.
Hello again.
The thing that I'm hoping for MJF is that now with Jeff Jarrett around for like president of live touring or whatever, that we get AEW house shows and we'll get to see fan cams of MJF like working these like
getting Bully Ray Heat out of ECW stuff, Gal, and we want to see like riots, don't we? We want to see that, like, you know.
I just want to see what kind of shtick MJF would do on a house show, but I don't know. I have a hard time picking who will have the best in-ring year. Can
I just say, of those four contenders, given that there's a Wrestle Kingdom, given that there's a G1, a Cardinal fart 6 matches better than all of the other 3 if we're talking about in-ring.
Yeah, I would in normal circumstances always go with someone from Japan, but it's until I see what Japanese wrestling will kind of feel like next year with the changes to the crowd atmospheres and stuff, how they change, if they change. Until I get more of a feel for that, I have a hard time really picking. But like all other things being equal, like I'd expect someone like Okada to have another great year for sure. Ospreay, I'm sure, is going to have another year of loads of great in-ring matches. I think Shingo will probably have another. It'll be all your usuals. I'm not seeing too many people that I think are going to be new to the party of kind of best in ring next year. Unless I'm missing someone obvious, like the new guys that New Japan are bringing through. Like I think they'll probably need a year to acclimatize before they start putting up the tally of great matches that you'd get from someone like an Okada or an Ospreay. On AEW side of things, like Danielson, if he is thinking of winding down, he'll probably want to do a lot of really good stuff. So I think Danielson's probably the safest bet in AEW. And yeah, I've putting my Dragon Gate hat on. I think Yuki Yoshioka and Shun Skywalker are going to continue to just totally kill it there.
MLW Shun Skywalker.
MLW Shun Skywalker. Karen? Who's your stardom pick for? Who do you think is a kind of a lock to be in amongst the best in ring next year, and who would be the one to? Yeah, who would be the one to watch? Who maybe has yet to get to that upper level? Who could be there next year?
Yet to get in would be Starlight Kid, or probably. But I feel like tomorrow, the reign of Julia is going to start, which means Tam's going to be chasing Julia for the red belt. So Tam will probably be another one to watch, provided people are still talking about her after Wrestle Kingdom on the 4th because everyone's talking about Mercedes Bernardo. But yeah, no, it'll probably Starlight Kid. They keep pushing her and pushing her. Natsupoi, provided she can get out of Tam's shadow as the tag champions, maybe. But again, it also all depends what New Japan has in store for Kairi and the IWGP Women's Championship.
How's Micah doing these days? She was when I was last watching Stardom.
They
she
were
was
her
the
and
one that
Himeka were
was-
robbed of the Goddesses Tag League, but that's a different story.
She was. I think she was my favorite wrestler they had when I was watching more regularly. So I stylistically she kind of wrestled a style I liked amongst all the Stardom wrestlers.
Of the names that Zahid's put in the question, I think of those, if you almost think of like what are the best big matches, if you think of like 4 matches of the year, and I can see Gunter having a cracking like kind of big Mania match.
If Brock
big
Lesnar's
SummerSlam
on it with
match.
him, JP, that could be
If it
a
is.
some match. If they're on the same page, like, and Brock's willing to like work and that could be something for the ages. That one, to be honest.
And if
Do
you're
you not
building
think
up,
he's going to look? Do you not think he's going to look tiny next to Brock Lesnar now?
That's
That'd be
my
my biggest
fear.
Johnny
concern.
Gargano.
It's if Lesnar's like selling them chops and that though, isn't it? It's like, I don't know. It's going to be good, like interesting.
Right. Well,
Oh,
there
and
you go.
who's gonna beat MJF? I don't think anyone. I think he's gonna hold the title for
Yeah.
the year.
Until that contract thing
Until
comes
I think
up.
the
2024.
storyline demands he holds it for the year.
I think it'll be Ricky Starks when it happens, though.
I
Yeah,
guarantee you it won't be.
Yeah.
You with that? No chance, Benno.
I think
one
Tony
of the-
Khan picks his guys and he sticks to them. It's like Hangman. Like when Hangman won the title, it wasn't like he was at his most hot. I honestly think
Do you
he's
reckon?
got his plan, hasn't he? Ricky Starks has all of a sudden been heated up this last while. Like, unless things go massively wrong for him in 2023, that's my shot. We are talking like, 14, 15 months away.
It could be someone who's never been in AEW. No, Tony Khan. Couldn't it? Could be someone who just comes in.
Could be Punk someone that.
CM Punk beats CM Punk.
So Brian,
beats him for the title.
I
That is
think
that is my prediction. Punk beats.
even actually, is Brian going to be in AEW, Benno, and not win the title? Do you think that'll happen? I think he'll get a run with it at some point.
I don't think he wants it. That's the thing, though.
Mm.
Allegedly, Punk didn't want it either. Again, according to that.
Yeah, cool. Yeah.
Anyone
Just
think
fucking
Eddie
bullshit.
Kingston will get even a quick run?
Aye.
Like
Oh, he
maybe
should
win it
have.
and
Alan
lose-
is another one at
He'll
that,
get a
like
shot.
half an ash. He should have won a belt or
you're-
at least got a shot that night. The
If you're
crowd,
thinking about heating someone up for a TV like program, so it lasts 5 to 6 weeks, and you need to have some great promos in to cut, he's the perfect guy.
Oh, well, they're
and-
definitely doing it because MJF said the 3 names he mentioned randomly were Ricky Starks, Eddie Kingston, Bryan Danielson. So
Yeah.
those weren't just thrown out for no reason.
Definitely.
And it's
Yeah, well,
and you can play the Eddie Kingston chip on his shoulder has been kind of pushed down the card. That always works for his character, and so that's what you want to see him ultimately do. Is that
Them
kind
promos
of,
would be amazing. MJF and Eddie, they would just be fucking.
We've got light on.
yeah. All sounds good. Right, on that note, I'll let Alan and Karen go. Karen, you've given us I asked you for
Thank you,
20 minutes.
Karen.
You've given us 3 hours of your time. Thanks so much. It's
Well,
always great having you on.
I had to
This is
keep
what
my
we do.
promise to
We
make sure that JP doesn't die. So
Yes.
We're getting into. I'm letting you go as well before we get into the last couple of hours. Could get a bit dark here, so we don't want to get you into whatever. Yeah, we'll have him living
Losing
and
the
breathing.
Ferrero
Karen
Rocher
Peterson-
here, lads. It's gone all to hell here.
It's getting wild. The Karen Peterson show will live, I promise. But yeah, thanks again for joining us. Karen,
Thank you
and,
so
if you
much
wanna
to my
shout out.
to my erstwhile tag team partner. Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Karen.
Karen.
Hate
a
to
wonderful
finally
night, guys.
speak and meet you, yeah.
Yeah, lovely to finally meet you properly.
Where can
Yes.
the people
See you,
find you,
Karen.
Karen? You want to throw us any plugs?
Yeah, if y'all want to follow my wrestling journey, just head over to postwrestling.com and look up Karen Peterson. Tomorrow there will be a Stardom report because tomorrow is Dream Queendom, and starting in January 2023, Dream Slam Weekly will be going to Dream Slam Monthly, and it'll come out the last Saturday of each month. And I also do some work for PWI here and there, so there might be some more stuff coming down the line. Other than that, that's it for me.
Amazing. Thanks for calling, Karen.
Bye, y'all.
See you,
Take
Karen.
care.
Bye.
Awesome.
I will. I'll depart too, guys. I think
Thank you. God bless you, Alan.
I will let you get dark without me. I'll
Alan,
probably-
Alan, I need some more history lessons in 2023. We'll have to try and make something happen, mate. We'll have to have a chat. I love it.
Boss
That's
man.
the verses I
So-
want. Alan v. Matty.
Sounds good.
I'll just be listening, Benno. That's all I'll be doing.
I want Alan versus Matty on that WWF game Alan was showing before.
Yeah.
Like, I want a live match.
We stumbled upon these live games, haven't we now, mate? This is the new one going forward. If the kids love it, we'll do it with old school board games, no, not video games.
Earlier on, when you guys started, I had you loaded up on the laptop, and I had it ran behind me when I was making some soup, and I wasn't watching, but I could hear you, and I nearly just dropped everything I was trying to handle when Maddie talked about getting the Walker's cheese and onion. I just started howling laughing. Tremendous.
What a Christmas present. You'd eat them though. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's a surefire present, isn't it? When you really think about it, they're gonna get used.
Like if I had an aunt who bought me like just an 8-pack of Ferrero Rocher, I'd be like, spot on.
JP, a 6-pack of Frazzles, would you have them? Would you take them?
Yeah, I would do.
If you gave an Irish person gave another Irish person a 6-pack of Walkers and not Tato at Christmas, that would be a sign of serious disrespect. Like,
or Kings.
What's he trying to say about me? Yeah, no, great as always, lads. I'll probably check in a couple of hours if I'm before I go to sleep, just to see you're all still alive.
Snoozy Thursday tomorrow, Alan, for all of us.
Oh God, yeah, Jesus, I totally forgot. That's I'm not back in work until Friday, so definitely. I got up at 2 yesterday and 12:30 today. So
that's the lifestyle, Alan.
No time, huh?
The days. My rule is the days between Christmas Day and New Year's. If you're not working, those days don't count. They're fake days. They just drift into the ether. Doesn't matter what you do with them. It's all good. So
Champ Man hours you end up keeping at that point, isn't it?
I played some Champ Man the other day. Yeah, it was good. Yeah. While watching that match I talked about on Twitter, like these Italian League best 11 versus the English League best 11 from 1991. Tremendous find on YouTube.
I was going to. Have you ever seen the game in 1987, Alan, where the English League played the rest of the world 11 and Diego Maradona played for the rest of the world?
No.
That when I saw your tweet the other day, it immediately made me think of that. Look that up as well. That was an interesting game. Is it like you?
I hope the English League team was a bit better than the 11 they fielded against the Italians. It was pretty poor. When Michael Thomas is the star of the show, it's like you're struggling at that point.
Now.
I remember Neil Webb doing a back heel on the edge of his box past Maradona, and everyone was like, "Whoa!"
He was a postman, Neil Webb. Last thing I looked.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Well,
brilliant.
Thanks
for Alan. We'll
Alan,
chat again soon. Thanks for your time, mate. Oh, there you go. Got Alan and Karen on together as well. Two legends that covering wrestling properly, unlike us retrobates. You know.
Yeah. And what did we make them do? We
tried to drag them down,
didn't
we? We tried to drag them down. Karen held her own. Karen was just brilliant.
She did great. Oh, awesome. Having them on. But yeah, I've got a couple of other guests to jump on now. Firstly, from Gaps and Claps, Mr. Andy Ogden wouldn't be at a.
Here he is. Here he is. Hello, Andy.
And I suppose King of the Mountain.
In a Christmas Borussia. Wow. Carl's t-shirt. Wow. That's... Mate, is that a Christmas present to yourself? Please tell me it is.
It was, yeah. It only took about 3 months to get here from Australia. So.
And Andy, is that a Christmas present of a Borussia Dortmund away top?
No, it isn't. I've had this for about a year and a half or so. When I was going through a football shirt buying phase. Jeff got us a football shirt for Christmas. He got us I think it was a Leaf Town one, which was sponsored by Stuart Brewing. So it's basically, I'll go and get it.
Leaf Town.
The proper stuff. I went to the tour of the house.
How are you, Carly? These days, non-league.
Yeah, I'm good. I just wanted to drop in quickly and tell everybody about the TJPW mixtape we're going to do next week.
Oh, no, I'm scared. Is that are we doing the reveal for Dealer's Choice Month in January? Or are we going to hold on to that now? Are we going to?
So there you are. It's like a pint of beer.
Oh my god!
Bloody hell.
He got it off non-leaguefootball.com. So he got me that one, and he got like a Pac-Man version for himself.
What team is that, Andy?
So it's New Craig Hall, Leaf Victoria AFC.
That's
actually a pretty good present. That I was like, you know what? That's pretty good, Jeff. Really good.
What did you get him, and?
So I got him like
an Enfield Township.
No, a book about like indie music. It's about a 500-page book from eBay, which he asked for, so I got him that.
Good lad.
Nice.
Yeah.
Everyone
very low on the totem pole with presents. We're getting on. Christmas is shit. It's only good for Boxing Day horse racing and betting and all that. I'm
like a big kid though, boys. I still love me opening my presents. Like I am. I don't think I'll ever grow out of that. To be honest with you.
I don't think I've opened a present for 10 years, Matty.
Oh, Gareth. I mean, you've got kids, mate, but come on. Not even like as a series, just wrapped like, I don't know, beer up.
I made mine by a copy of the Muto years, for God's sakes.
When we had Alex, like me and Sarah,
that it? Did you have a pack? Was like,
that's it. Well, that's it, done.
Never surprised her with a little nothing, Gareth, no?
You can't be throwing that in the mix when you've agreed not to, can you?
Oh yeah, this is a question here. Where is it? I've lost it now.
You're going to say, is there any more questions, Ben?
Oh, there's loads. There was one about GRAPPL Sarah, though. I've got to find it. There you go. A Watani Gun. Any good GRAPPL Sarah Everton-related rants or anecdotes you're allowed to share? Doesn't have to be Everton-related, Gareth. Any
Mersey Rail.
Yes.
Stories about Victor Anichibi? No, we'll leave it at that.
Oh, there you go. You can't be name dropping.
I've heard this one, mate. It would land us in a whole world of trouble, mate.
It would. Andy's been told this one in the pub by Sarah.
I have, yeah. No, I was like...
Next time we're in person, Gareth, you'll have to tell me now. I'm intrigued.
I'll agree with Sarah on bloody Mersey Rail. Well, they did our Jeff, didn't they, that time for putting his feet on the seats for 60 quid, yeah. And we were recording the podcast at the time, so we were having like the criminal rights read to him.
That's brilliant.
While I was talking about drill versus Cody Hall or something like that.
I was thinking of your Jeff, Andy, because I was on the train last week, and then I was stood next to two guards, and they were both saying, like, we don't do anyone who's over the age of 55. They were saying, we don't do anyone who's under the age of 16. They were like both talking to each other. We don't do NHS. We don't do the army. You know, I was thinking your Jeff would have been sat there fucking fuming that he was in that sweet spot there of like people who get done like
targeted.
Oh. Yeah, maybe she'll join us. Maybe Gareth can drag GRAPPL Sarah on at some point. But
she's
no, is she? No. Illegal battle with Major at the moment is my favorite. Like the train that went on fire that
Alex was on.
Yeah, brilliant.
That really was a lot more harrowing than any of us give it credit for. Not least his own father.
I had to shit myself.
I love the way that last year she took them all the way to court, and then the multi-million pound company backed down before they got to court. I was like, yeah, that's my missus. You're there with you've got fucking millions of pounds, and you've got like you can afford whatever legal teams, and you shy away from going to court against her representing herself.
But Gareth, like, in the real
that's
argument,
what I live with.
But Gareth, in the real argument in your house, Everton versus Liverpool, you're kind of winning, aren't you? Really?
Oh well, we don't have that argument anymore. I was saying to Matty when we were
you told me that
we just don't even talk. Like you come in from a derby and Liverpool have won 5-0. and she just walks upstairs, and I stay and whatever, and like we just don't even mention the game ever. Just all vice versa. It's just
that's a proper pack. That guy.
Don't mention it. Don't talk about it.
Would she mention it if Everton won 5-0?
Well, I mean, there's miracles that can happen, isn't there? But I don't do that. I don't.
Gareth, have you ever been that close to wanting to? Like them, 4-0s we have had the big. Have you ever been tempted? Like,
it's not worth it. Not worth it.
That Sadio Mane one in the 95th minute, which was a Sturridge had the shittest shot and it hit the post, and then he tapped it in. Oh, mate, that would have been just that. Would have been able to hold myself back.
Yeah, we've got a few questions. Should we build up to the? I don't know. Should we do the reveal now, Carl? Do you want to build up to it? I'm scared. I don't know what
I'm petrified. I'll be honest, Carl.
We'll build up to it for a bit if you want.
Okay, all right. Leave us guessing. Anyone got any guesses on what Carl's choice is going to be?
I think if it's not like the Aussie graps and stuff, I think it'll be ECW, something in ECW, which is solid, proper solid. Something maybe a different.
A slightly, it's always like one of those. I don't know. It would almost be like those people who had guest spots in ECWs. The thing I was thinking that came to mind, like you mentioned about the Steiners, and then thinking,
or maybe the Triple Threat. I don't know.
Came in and him and Beautiful Bobby. All of these people like Don Morocco, who were a part of it at the beginning as well. And this is kind of real building blocks before, these guys who would be basically between contracts.
Wasn't Jimmy Snooker there, JP?
He was there tonight. Jimmy Snooker and ECW.
Yeah, JP can lead that one.
If you think of natural bedfellows, I'm sure he probably got a lot of sympathy in that locker room, didn't he?
I'll tell you what, it's definitely not Tokyo Joshi Pro, because Carl dropped that bombshell in our chat that he doesn't even watch it himself. So
We'd all be in trouble.
MCW 2022 review, which I'm up for. Get these lads on the Rocky Monero train.
Velocity's mixtape.
Oh God, that'll just be all matches against Aussie Open, won't it?
Or against each other. They've had a few good matches against each other as well.
Oh yeah, and the brothers in MCW, who they always wrestle. Was it Natural? No, what's their name?
Natural Classics.
Natural Classics.
Crackerjack Deep Dive.
What's it?
Jack and Gore.
Jack Bonza. He's another one, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he's apparently real. Yeah, it could be that.
Unsocial Jordan. There's another one.
I will never not like that name.
That is a great name. I always used to laugh at the tag team. What were they called? Back Pain. Which was always a good one. I think on a PWA Academy show, Back Pain.
You could do some good cross promotion. Get them on those adverts that used to be on ROH TV or
Melbourne.
For Volta looking air defenders. That Stephen New fella. He's probably still doing that.
You're in
Voltarol or Gunterol, as it's known now.
I'm waiting for that.
Seriously though, you're in Melbourne. Neighbours is coming back onto Amazon. Why haven't you got some sort of Robinson Ramsey style feud going on there? Because that shit writes itself. It really is. Just basically steal 80 storylines from there.
We don't want Paul Robinson back in wrestling.
Is he still going, Carl Schleck? He was in Ring of Honor, wasn't he?
Yeah, he
went to Noah.
He's been in Noah, yeah, and then he's one of them guys who seems to disappear for a bit and then he'll appear and.
Because he's meant to be
he's all real world job stuff.
He was all right though, wasn't he?
He's probably he's probably the nearest to being an American style wrestler.
Yeah, that's why I probably liked him then.
he's got a great nickname for you as well, Matt. He's called The Business.
Oh, is he always all right then?
And you'd love him, Matty, because it looks like he carries himself as a proper.
Oh yeah, he'd sunglasses and a leather jacket, wasn't he?
He's like Nick Aldis in Australia.
Yeah,
you see pictures of him in full suit and got somebody carrying his bags for him and stuff like that a lot of the time.
He seems, yeah. I do remember him. I do.
Yeah, I bet he's got a little book for merch. Anyway, how many t-shirts he sells. That stuff.
All right, come on, Ben.
All right, serious Aussie Graps analysis. We can save that for Carl's 5-1. Let's get back to the proper stuff. Questions here. Dan, as for Matty's top 5.
Only 5, and I know it's my fucking forte dish, but come on,
any
Gareth,
choices.
Anyone else help me out? Hybrid Theory is number 1.
Hybrid Theory by Linkin Park. That's
Chocolate Starfish is in the
Chocolate
top 5.
Starfish.
I like Issues by Korn. That's my best one of them. Issues. There's 3. See, I don't know whether the class is new metal.
Anything by System of a Down, the first one, innit?
Toxicity is the big one though, and the big album. But I class anything of Kerrang as new metal, so I love OPM, Menace to Sobriety. I loved it. No, Heaven is a Half Pipe.
Yeah,
a lot of anyone remember. I love that album. You'd like that. It's quite like a stoner album. It's a good album. Like you'd actually enjoy that one. It's good. It's a good album. What else is there? Obviously, Meteora as well. Linkin Park. The first 2 Linkin Parks are untouchable for me. 5 Mike's Ben in the double XL. There you go.
Liam said here, Gareth's gone here. No new metal for Gareth.
What's yours, Liam? Infest. Great shout. Yeah. Great shout. Slipknot ones. Probably the first one, if I had to pick one of them.
Chris Elliott's with the OPM album.
That's the one with Wait. Is it Wait and Bleed on that?
Wait and Bleed, Spit It Out, and all that. Yeah. I like,
nothing by Nickelback. They're like the death of new metal, aren't they?
Yeah, they lump into it because they were on Kerrang and stuff, but they're like post grunge, aren't they, and stuff like that. So I do like Silver Side Up though. I don't mind Nickelback. I know they get a lot of hate, but I don't mind them. They're all right. That's it. I've give 5, haven't I, there, boys?
Yeah, so Gareth, want to be top 50 or top 50?
Did Gareth come back at the talk of Nickelback then? Or?
Yeah.
I was just about to spit at Matty for using the words Nickelback and grunge in the same sentence.
I said post grunge and it wasn't me labelling it.
I know you said post, but like
I'm a grunge guy, Gareth, like yourself, you know me. See, Liam, and I love Liam because I knew he'd come in with Deftones and the proper stuff. You know what I mean? I'm more I know Deftones are like big and commercial, but I'm more Linkin Park. Liam will.
Jane's Addiction. Are they in there for new metal?
They're not really new metal, but they're the Kerrang stuff, aren't they?
They're all that I always count Kerrang as more the new metal, like sort of era, but as it's gone on over the years, it has gone like down the more poppy route.
It's punk pop. I never got into all that, like Newfound Glory,
Some 41 and Bowling for Soup and
Spanshank, brilliant. Another shout by Don.
See, like new metal for me was because I was always a grunge guy, like so. Like new metal was just something we laughed at, and then like
Gareth, no offense, but it's the age difference, mate. It's the age, it's the age, lad. We grew up.
But as I've got older, I've like appreciated some of it more. But when it was first all coming out, then early 2000s, it was just.
So you would have been what, say, I'm in right in school, year 10 when it come out, 14, 15. So I'm like, give me more.
It was like you were like listening to like Papa Roach and laughing your head off at how bad it was, like just how lame it was. But there's like now I'll go back and I'll listen to it and I can appreciate it now.
Not as bad.
Then as a thing, you just naturally rejecting it because it was just like. Not grunge.
Well, that was the thing. A lot of new metal tunes as well, especially for me, I got into through wrestling.
Oh, it went hand in hand.
Yeah. Once I heard a tune on the wrestling, I go and buy the album just for one song from Music Zone or Andy's Records.
Bodies.
That first Round and Pool album. Whoever I was speaking to last week out, because I can't remember, I wasn't even that drunk. Whoever agreed with me on that, was it you? It wasn't you, Gareth, was it? Was it you?
It might have been that big just through the UFC. That was like a UFC song, wasn't it?
Who was it? Who agreed
Drown
with me?
Pool Body.
It was my main man, Bash Heel. It was Bash Heel.
Yeah. And OVW.
He loves that first Drown and Pool album.
It was the ECW theme during the invasion, weren't it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
but they had like other songs. Tear Away was the WrestleMania 18 track, and Sinner was when Chris Jericho won the Undisputed title, the Vengeance pay-per-view. They always had pay-per-view themes.
Yeah.
And in Hamlet, Saliva. How many songs you want off them? Off the wrestling? Yeah. They were fucking
Ladies and gentlemen, that was a cracking theme of theirs. It always used to be the old
Tiger Woods golf, mate.
I would say that Ladies and Gentlemen tune was the always the opening theme for Southside Wrestling when they were in Sheffield. Play it as like the big.
That's a great tune.
4 or 5 minute opener and then start the show.
It was the track that came on, I want to say, for Tiger Woods 2003 or 2004. I remember playing against it all night and just thinking, this is the least golf song.
Purely though, JP.
Is this.
Bit of jazz on golf.
Well, playing with my Creator Pro character, who was just like enormous, playing on these wacky golf courses. Well, no, you're hitting it. It's like somebody's put a green on top of like an individual cliff set out in the ocean. It's like, how the fuck is he going to get there? Is he going to like scale down off a helicopter or something in order to get to 2-putt it in? It was ridiculous, but a cracking tune.
Yeah, Tony Hawk's is always the game that people bring up for stuff like that as having the like. That was my introduction to a lot of punk, but also a lot of new metal and stuff. But I couldn't go further than like Limp Bizkit.
Yeah, I didn't do the pop punk then. Even obviously Blink were big when like Kerrang was popping and that, but I never done all them. Newfound Glory, Blink, Sum 41.
That's when I stopped listening to music. All that when it was like new metal and pop punk and
stuff. You're wasting me.
That was when I got stuck in like old music. And it was like probably 10 years ago that I got pulled out and started like listening to new music where you had like more sort of alternative and like punk, proper punk bands and things coming out and stuff. But that whole time period of pop punk.
You're like John Peel these days, Gareth Neal and all the new stuff off.
Don't call me a dead nonce.
It's the only I had Barry Norman in there. That's Phil. I couldn't think of a music like.
Nah, John Peel's a music one.
Is untouchable? Is untouchable though, isn't he? He's a nonce, but like still the John Peel stage at Glastonbury. And oh yeah, he married someone. No, she was like 14 or something, or like, was seeing someone like
What about what's his name? Oh, who's the one who? The Manchester guy who done the. My fucking memory shocking.
We're just out and nonsense here. Just be like we are. On
no, he's not a nonce. He's behind Manchester. Andy Zuckerman.
Tony Wilson.
Tony Wilson. That's the one. Yeah, would that be a better shout?
I didn't know he was a nonce. Fucking hell.
No, he's not.
I was on a TV show hosted by Tony Wilson about "Smack My Bitch Up" by the Prodigy.
Was he? Yeah.
I had my hand up for the whole program, and my point that I was going to make that he never came to was the point that he used to sum up the whole program. I was like, Tony, I could have done you there in 1 minute. Like it was.
Well, that's not really Tony Wilson, is it?
I would say that. So what's it? Smack the bitch up. They had to show that after 12 o'clock, didn't they? That's one of the videos that they had to show after. Literally after midnight. Who's it as well? Booty Call by All Saints.
Rock DJ
was also another one.
That was a big one.
Oh yeah, there was a PG version of Rock DJ, wasn't there?
Yeah.
Remember that?
It was like Hellraiser, where he take the skin off, wearing it, and he looked like when he take the fucking skin off them.
Yeah.
We've gone on to Robbie Williams now, new metal.
We have. Robbie Williams, my hero.
Although Robbie Williams, has anyone seen Robbie Williams' version of Rollin'? It's been going around on Twitter at a live concert. Has anyone ever seen it?
I've never seen him do it live.
It's wild.
One of the worst things I've seen him do live was Rude Box. Oh, not even that. Doing Angels live, and his actual throat. His voice had gone, so he'd just do the "and through it."
Oh, he's always done that. Hold to the crowd.
Off that.
Yeah,
the fucking career, Andy, off that.
Yeah, 70 bloody quid for that at the at Man City's ground. That like fucking hell, Robbie, you're phoning it in here.
Yeah.
The worst time though was when he not for bad singing, but when Take That come back, it was basically the Robbie Williams show because he was like the support actor as well. So you just had a full Robbie Williams show beforehand, and then, oh God, he's doing his bits in the actual full Take That show. Proper doing it was like Hogan. Over Warrior, like Gary Barlow.
He went from being like Gary Barlow was the lead singer, and there was the others, and he was one of the others, to being like lead vocals with with I know too much about this. I listened to that album a few times with Gary Barlow on the most of the songs.
I liked Root Box. I did like that at the time.
Oh, shit, your Root Box.
It's a shit song, but if you blathered and it comes on, it's a fucking classic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this point, Benno's going to be taking a cheeky little well-earned break on here, but we've got some questions here we're going to crack on to. See the seamless stuff.
Is
there,
this
just
where we
kill
start
that
off?
conversation.
That was very well organised and managed.
It really was, wasn't it? Very carefully done.
Is this the bit where we start out in the nonsense while Benno's not here?
It is, basically, yeah. We just start to go through a list.
Andy, do you want to start, Andy?
Jim Smallman.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I don't want to call anyone out because I've said enough for 2022. I've been cancelled enough.
Okay. Well, let's not get into any territory that's going to cost me.
And here is Liam as well.
Oh, here he is.
Here he is.
Here he is.
Mate, I am loving this.
I saw the bat signal come up.
Yes.
Hey, Liam.
Well,
hello, everybody. Merry Christmas.
That's all the best, lad.
God bless you, Liam. We've got first question on it, but one from James. Any non-wrestling films, music, games, TV shows that you're looking forward to?
Well, should we go down,
2023?
JP? We'll go down them all. Go films first, then go on.
Okay. Films, I don't know if it's out next year. There's a part of me. I'm going to say Iron Claw because it could be a wrestling film that gets genuine critical praise. And I'm always convinced that the way that wrestling can kind of become much more meaningful is to have some actual decent films made about it, rather like The Wrestler, which WWE never sort of capitalized on. But I've got a funny feeling in this that it is going to be something good because it's by a serious director. And I think it's that kind of Zac Efron. They love those kind of slight redemption tales in Hollywood of him taking on this kind of big role as Kevin Von Erich. So yeah, I'm going to say Iron Claw.
Here's me thinking you're going to say Barbie, JP.
I was going to say Dune Part 2, but I don't know if that's coming out next year.
I think it is. I think Dune coming out next year.
Yeah.
Come on.
I'm buzzing for that. What about you, Liam?
Well, we've fell out of order here, haven't we?
No, we'll go up.
We're doing them clockwise, aren't we?
Up, down. We'll go up to Gwen Liam. You go next. Yeah, we'll go to Gareth.
We'll do it as a snake, won't we?
Yeah, we'll go. Yeah, go on.
Absolute amateur hour here. This film-wise, isn't there a new Wonka film coming out next year?
Yes, there is. They were filming it in Oxford. People were losing their shit here.
Fucking hell.
And they went down the alley that I normally go for. And it was like, oh, you bastard, Chamelet.
Well, you normally go for a Wonka bar.
I made it sound like that, didn't it? The whistle was unnecessary. It has been made. I know they filmed a load of it in Oxford.
It's come up here, boys. Right there. Let's have a look. It is coming out in December next year.
Film-wise, what I saw the trailer for this week, which I'm interested in out of curiosity more than anything else, is that Super Mario Brothers film.
Yeah.
Bob Hoskins.
Who's playing Mario and Luigi?
Is it Chris Evans or is it Chris Hemsworth? I was getting mixed up.
Chris Pratt.
Is it Chris
Pratt?
One of the Chris's.
It's a Chris.
You really get the mix up, don't you?
It's a Chris.
There's so many of them.
Chris Hero.
Yeah.
Now, Mario one looks intriguing. I mean, and people can kind of be dismissive of it. I've seen those Sonic the Hedgehog films. I've seen a lot worse than those. Like within that kind of scheme of things, if you're going in with the lowest expectations and I'm basically being made to watch this, and you go, I've wasted 2 hours. It's not Moshi Monsters, the film, which was Jesus. I felt like Malcolm McDowell in Clockwork Orange for that one. We'll get you next, Gareth. 2023 year in film.
I can honestly say that I had no idea about any film that was coming out next year, so I just Googled films that are coming out next year, and apparently there's The Expendables Part 4 coming out.
Yeah. Oh, did you see that myself?
Starring Sylvester Stallone, Dolph Lundgren, and myself, apparently. So,
yeah, you're in there, Gareth. Get that extra dollar line.
What about you, Cole?
The two I've seen trailers for that both look all right. There's the Oppenheimer's coming out. I think that's next summer, and that's a bit of a big blockbuster next summer. And then also there's a new Fast and Furious, isn't there? Which I'm sure Benno will be jizzing his pants over.
fucking already has.
Fast
I think, at
X,
this
yeah,
point.
Fast X card. Just
That's
looking at
that's
that.
sometime next year, isn't it? But yeah, other than that, I think the second part of the June, and there's Guardians of the Galaxy, the final of the trilogy of Guardians of the Galaxy next year as well. So I think that'll be a good way of ending the story of them.
Space Hog in the trailer, in the meet. It was like I hadn't heard that song. I hadn't heard that song in a deep, long time.
Them other two films are the two that have used music best, I think, in the Marvel like world. Like I know it's a lot of 80s and stuff like that, isn't it? So they've used. I think they're trying to drag songs the same as Stranger Things did. They've dragged a lot of songs back into the conscious of a lot of people. I think that'll do the same as well.
Yeah.
Like when the first one came out and everybody was going mad for the mixtape that he plays in that all the time, weren't they? And I think it'll be very similar in this one as well. But yeah, it should be
kids. There are loads of kids who look at that like soundtrack, like this piece of nostalgia, don't really know anything about the songs per se. They don't need to, do they? And they just sort of like if you stick it on in the car, they'll know. They'll be singing the song from the beginning of the first Guardians of the Galaxy and the rest of it. What about you, Matty?
Well, I've just looked there. It's Sequel City, so that intrigues me. John Wick 4, I look forward to that. And Creed 3, they're the two that stood out to me there. Like, so don't mind them. So
isn't there like a new dark Winnie the Pooh coming out? That looks like a horror movie.
Yeah, is that not out? Because I've seen the trailer.
No,
it looks fucking scary.
Yeah, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. It's called.
Yeah.
So it's probably like the Banana Splits movie, where they turn into like horror characters, and that's got Nicolas Cage in. Cracking film.
It looks bananas. It looks fucking nuts.
They're making a horror version of Peter Pan as well, aren't they? Now, because that's
is this the new thing? Yeah.
Yeah, because they're all going into public domain, so they can do what they want with them, can't they? Domain now, so they can't stop. Because so the guy that's doing the Winnie the Pooh one's on about doing Bambi as well. They're going to make it real people.
That's sad. That's dark enough as it is, isn't it, Bambi?
Yeah. Weird. The weird.
Does the hunter run over Bambi's mother as well, just beforehand, just to make sure of it?
Smashes her head in and all that, and then
it's like we've gone wolf. It's like we've gone like sort of full Wolf Creek. Does Bambi there for that one? How about you, Andy? Films for next year?
Probably myself. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. It's like the sequel. I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah.
Just looking at that, you mentioned Wonka. Why the fuck? Why the fuck again? Because they ruined it doing a remake of Charlie and the Chocolate Factory with that cunt Johnny Depp. Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Just leave it alone. Gene Wilder's the only Wonka. Why bother doing it?
Money and IP, mate.
That's probably the thing, isn't it? But just come on. Why do we need that? And also Fast and Furious 10. What they're going to do now? They've already done space. It's going to just
time travel. They'll go back to the dinosaurs.
That's a shout. They could do that, Carl. They could do time travel. Honestly, that is or the future or something. That's a shout,
Back to the
you know what? I like the Fast and Furious films just because you can leave your brain at the door and enjoy a couple hours in the
Tyrese Gibson fighting off, trying to outrun a dinosaur.
I've never seen one. You know what? I've never seen a Fast and Furious film.
I'm with you, Gareth. Never seen one.
Neither have I.
Boys, you know what they are like. Benno's your main man for these.
My choice, the dealer's choices. Fast and Furious 129.
There's that many of them now. They are silly. They do get silly, of course. Like any film, any franchise gets fucking silly in the end, don't they?
Were they ever serious?
What?
You know what, though, Liam? Not like deadly or fucking, like a fucking Godfather or something. Nothing like that. But like, there's a good meaning to the first couple. You know what I mean? And then you just get fucking.
It's more with the stunts, isn't it?
Yeah.
How do they end up in space? What the fuck's all that about? Like,
that's when it gets silly. That's where, like,
what, like,
it's just like, I don't even. It's just so convoluted, Carl. It's like you can't even explain.
I mean, Just in order,
characters come back from the old ones, because you forget, this way Benno again will explain it better than me. Like number 3 is set like after like number 6, 7, 8. It's like a Star Wars type, you know what I mean? It's something like that. So
it's sort of, the thing is, the franchise picked up when The Rock came in. And
5 and 6
they had 2 or 3 good ones, and then when you go into like Hobbs and Shaw's one of the worst films going, absolute bollocks.
Not your finest hour there, Gareth, that one.
Absolute bollocks.
Jason Statham's in it, mate.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't listening. I was reading.
Yeah.
You're better in that. You're better
Hobbs
in
and
the
Shaw, terrible.
Just to try and move the question on, I'm going to open up sort of music, games, and TV shows. Kind of like open up for these.
Any music.
I couldn't tell you any music that's coming out.
Metallica's got a new album out next year, mate.
Oh yeah, give that a listen. Definitely.
Is it the greatest hits of the best of Metallica?
Cracking album.
It's not, but I think the last 2 albums are.
Did you like Hardwired, Gareth? Was he?
I think Hardwired's good. I think
it's good, isn't it?
Death Magnetic's good. I think they're I don't know. People just assume that it's not good because it's new. But I think both of them are good.
St. Anger Man, Gareth, you enjoy that?
No,
I like that. I do like it, you know.
I love Some Kind of Monster that accompanies it. That's an amazing film, but it accompanies a terrible album.
What about that record with Lou Reed? You like that? Lulu or whatever it's called.
I tell you what, there is as well. This Smashing Pumpkins have got a rock opera album out this year that I'm looking forward to, purely to mock them, because like I'm a big Pumpkins fan from back in the day, but there's no way it's going to be good.
It's Tyrus doing a guest vocal on it.
Isn't this like a triple album or something?
It is.
Fuck.
Jesus. Has anyone got any games I want to mention?
The AEW one surely's got to come out.
I was going to say I will play Fight Forever.
When's it actually coming out, that game?
Yeah,
because on Amazon it's December 31st, but
who fucking knows?
This is the problem. They shouldn't be in the position of promising anything until the game is done, because the one thing they need is the momentum of releasing a game that isn't buggy. That's the whole thing they need that it all hinges upon. Because if they release something and it's not ready, they're fucked. They're better off pushing it back forever long. But you're talking about an investment for a company with, they've got income streams, but you're talking probably about 30 million development costs. Any profits they would have made this year is completely wiped up in this game. There is a lot riding on it for them.
Isn't next year the first year that EA and the FIFA thing, like
EA 23 or 24,
game, aren't they? Like, I'm looking forward to that because it's just basically been in stasis, hasn't it, for a few years?
The old ISS Pro Evo FIFA
Carl,
days, isn't it?
Do you know the AEW game? Didn't they say that there's never going to be a sequel because you're literally just going to add on
24.
You're just going to add on every year.
It's just going to be one game comes out and then I think it's just downloads after that.
You can just build onto it. Yeah.
I would say, TV shows. There's a couple of there that have already been mentioned. I want to just give a shout out for Happy Valley, which I love.
I was going to say that as well. Yeah.
Happy Valley on New Year's Day and the Last of Us TV series.
Oh, Lufa's back as well. I seen Idris Elba's tweet the other day. Looking forward to Lufa. I like that.
There must be the next Succession next year.
Yeah, Succession. Yeah. I was going to say new Succession, new Curb Your Enthusiasm. Barry. Does anybody watch Barry?
Yeah, I watched the first 2 series of Barry.
Yeah, really good.
I think that's the thing about where we are with popular culture now. It's TVs. That's where the kind of more interesting long form.
The Netflix films are shite, JP, aren't they? The shit. For the most part,
they are. The next football documentary where about 1 or 2 managers get sacked in a season. Every football club documentary that they show on Netflix, Amazon, someone's going to get sacked. And generally, it's a Salford City documentary on Sky.
I'm going to go on to your Jeff here, Andy. As the dance is on, what would your player nicknames be, and what music would you walk out to?
Well, I know he were on about this on Boxing Day when he was asking. He said Matty would definitely be the business coming to let's get down the business. I'll tell you what, talking songs, what a tune that was for the World Cup just before the actual start of the game.
Yeah.
What a tune! He said you JP, you'd have to come down to like Only Fools and Horses music, like
I think it will do. Yeah, some sort of Del Boy style reference for it on that.
Gareth would be the Cumbria national anthem because that's how you sing at the wrestling shows.
What do I come down to, Andy? UB40 or something?
I was going to say, it's got a UB40.
Liam,
the theme music to Brum.
I'll give you something from the specials.
To Brum.
That's Coventry, Andy. I ain't having that.
It's Midlands. It's all the same. It's all
okay.
Turkey.
Shocking.
What about for Scunthorpe? That's what I'm thinking here.
Oh, don't. We're having a bad enough time as it is.
I was going to say Iron Man would have been
Iron Man.
Just for the irons. Don here asks, I went to one Progress show this year, but only because there was an offer on to get in cheap and it included a free pint.
Oh,
what bribe would they have to offer you before you'd go?
Ownership of the company for free.
So you can book a wrestling company.
Get some good fly-ins for me. Just get some
Or
good
selection of
wrestlers
in the ring and give you a bag of stones as you walk in.
What? Are we going to go the full Piers Morgan treatment?
Well. In all honesty, I did go to a Progress show this year, and the reason I went is because some host of a podcast picked my name out of a raffle in Leeds.
Yeah.
Mentioning no names.
He can't even defend him. Where is he?
I was going to say, do I have to give an answer here because I'm bad?
Which is the most fucking ridiculous thing in the world.
To be honest, what would make me go? If there was someone decent on the card who I've not seen before, like an import.
That's got to be an import.
Who's the import, Andy, that would get you there?
It's probably tough, really, because the thing is, TNT's probably booked him. I don't know. It's someone.
Would you not need a couple? It couldn't just be one import.
I need a couple. To be honest, I've actually bought my first ticket for a Brit Rest show for next year today, and it's PCW Roll to Glory, who've got about 8 imports on already, including Sugar Huntington again.
I think I'm going to go to that purely on the basis that there's 4 lads on there who are fly-ins who I've never seen before.
Who are the fly-ins?
Who's the import on this?
So he's got Sugar Dunkerton, someone called Jaden Newman, Adam
Big lad,
who's one from Action Wrestling, and he's got a few more from like America. He's got Franco Vargas back over, and
he's got a good track record though, hasn't he, Fludder, though, when it comes to people that you've never fucking heard of and then rocking up on a PCW show. Like you saw Top Flight in Lancaster, didn't you? And I know you said they were shite, but like you saw them in Lancaster before they were on AWTV, not that long before, really, was it?
You could tell who was a good one then. It was Dante Martin. The other one's fucking dreadful. I remember RJ saying, fuck me, these lads are not so good, are they? And this was a cold night in a Lancaster pub, watching Top Fly. But I mean, now with Progress, it needs to be a couple of imports. Needs to bring me in.
Vikingo, as Chris Platt mentioned in the chat, it would have to be someone on a level of how often am I going to get to see this guy? Like, it can't be someone who's routinely over here. Or and it has to be a combination of a few people that I feel at least 2-3 matches are going to deliver.
Yeah, got to be Manny and it, Gareth.
I'm not going to London for anyone anymore. But if they've got it on Manchester, they could get me in the building in Manchester. They could get me in the building in Manchester, but not in London anymore.
Steady.
I think that's the case with a lot of British wrestling at the moment, JP, that it needs to be someone different, someone exciting to actually get even me through the door, or even our Jeff. Like I mentioned to our Jeff, like, Future Shot's got like a free show weekender in March. He's like, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
I think he's packing in.
Whereas me, even like a year ago, we would have been like all over it. Now we're just like, we just want something different.
Yeah.
Well, as bad as the UK indies are on the whole, it kind of goes without saying how bad US indies are, because I can't think of an import I want to see that hasn't already been over or want
Everyone's
to see
been
come
over.
over.
The same people who come over, you're right, yeah.
But nobody's come through that you think, I really want to see them.
Liam,
this is a controversial take, I think, but I think AEW killed the indies as much as.
I was just about to say that he signed everyone up.
I was going to say as well, like, especially with like TNT. Now they've done the GCW show in September. It had good reviews apart from Gareth, obviously, but they're bringing over like they're doing another GCW show next year in September, but they're still bringing over Effie in January, Ali Catch in February. They're bringing a lot of the GCW people over even early in the year. So when they come to September, do they feel special again? No, they just feel like another import.
I'm quite looking forward to the the Rise ICW in February. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of like Brandon Kirk and people like that they're bringing over that you don't really see. Like even TNT really brought a lot of the people over that they're bringing over, and I think that'll be interesting. I know they're saying they're sold out most of the shows, but it's going to be interesting to see what the reaction is to that. It's 4 shows over the weekend. I think that'll be a big one for whether anything like that happens in the future.
Yeah.
There's a few names on that I like. Obviously, there's Tremont and people like that, but then there's Brandon Kirk. I'm just looking on their Facebook now. There's like Brandon Kirk. Akira's coming over to do the pit.
Danny DeManto in it.
Yeah, DeManto. Just looking through the thing now. There's a few like random names. Casey Kirk, who's like one of the female deathmatch wrestlers. Like, there's a few people like that are random enough that aren't going to get booked anywhere else that might get people there because of who they are. But like Progress and that, they're just going to bring over the same, like say, Janela or somebody like that, or a handful of GCW people. But the only other person that would get anybody, like Benno and that, would be like Nick Gage or somebody, but it's never going to happen.
No.
Well, but the thing is, I think his conviction's up quite soon.
It's this year, I think, or next year, I think. So
yeah.
He won that one tour, wasn't he?
I've heard talk of the think. There's obviously it'd probably be TNT, but people are trying to look at getting him over here, like not either next year or the year after. But will he still be fit to do it? Like in a year's time or whenever it runs by.
Yeah, it's a really. I mean, given the amount of people, and you mentioned about AEW, I think the thing that would actually draw people is just whether, God, even if Bear Country fucking turned up, I'm sure that there would be people thinking, oh, Bear Country. I remember seeing them on AEW TV. And it's them being able to do those kind of tours. People who are within that system, who they could just be basically a brand ambassador.
If they send like the Acclaimed or somebody over though, you send the Acclaimed and like a Takeshita or somebody like that over to do Rev Pro. Like
you're selling out.
It
sells out.
Yeah, and they make a fortune on t-shirts, don't they? Like,
yeah, but you say this though, and I have a question about this. It's like someone like Will Ospreay who had an exposure in AEW is like one of the biggest names in New Japan at the moment. How many more is he getting through the door for Rev Pro than the Rev Pro brand is getting? I don't think it's that much that much more. I think people are going to see Rev Pro.
From what I see of their shows now, they seem to have hit a bit of a
plateau.
Not so much a roadblock, but they've got to a level and that's it now. They're not really pushing it, but I don't know if that's to do with AEW and stuff like that, or if it's here he is.
Hello, William.
Oh, here he is. Here he is.
Hey, Will.
Hello.
Kingpin himself.
This is a beard, by the way, Matty.
All right. I didn't know we were in a contest, Will.
Just finished Santa duties. Yeah.
No, he's not allowed near, he's not allowed near kids, is he?
Hey, I've got my DBS check. That means I'm all okay, apparently.
Not an enhanced. That's what Benno would always tell us. But
I love the way when Will comes on, always within 1 second, there's a big cloud of smoke.
Yeah.
It's like stars. It's like stars in their eyes.
Here he is.
And also about 10 live viewers seem to leave. I don't know what that was.
There's an eight-way going on here, mate. Pure 8-way here. I love it.
We're in the last hour or so. Might as well just let it go. It is what it is. I saved Karen from this bit.
Yeah.
I'm offended.
What's happening anyway, Will? What's going on?
Oh, I've actually got a cold, which is why I'm smoking cigars and drinking bourbon, and I've got to work tomorrow. And I did go to bed after I was the only one of our chat to express sympathy for the fact that the hot takes were coming out the other end yesterday. I said, Benno, I'm not feeling very well. I've got to work tomorrow. Can I come in early? And he just ignored me. And then I got sucked into doing work on my day off. So here I am at quarter to midnight.
Still early by my book, Will. Still counts.
Gareth, this is brekkie time for Benno, isn't it?
I will say, Will,
it's just cracked up in a pack of Belvitas, Matty.
Can you keep them in the fridge as well? Are they in the fridge as well, yeah?
Yeah, don't be surprised, Carl.
Cocoa Pops time. There is a question on here. I don't know the name of this. ROWB 6H1, which is a hell of a name. I'm not sure what that kind of means.
I always pronounce it like Arwob.
Arwob. Okay, we'll go with Arwob.
Oh, easy to Google, then we'll call it.
Arwob.
You've just offended somebody there, definitely.
If both Undertaker and Goldberg's streaks had to be broken on the exact dates they were, but both Brock and Nash were unavailable, who would you have booked to break each?
Oh God!
Immediately, I know my answer.
Go on, Gareth.
CM Punk for the Undertaker. I'd have told him at the Royal Rumble, "You're going to beat Taker at Mania," and he'd have fucking hung around.
You stayed.
Yeah.
And then with Goldberg, I'd have said Brett because he was just tied up. He was tied up with DDP. You could have immediately made Brett mean something in WCW if you fucking tap Goldberg or make Goldberg pass out or something like that.
Yeah, he couldn't have tapped. He would have had to have passed out.
Yeah,
definitely.
Easy. That to me, and it would have been good. Improve both situations.
I think the problem of having Goldberg pass out is, as silly as it sounds, he was having the. I think she's talking to you, Matty.
No, no, Will. I've just literally texted her that you're on, and she's fucking me, but watching it now.
Is she twerking in the kitchen?
I think the problem with having Goldberg pass out is, as crazy as it sounds, because they weren't similar except a vague physical resemblance. Goldberg was getting the piss taken out of him for being a Stone Cold ripoff. So you repeat WrestleMania 13 with Goldberg. It's like, oh well, you're just doing the same thing again.
Yeah.
I mean, the obvious thing with Goldberg would be Raph, but he'd already lost to Kevin Nash at that point.
Anyone but Hogan, because Hogan would have been politicking to beat Goldberg.
Yeah.
You know he would have been.
Scott Steiner at the time.
Good shout.
A good one would have been Brett using his nous to beat him, know, in the same way that he did that angle. Brett, maybe if it wasn't the pass out, Brett using being clever.
Them. Yeah.
Could you?
I was going to say with Steiner though, going into 2000 with Steiner, they just never pulled the trigger too late on any Scott Steiner like world title push. He should have been so earlier than that. I don't know where he was at the time. Was he like still in the mid card?
He was injured a lot though. He got injured a lot, didn't he? In 99 and 98.
He was injured.
He'd only just turned heel, if I remember rightly, in 98.
Right.
And it hadn't really stuck because he was still, I think he was still White Thunder. I don't think he'd done the big pop-up.
91 was the time for Scott Steiner.
Against Flair.
He had that match with Flair at the Clash of the Champions.
But then again, if you look at the reaction that Kevin Nash got when he beat Goldberg, that's a huge reaction.
I don't think that's a bad shout, Nash, though. People say he hates it. I don't think it's bad at all, mate. It's just the aftermath of it with the finger poke of doom and all that.
Yeah.
It's not a bad shout, Nash.
We've Undertaker.
Never got done.
With Undertaker, who's like big at the time, really.
John Cena. It's Cena.
It's either Cena, Wyatt, and maybe Daniel Bryan, but they're all.
But they never done Cena v Undertaker, where it was like the streak was on the line and Cena was the biggest. That would have been a big main event. That
Who did Cena take on at 30? Was it
Bray Wyatt? Bray
Wyatt, and he beat him as well.
Bray Wyatt would have been the other shout.
Bray Wyatt, yeah, good shout. Will
would have been. I mean, to me, I remember having this argument. This was back when me and Dave Meltzer were friendly, but I had this friendly argument with Dave Meltzer, which is I always thought WrestleMania 29 should have had a double main event of Punk Undertaker, 500-day title reign versus the Streak, and then Brock versus Rock.
Yeah,
because no one wanted Cena to get his win back on The Rock. That was not what that match was built on. And I think there's an issue with rematches don't really draw for Mania because it's all about spectacle. But I think if you'd done Punk v Undertaker, the Raw beforehand would have been Punk's 500-day title celebration. And it's basically Punk right back at Hell in a Cell on steroids. And that would have been a time to to end the streak if you wanted to. If not, Brock was the right guy. But arguably, you could have strung it out for a bit longer. But actually, they did good business with having Brock break the streak and then destroy Cena. That really reheated Brock up after the mess of the Triple H feud.
Triple H.
Fingers as well. Well, in that building that evening, as well.
Genuine shock, Andy. Can imagine that.
No one expected Brock to win.
Yeah,
absolutely no one. It was all in. Oh, this is a takeaway. It'll be over. And was it like the second or third F5? What he won?
Third one, I think.
Third one, and just the crowd being stunned off that.
I put it on the other week for the first time in ages. It's
like
amazing. It's amazing.
It's got to be watched just to see Andy's head popping up over the top of that guy. The stunned guy, and then you just see Andy's head like pop over the top. I love that.
Yeah. Even a freeway though. I know freeways aren't like putting Punk in with Rock and Cena in a freeway. Don't not agree with that one.
I just don't. The whole point, because you knew the minute they booked the rematch, okay, Cena gets his win back. And that wasn't the point of the match. Like that, I remember I went down to see some friends in Reading for the Rock Cena match, the first one. And we were so amazed and delighted that Cena had lost. And what that should have been was give your flowers to Cena. He put the old guy over. He did business the right way. That makes the hardcore fans think better of Cena. And then you get Rock to do something else. There was nothing to be gained for Cena by losing by beating the Rock second time round. Yeah. It was over. Like the feud had run its course.
Yeah, I would have been with that. Like I was always all about that, like getting Punk involved with it. Like I just thought that was the play, and that's another way you could have saved them and kept them round as well. But
to be honest, I'd have ended the streak at WrestleMania 7 because I had a bet on it at school that Jimmy Snuka was going to beat the Undertaker that I lost. So if we could go back in time, I'd have Jimmy Snuka beat.
But wasn't it talked about when he fought Randy Orton though that he was going to end the streak in like WrestleMania 21? There's been a few times. Yeah, there's been a few times.
the first time it was really talked about, because I remember watching all the matches. I'm a big Undertaker fan.
Well, in Will.
Not his politics in ring.
Yeah, really like me, just talking strictly as a wrestler and
strictly as a wrestler.
Yeah,
you don't have to live
but it was first talked up in a really big way against Big Boss Man. Like it was thrown out in passing when he won. Oh, you know, he continues his undefeated streak. Blah 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 blah. But like Boss Man, it was much bigger in commentary. But you're right, like that Randy Orton match is when it was actually built into the feud. But even then, like, so go on.
Well, do you know when he first actually like made a thing himself when he beat Ric Flair because he's on the apron at Mania 18 and he does that with his hands, doesn't he? And he goes 10-0. That's the first time I thought, fucking hell, he's taking this serious now. So that's for me anyway. That was.
Well, it's one match a year. Really focused on that.
Yeah.
but that is slightly exaggerated because it's like.
Oh, it is. I defend them all the time. It's only near the fucking very end. He done one a year. Yeah. Definitely. People forget he was back in that.
Because even after he lost the streak, people forget he had 2 great matches against Brock.
Yeah,
SummerSlam and
Hell in a Cell. Yeah.
So like, and they were great. They were great matches. So like, people forget like there was more juice in Undertaker afterwards than they think.
I don't know if you think this, but I did feel that the last Taker match was the one where he got beat off Roman. And then it
was sad that though. I know everyone doesn't like, but that was sad. He couldn't move though. It was fucking the end of that.
I remember watching that at half-5 in the morning with Stephen Fludder in Preston. Fucking what a sad fucking evening that was.
It's a great evening.
I think the last one was actually the Shane O'Mac match. Actually,
after the fucking Goldberg one. Do you remember that in whatever it was? Saudi was that?
That's great.
But it was, but they done the tag match to get. Remember, it was Roman and Undertaker against Drew and Shane. That was a match that actually happened, and that actually like got him back to like a good performance. I remember that tag match.
You're making matches up now, mate.
It was an Extreme Rules match as well, Carl.
but actually, Goldberg Undertaker at Mania
would have
been a hell of a match when Undertaker still had this streak. You know, the guy with the best active streak in wrestling, the Undertaker, versus the guy with this great historic streak in Goldberg.
Yeah. That match with Reigns, though, he was like proper holiday camp baby face waiting for the hard tag. Was it? He was on like the turnbuckle.
This is always the issue.
I'm laughing at your Steph's question here, Matty.
There's the real question, yeah.
It's got to be me. I'm politicking, Ben. Oh, come on. I would fucking.
This ties in.
That's such a you question, though. I love it.
if it's a battle royal, I win on Iron Sheik rules in the sense of I couldn't take a bump over the top rope.
Oh, I'd lose in a battle royal. Will, you're not kidding me.
I mean, with my record, I'd lose in a battle royal too. So
we should be saying Benno here. Really,
first out.
JP would refuse to do another tournament this year.
That's it. No tournament.
There's a photo of me with my family as I'm just about to leave my parents yesterday, and I look every inch the Big Daddy villain from the 80s. Like I look so huge and immobile, but kind of vaguely intimidating if you ignore the fact I can barely move.
Can I?
No,
you did not WCW run in 96, Will.
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
Will,
sorry, Jimmy Hart next to you with a megaphone.
And you battered us out with that spot. We'd all keep trying to get you out. You'd fend us off, and then we'd all be back in trying to fend you off.
Should we not really do a G1 just for you, Matty, so we can all wrestle for point?
Hell, Carl. I'm not jobbing once, let alone 5 times, mate.
Elimination Chamber. See, this is a better and easier question to ask than Tommy Boy's question, which was fuck, marry, kill for us. Not sure I want to play that.
That should be over to the public, shouldn't it?
Mate, can't be saying that. I don't want to kill anyone.
Dark hours now, JP. It's your territory now. It's midnight now.
We'll be getting the shit list up in a minute from DVD. I'll get the sleeves thread up in a step. That's where we are now.
Oh, we always very close to that sleeves thread.
Sure you don't want to tackle it, JP? I think I know my answer.
I don't even want to think about where I'm burying Benno.
Can I marry you? Because you're the
I'm
richest.
effectively am married to you, Benno. So like,
I feel like Benno and Matty have already probably had a bit of a dalliance together. So
see, I've got logic for my answer for this one. Because I'm
matching
like
dressing gowns.
If I'm dying here, Benno, I'm not having it.
I would marry Gareth because he's the richest and he runs GRAPPL. He's got all the GRAPPL millions. I think he'd be a good husband based on what I know. JP would absolutely be the best at sex, so I'd have to fuck JP.
Why are you killing me? Yeah.
Which sadly means, Matty, I'm sorry, I'd have to kill you. Hopefully you understand with it laid out like that.
Everyone else, just know you get a goat if you marry me.
Oh, we all know.
It's so funny, Benno, because my thought was I definitely went JP on the fuck. I thought, yeah, he's teaching a thing or two in the bedroom, old JP.
Knows what he's doing,
I mean, it's difficult for me. I was going to say again, marry Gareth, and
why am I dying all the time? Because I'm the newbie boys. Is that
well,
why
I'll change it round. You're big and cuddly, so let's fuck.
Yeah,
you're not doing a podcast, JP. GRAPPL is dead now.
I'm sorry.
It goes with me.
It is. He's just taken out of a.
Is this how we get Joe back?
Yeah. I'd just fuck you all, boys. I'll just throw that out there. I'll do nothing else.
Just have it that way.
We'll just have a four-way. All right.
I did run away.
Karen, no,
slowly
let it go.
out, as Karen says there.
Oh, sorry, Karen.
Hi, Karen.
On a complete side note, these are all the tournaments having an AEW this year. Tell me how many of these you remember.
This will be good.
TBS Championship Tournament, Casino Tag Team Royale, Face of the Revolution Ladder Match, Owen Hart Cup, men's and women's, Casino Battle Royal, AEW Interim World Championship Eliminator Series, AEW All Atlantic Championship Tournament, Royal Rampage Battle Royal, World Trios Championship, Casino Ladder Match, another fucking use that word casino, AEW Grand Slam Tournament of Champions, Golden Ticket Battle Royal, World Championship Eliminator Tournament, Dynamite Dozen Battle Royal, and the Three Kings Christmas Casino Trio.
I think you've missed one, JP, as crazy as that sounds.
Probably.
I'm sure Adam Cole wins the tournament at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, he wins the Owen
Hart. No, before the Owen Hart. I think he wins one to get his second title shot.
How many's on that list, JP?
There is on that
15?
list.
Gotta be
more than 20, surely, on that list.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
15,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 15.
Yeah,
could
15
AEW
tournaments in the year. How many titles were defended?
Could AEW superfan Benno name the winners of how many of those tournaments?
Yes. Come on.
How many of those tournaments can you name the winners?
Get them up.
Liam, he hates AEW. Have you not heard from the Discord?
Yeah, that's apparently
you know the Owen Hart ones. You must know the Owen Hart ones.
Okay, we'll start.
I say 12. I say he gets 12 out of 50.
Yes, this is a good. I reckon he'll get less than 10. I'll go 9. What are we going for?
Go on then. First one, TBS Championship Tournament.
Oh, Jade.
Yeah, that's easy.
The only champion. Yeah.
Casino Battle Royale.
Oh, when was that? Any hint?
Early 2022. He says, waiting for Wikipedia to come up.
Hangman Page.
Here we go.
Was that the one he come back at? It could be right there.
No, that was last year.
Not having the answers ready. Fucking hell.
That was last year.
No, there was one on Dynamite.
And it was I'm saying the one that
was won by Kyle O'Reilly.
Yeah, the one Hangman. The one that Hangman.
That memorable one.
Remember him?
That memorable.
Yeah, remember
isn't
him
it, for that one. All right, next one. We've got the Face of the Revolution ladder match.
MJF.
No.
Oh,
that's the one.
Sky.
That's one after it. Wait, they're gone.
Oh,
Scorpio Sky.
Someone in the chat said Brody King. So Brody King.
Scorpio Sky.
Was that this year, Scorpio Sky?
No, I say Jungle Boy.
Yeah, with Christian.
Yeah.
Okay, just getting it up on here because this is an absolute nightmare.
The answer's in the chat. It is right. Wardlow.
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 Yeah.
Wardlow.
How could we forget Wardlow?
Don't be giving him answers in the chat. Don't be giving him clues.
Men's and
I'm
women's.
having that one, by the way. Thank you.
So Owen Hart Cup, men's and women's.
Oh, I said them before. Adam Cole, Britt Baker.
Yep.
Easy.
Then we've got the casino. We've already said the casino battle royale. Have we said?
We've said that.
Yep, we've already said that one on there. The interim world championship eliminator series.
Was that not the one that? What was the thing that Pac and fucking when they had that triple threat match? What was that?
That was with Cassidy. That was last year, wasn't it?
Moxley.
Yeah, and Ken.
Oh. Yeah, that's the same one, isn't it? Because I was going to say Moxley, but isn't that Kyle O'Reilly?
Yeah, that's Kyle O'Reilly.
Is that Kyle O'Reilly?
Yeah.
Was it?
Did he win 2?
Yeah.
No,
No,
it was Moxley. No, it was
We've been recording, give or take, let's say 49 weeks of the year. This fucking program we have covered each of their big shows. I'm lost, and I've got links in front of me, and I can't even know where to find.
But it was a really weird tournament format because Kyle O'Reilly wins the tournament
to fight
Moxley.
Yeah.
But I think the fight with Moxley was included in the brackets.
Okay.
So I think that was the final. Moxley, Kyle O'Reilly was the final.
Sounds like Tony Khan. This.
Yeah, that would be
Booker of the year.
Oh, Liam, I keep saying it, mate. It's a fucking joke.
all Atlantic Championship tournament.
Oh, that's easy.
Pac.
Yep.
Yep.
Royal Rampage Battle Royal.
It could be anyone. It literally could be anyone.
Battle Royal.
Royal Rampage.
I'll
just say Moxley again.
I'll say Jungle Boy for that one. Gotta be.
Give you a clue. Happened really recently.
Is that the trios one?
Yep.
Oh, right. Okay. That one. That's,
I think I might have got that
and
wrong.
Thingy Martin and
This is another one at the end.
No, that's the Christmas one.
That's the Christmas one.
No, this one was in July. Fucking hell.
Jesus Christ.
I know. This is ridiculous, isn't it?
Brody
King. And we're not even halfway through it. This is mad. World Trios Championship. This should be easy.
In the history of wrestling quizzes, this has got to be the fucking worst wrestling quiz.
Oh, it's the worst. Absolutely.
We've got to have a good one after this, boys. Fucking hell.
Hey, I didn't plan this one. I just World Trios Championship. Who won that?
Well, okay, boxing.
So,
yep.
Are you allowed to talk about that? I'm pretty sure there's HR issues. That means that Bill Benno.
Casino ladder match.
That's MJF.
Yep. AEW Grand Slam Tournament of Champions.
You make these up.
That one doesn't sound real.
It doesn't.
Kenny Borerick.
Slam.
That's Moxley.
That was Moxley. Golden Ticket Battle Royal.
Fucking hell, JP.
That's Ricky Stark.
That's Charlie Bucket, isn't it?
Dale Winton on the fucking. No, what's
Well, it isn't.
I don't look at that. Oh my god.
So that's the AEW Golden Ticket Battle Royal. I'm just having a look up on this one. It's Hangman Adam Page. I have no recollection of this.
Oh yeah, because that's the match that earns him the AEW Dynamite shot. That gets him from
Then we got the World Championship Eliminator Tournament.
What?
That's got to be. That's got to.
You said him a second ago.
Moxley.
Got to be Moxley.
That's the Ricky Starks one.
Yeah, it's the one Starks beat Ethan
Ted
Page.
Mental.
Yeah.
Dynamite Dozen Battle Royal. The Battle Royal for the Dynamite Diamond Ring.
That's Ricky Starks.
Ricky Starks. And in the Three Kings Christmas Casino Trios.
That's AR Fox and the Martin Brothers.
There we go.
I think I did well there.
What about 8 and 9, Ben? Yeah, that's all right. That.
Fucking hell, there's too many there, isn't there?
But you know what? It's right. It's not just
Imagine how long this conversation would be if we went to what titles were defended in AEW.
So after all that, we've come to the conclusion that AEW has too many tournaments.
Yes. A needless side.
Benno loves
AEW.
We're straight back to where we were at the beginning.
Yeah, we are.
This is
classic.
We've got an
Tournament
hour left
title-
before
tournament-
Dynamite and there's 10 more questions. So
It has too many tournaments, titles, wrestlers, brands. That's like, you know.
Commentators.
People fighting over contracts, storylines.
Entrances.
Shit female wrestlers.
Yep.
It's not just that there's
too many wrestlers.
It's not just that there's too
Full
many tournaments. They're too samey. Like, how
Interim
can you
champion.
tell those tournaments apart from each other? Like, I'm not saying you should have a tournament every month. That's not my idea of good wrestling.
That's why we're not talking about great feuds.
But you could make
that's
that
right,
work,
JP.
but you could make a tournament a month work if the tournaments were different.
Definitely.
If they involve different people.
What's a Royal Rampage at the end of the day? What the fucking hell is that bollocks?
Tony Khan just needs a quality assurance person to go, you've done that 8 times this year. You've done that 20 times this year.
But he wouldn't accept it, Benno. He'd be the type to not accept that criticism, even if it's not like...
If you moneyballed the fuck out of it and just said, these are how many tournaments we're doing and these are the rates, he would go, oh, hello.
But here's the thing,
Stand back.
isn't it?
More tournaments.
Tony Khan, despite what he told certain people, Tony Khan did not grow up on Mid-South Wrestling. He grew up...
How old would he have been? 4?
He grew up on ECW and Vince Russo's WWF.
Yeah.
And Eric Bischoff's WCW. And that is very clear in the DNA of his booking, where it is very much, let's throw as much shit at the wall as we can. We've always got to have the big stars in the matches, the key matches. It is not what it was sold as. And I don't think that's Tony Khan's fault. I think that's people being a bit credulous about small talk he had with them at shows or on podcasts. But, he is a son of the 90s. This is a product built by somebody who was watching the same crappy wrestling that we all grew up on.
Matty, can you step in and defend Russo here, please? I can't listen to somebody disrespecting him.
But this is it. You know what I mean, Carl? I said it a while back. It's like I thought I was being groundbreaking saying he's like similar to Russo, but it's plainly obvious
He's a
for
shit
everyone.
Russo to you, isn't
He is though. It's like
I
just don't get him at all.
Mixture of Russo and Paul Heyman, isn't he? Like
Yeah.
Heyman
He likes to shoot, to shoot stuff a lot and fucking awful lot. Like
he's not capable of booking a lot of the time, which is what Heyman got caught out with a lot of the time. Didn't really know what he was doing with a lot of, like, when you brought like Hayabusa and people like that over, and he didn't really know what to do with them, so his job was to Van Damme and people like that. Like, or when you brought in a WWF like an Al Snow or somebody and tried to push him as the big star, and he was an entrance and that was it. Like,
that's it.
Yeah,
it's exactly the same, isn't it? Like he brings in these people, or he's got people, and he gives them, like when he's bought the music for like Jungle Boy and Orange Cassidy and people like that. Like, it's an entrance, isn't it? Then the match, like you say, the bell rings and it's fucking the same shit, isn't it? Like, people sing along, like same with Jericho. People sing along to the song, and then it's like it's the same match he's had for the last 15 years, isn't it? Like,
it is.
Wins the title, isn't he? Like, it's not anything groundbreaking.
No.
Yeah. Switching gears, then I'll get through the last of these questions. Probably won't take any more calls. Probably run till about the start of Dynamite. If anyone wants to go, we're all adults. Show yourselves out. It's fine.
What time does Dynamite start? 1?
1, 45 minutes. So try not to cut too much into that, but yeah, up to you folks if you want to stick around. But good one.
Is the main event going to be my big reveal then?
We'll let that. Go ahead. That can be
yes.
It's a tournament you've set up between the 4 of us.
Yeah, a round robin, Starcade '89 stuff, JP.
Mate, Muta was robbed.
Double War Games, cage death, fucking bouncing off the ceiling, mate.
We've got a label some sort of casino fucking battle royal or something now. I couldn't believe that list, lad.
Yeah, I'll do this one then next. We'll do Martin Bushby's question next. But we'll do Chris Elliott's because he's been in the chat all night. Fuck, marry, kill, Dango, Satin, Collier. I'll throw this to you, Will.
Well, whichever one I pick, the end result is going to end up with them dead. So
Satin's got money. I'll marry him and then divorce him. Kill Dan.
One of the funniest things you've ever said.
What an answer, Will. I love it.
I'm really worried about your ex-wife now, I've got to be honest.
She moved to Canada.
Yeah.
Is that like in EastEnders when they go to Birmingham?
Oh.
Mate, they behave like that in EastEnders when they move.
I'm still here.
Never. Is there a real answer to that one, JP? Have you got one?
Oh, I was going to say. I mean, I
you
think you know
fucking-
who I'll
yeah.
be killing in all of this. I suppose then by default I'll be marrying Satin and fucking Kalia.
You busting your moves on, JP, was
marry
it?
Kalia.
Oh, terrifying.
There's always a job for a journo in that game, but we all know who the one who doesn't need to be anywhere near the conversation.
I mean, I think Dagnall's the only one who hasn't blocked me. Do you know who has blocked me recently? That I only just discovered
Dave
today.
Meltzer.
Dave Meltzer.
No, Dave still follows me. I don't know why. Chris Jericho's blocked me. All those jibes about his wife finally paid off.
Jesus. Oh, okay. What must be worse than best nights out? Where have you woken up and been like, I'm never fucking doing that again? Please ask this if Jamesy's on. Merry Christmas. Jamesy was wise enough to swerve this. Any big ones come to mind, Matty? Anything for you?
I think I might have told this story once before. The worst I've ever been, like, I literally, like, don't know what I was doing, was when I come home one night and when my mum was still here, God rest her, and she had a commode in a bedroom. So I've come in absolutely twatted, and I'm thinking, right, I'll go for a shit on me mum's commode, not a piss. I'll go for a shit on me mum's commode. You know, all right, it's bad, but it's like, you know, it's still a commode. You do go for a shit in it. That's fine, yeah. Sam, so I obviously have a shit.
So what was wrong with the toilet?
I just walked up the stairs. I don't know. I just, whatever. So I just went in there, right? And then next morning, I woke up, don't remember nothing. Woke up in a pair of my mum's pajama bottoms. First and foremost, so I was like, what the fuck? This goes into my mum's bedroom. I hadn't shit on the commode. I'd shit on a bin bag of washing that was ready to go. I thought I was shit on the commode. I was a clean bag of washing that had come back from the low sets, like the quilts and that. So that's like the most random one I can ever remember.
Jesus Christ.
I can't compare.
I mean, my dad used to get home pissed from nights out and he'd piss in the washing basket a lot. Like that.
It happens a lot, mate.
Yeah.
Pissing in the wardrobe.
It is what it is, boys. You know, we've all
I woke up someone I used to live with, a mate of mine, and he was taking a piss in like the top drawers where he kept his pants and socks. It's just impressively reached.
You just think it's the bug. Obviously, you're not fucked, aren't you?
Woke up in the middle of it. He was just like looked at me shocked. I was like, mate.
I did that when me and Sarah were on all day in Australia. Like, she woke me up when I was like stood there just fucking pissing all over the curtains in the hotel. Like, just she was like, "Wait, like, what do you think you're doing?" And I was just like, "I'm on the bog," and she was like, "No, you're pissing all over the fucking curtains." Like, so that was slightly embarrassing, probably for the people who were cleaning our room the next day. But my worst has got to be like being in my mates, like going back to our mates. His mum and dad had a pub, and I was like so blitzed that like his mum had given us a sandwich, and she was asking me like, "How's that sandwich?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's lovely." And I was like, she said I was holding it about here, and I was just going like,
what would you want there, Gareth? Like, did I ask?
Well, who knows? But anyway, I woke up in the middle of the night and I was like, I need to throw up here. I need to throw up. But I was staying in his little sister's bedroom, and like I was like, I can't be fucking sick in his bedroom. Like, so I was like fucking crawled out, and I like crawled to the kitchen because I couldn't fucking walk. And then the dog bowl was there, and I like went over and I like puked up in the dog bowl, and then the dog fucking came in the kitchen, and then like the dog started like fucking eating my sick out of its bowl. But then I was lying there in my pants, and then it started to like fucking try and like lick up my legs and that. And I was just like, fucking get off. And then I don't know how I ended up getting back into the bed or whatever, but then I woke up the next morning and I just spewed all over his sister's fucking bedroom wall as well. So that was 100% the number one where I was just like, transport me out of this worst night ever. Like, fucking never been that pissed ever again. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that dog starting to like lick up my leg. And I was just like, don't you even fucking dare go in here, mate.
Some people want to let it stay. You know what I mean? Some people want to flip it off.
Lying there on the kitchen floor, there, watching it fucking munching away on my sick out of its bowl. Like, fucking...
Hey, look, Gareth. From the sense of things, you're fucking lucky it wasn't a big dog.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Straight to the face.
I think for myself, worst night out was, oh God, I got so pissed that I was throwing up in the bogs in Chicago Rock in Bury. So someone took a video of me,
Chicago Rock in
toilets there, and then I remember going downstairs telling our Jeff to fuck off and what have you. And stagger into like the taxi and just getting into our Jeff's room spinning, just an awful night, and apologising to him next day. Yeah, terrible night that one. Best night out, probably going down the Reaper barn in Hamburg. That was such an experience at that area. Like the Blackpool of Germany, like when you're coming out of a pub, like when you're coming out of a pub and someone there grabbing you,
less zombie being something,
prostitutes and everything. But like our Jeff taking us down the Reaper barn and it's all window shopping with all like tits out and everything, just like a kid at Christmas. That fucking night. So one of the best things I've seen. Like that weekend, I saw a great WXW show at the Mart Tower, and then the Saturday got to have an evening down the Reaper barn, just full of prostitutes, full of everything. So great.
Sounds like a stormer.
I think for me that there's two that
private. But anyway, carry on.
There's two that come to mind for me. One, it was in Nottingham, and it was when I was on Question Time, and afterwards got to go to like the David Davis after party with an open bar. And this is when I was still drinking drinks with Red Bull. So I'm having double like vodkas or double JD or double Southern Comfort with Red Bull. And I have like 4 or 5 at his after party. I'm getting to wind up David Davis whilst drunk. And then we go to a nightclub, and I'm like, I must, even with the free start, must have spent way over 100 quid just on my own drinks. And I'm absolutely paralytic. Have to stop the taxi to throw up in the street. I was in halls, and so the way Nottingham halls were, it's like you had a room to yourself with like a communal toilet at the end. So I get back, go toilet. Don't remember anything else except I wake up flat on my face in my dorm room with the door open, the trousers down my legs, and sick somehow on the back of my white jacket. And I don't know how I was like, how it got there. The other one that comes to mind was when I used to go to Trinidad for Carnival, and this was the second year I went, and I went to a concert called Soccer Monarch.
Carefully, Will. You're in dangerous territory.
Begins at 9 p.m. and you can buy bottles of rum from the bar. I drink so much that halfway through I pass out on the floor. So you literally just got this fat white guy just lying on the floor. And I've got to say, like, this is police with army guys with machine guns. And like they're pretty ruthless. But like clearly they were like, look at that honky, you can't take his rum, and just kept walking by, just left me alone. And sadly I lost my dentures that day. So
I don't know what I've just did.
I had a friend who I brought with me, and she was getting like, they were getting really agitated. Like, where's Will? Is he okay? Is he okay? Is he okay? And my friend who I went to Carnival with was like, he's fine. He's just drunk somewhere, and they were right.
Beat that, Dave Meltzer. Yeah, I'm gonna come with a story like that.
All that needed at the end was, and needless to say, I had the last laugh.
Well, I mean, needless to say, I drank the next day.
We'll do a whole podcast on those stories one
Yeah,
day.
I almost feel like there's too many details I would have to be carefully omitting from this as it's going live on YouTube as we speak. I mean, one of them involves it's like a best and worst day. Well, it's best day actually. It was great. It was just it was a pity I shit myself halfway through on the way back home. I'll throw that into the mix. But it was going to watch Arsenal versus Chelsea, and like it was a 12:30 kickoff, and it was 5-3, and I was at Chelsea. I was sat at Chelsea, and John Terry slipped in front of me, mate. And they were throwing out Arsenal fans who were sat in the Chelsea, and so I sat there quietly taking photos of the scoreboard, trying to pretend to be an American tourist. He didn't know what the fuck he was doing. I very much knew what the fuck I was doing, and it was a great game in there. Andre Santos,
I was going to say,
a
Santos,
pub player who made it to the Premier League. Yeah, he's shite. He's absolutely shite. He scored a cracking goal, but it was great fun. Andre Villas-Boas. After that, ended up going on an almighty session after that game. Ended up going to a friend's Halloween party and then going to Finsbury Park. As I said, shit my pants. Like had a chicken shop bit. I got off the train basically and then walked from there to Victoria, sort of sobered myself up, got on a night bus home, got back about 6 a.m. Thought I'd been going out for the football and a few beers after, and it just had turned into this just fucking mighty session.
Did you get rid of your bills and wipe your ass, or did you just go with it?
I got rid of them, mate, and wiped my ass.
You?
That's what you do in those situations.
Straight into soak.
Yeah. Oh, straight into soak. I held on to the
Just fucking carried them around with you.
No. At that point, no. It was. But I needed, like, it's a bloody long walk, Finsbury Park to Victoria, and I just needed it in order to get my fucking shit together. Because I was like walking past London Bridge, and I went, I am fucked here. Like, this could go badly wrong on here as well. Yeah.
I once had a week-long hangover. I thought I'd actually done some serious damage to myself until I met a friend who had been on this drinking outing like a week later.
What did you do, Will, for that? Can you remember? Like, what did you actually drink to earn that week?
So this was NUS LGBT conference because I'm cool, you know.
Yeah.
And I literally,
what is it? Slash rugby club. Like it's for a week-long session.
So, like, literally, I think I brought with me a suitcase full of booze, like about 6 different bottles, and we were like drinking them on the way there, drinking them in a hotel, taking them to the conference, going to Nightingale's in Birmingham, which is like a big gay club in Birmingham. So, like, we were just absolutely hammered, you know. Like, I don't usually get blackout drunk. On the Friday, I was blackout drunk. I remember being bundled into a taxi with people shouted at me, which doesn't usually happen to me. Literally for a week afterwards, I was seriously ill, and I thought I'd done something to myself. I saw a friend who had went with me, and they were also feeling ill. And it was literally like, conversation was like, "Oh, have you not felt right for the past week?" Like, oh my God, you have too? Thank Christ.
Yeah, fucking hell, Will.
Did you just not drink for a week, Will? Was that what the problem was?
No, I was still drinking.
William.
Did you shit yourself? That's the big question.
Yeah, have you ever shit yourself, Will? We need to know.
No. You know what? As Chris, Great Bashir, will say, he went drinking with me. He went drinking with me, just the two of us, last year.
That'd be some session. That is some
I have a remarkably strong bladder when I'm drinking.
What are you, in Newcastle or something? Like
well, you know what? I am actually a quarter Geordie, so yes.
The only thing I can offer in that relation is I once had such a bad night out that the morning after I was hungover and went to Goodison to watch Everton versus Liverpool in the derby, and I had to have a shit in the toilets at Goodison.
That sounds rough.
You know how bad that was? While a derby was going on, it wasn't a good time. But I'll move us on. I feel like I need something to cleanse the platter after that one.
Just one more for me.
Yeah.
I won't bore you with the details. I'll just give you the sim.
Okay.
I wanted to know that then.
You and Steph are encouraging him here. He can come back. I'm sure he'll come back. Or not. Or he'll quit Patreon. Like
he'll start talking to himself
now. Which wrestler, not Will Cooling, would benefit from not being on Twitter? In a slightly related note, what happened to Flip Gordon? That's good.
I'll tell you who's won that bloody FTR bald fella today.
Yeah.
He's full of his own importance, isn't he?
Yeah.
He takes it too seriously.
He's not the only one, is he?
He thinks he's good.
That's why he likes Bret Hart, though, Gareth, isn't he? He takes
he's
himself.
A cock. Absolute cock.
Who, Bret?
No, I mean FTR bald. Absolute cock.
I think there's just.
What were you going to say, Liam?
I was going to say I'm fighting against my receding hairline at the moment because otherwise it will look like FDR bald with the
muzzy.
I can see that.
Fucking Bob Carroll, geez.
What next? I've got too many left.
It's Will Ospreay, though, is the answer, isn't it? If Will Ospreay had never discovered Twitter, then.
And what happened to Flip Gordon? He's a fucking idiot.
Did he join Control the Narrative, Benno? He did, didn't he?
Yeah, and he's that one wrestler who no one like a Marty or not even just Marty. He's like all the other cancelled wrestlers post anything on Instagram. He's in the comments and the likes and stuff. He's just a fucking idiot. Like he associates with all the worst people.
Benno, do you think he's a lost prospect, or was that just a tribute to what a good job the Bucks did?
They just liked him, and he did flips. That was literally all it was. That's all. That's it.
He was all right.
If you try and think back, he was all right, but what was the great Flip Gordon match?
One good, Liam. You're hanging in there, mate.
Just about.
Next one, let's see. Favorite blade job? Wrestling one from Dugbag. Says he loves the pods. All the best for me.
IWC answer is, or the ultra IWC answer is Muto.
Yeah.
Was Eddie Guerrero's?
Eddie Guerrero against Joe.
That wasn't a blade job, though. That was a hard way.
I'm going to say,
Was it this
Austin
year?
Brett
did that one with his mask when he ripped his mask. Was that this year, or was that in that AAA match when he and then the week after he was on fucking Rampage?
Yeah, that image.
with the mask and everything.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I know it's very good few ones as well.
Shawn Michaels Hell in a Cell 97.
Yeah,
I know
that's the ultimate selling job.
I know it's a very traditionalist answer, but when you say blade job, I picture Ric Flair.
Yeah, the white wig in it as well.
Blonde hair, you know, scar tissue, him puffing his cheeks. You know, like he was just a master. Like it's weird because I can't pick a match which is my favorite Ric Flair blade job. But you know the image of Ric Flair blade job. It's just an archetype imprinted in your brain.
You say that,
rates a good Flair blade job, like all up in the hair, like when he's going after it.
It's like he's got a red mohawk in it.
What about Mass Transit?
Savage at
I was literally just going to say that, JP, but I thought it was a bit too early in the night.
What was that, Liam?
I would say it's not a blade job that's happened yet, but when Roman Reigns and the Bloodline turn on Sami Zayn,
he should be blood. He actually should be.
Yeah, should be.
Got to be.
I'm struggling to choose my favorite.
He's going to bleed like fuck.
I'm struggling to choose my favorite between the 42 John Moxley done this year, but one of
them. Did he do any of them tournaments, Liam?
Casino blade job.
Yeah.
Mine's what Jericho did on his chest when he had that.
That was genius. That was smart.
He's a gobshite.
Oh, he is.
I'm going Brutus Beefcake with the outlaw Ron Bass before.
Scary when you were a kid.
Gareth, that's the one that got our Jeff into wrestling.
Yeah,
that one.
I remember nothing about Outlaw Ron Bass.
The big red X, I remember being like, fucking hell. Like, I
always remember that. What SummerSlam was that? And it was a 15 in the video
88.
shop. Yeah, you could never buy it because it was. And you were like, why is this a 15 and everything else is PG? It was that, and with Liz with the
on the Gareth's favorite way to Gareth. Pause.
Oh yeah,
the greatest video cover of all time. That as well.
Matty should be 5 cowboy hats.
Do you remember Ken Shamrock wouldn't blade? So he would always do the bite the condom of fake blood
capsules.
He'd always have the internal bleeding gimmick instead.
Yeah,
he'd do that all the time, didn't he? Yeah.
Have you seen? Sorry, last one on that is Undertaker and Brock Hell in a Cell. They have a fucking proper. The first one, 2002.
Not to continue our shtick of being the two Undertaker defenders here, Matty. That is a really underrated match because that's the match that saves Hell in a Cell from being a stunt show. Now that they don't have people who can do the big bumps, because Hell in a Cell was struggling at that point.
He done the Rikishi one, didn't he, on the truck? So
And even the Foley Triple H one was a bit. It was a good match, but the big stunt was a bit fake. And that was a match like, oh, actually, this can just be a old school NWA cage match. That's just really bloody.
It's underrated. That match really is,
What was it? The Dustin Cody match where it was like,
and
you could really see like clumps. That was a hell of a blade job. That
5 stars. Dave give it, didn't he?
It really wasn't on rewatch.
You know that
big clumps of congealed blood, like lovely stuff.
Your review of that Benno was great. You know, when you went back to rewatch it for the GRAPPL 100, you're like, this is all smokes and mirrors. It doesn't hold up. And it's like, fair play to them. Smokes and mirrors tricking us is legitimate, but it's important to know what does and doesn't hold up.
Another shout out to an author here, by the way, Phil Schneider and Way of the Blade.
I haven't read that, but I've got that book.
I haven't read it, and I'm looking forward to it at some point. And he looks at some of these like kind of big blade jobs.
The artwork in it's really good. I've had a flick through, and the artwork's really good in it.
This is a silly. Sorry,
Andrew J. If you could pick a dream commentary team for wrestling to put together for any promotion, who'd you pick? Who'd be wrestling's Tilsley and McCoist?
This is a good one.
Taz and Michael Cole. That'd be a good one from the SmackDown era.
But Michael Cole's in it.
Oh, he's all right.
Michael Cole's a very good commentator.
He is, Benno. He is well in hand. He's not like the greatest of all time, but he does.
Well, that's the thing, though, isn't it? You couldn't put him in this because, I agree, he's better than WWE have allowed him to be, but I don't know about
I've been thinking about this a lot recently, and I think in many ways, what wrestling should do is follow what UFC have done with their commentary, which can be rather anodyne, but as a dynamic, it sets itself up well. Where you've got color commentator in your your play-by-play in John Anik, your color commentator in a Rogan, and then your old experienced head in a Daniel Cormier. And I think you keep it simple. None of this heel face like commentator dynamics. I just think it makes the whole thing look silly.
I used to love, Jesse and Vince, though. They were fucking back in the
day. Jesse and Gorilla for me. Like, everyone else goes Gorilla and Heenan. Everyone says Heenan and Gorilla, but I love Jesse and Gorilla. Like,
Jesse and Gorilla.
Yeah. One thing on UFC, JP, is Excalibur is Joe Rogan. Because Joe Rogan, if you actually look at what he does, he's not just a color commentator. He often takes the lead and does play-by-play. And he kind of straddles the two divides.
Anik's more of a link man.
I was going to say this. The problem is with the UFC commentators that all three of them don't know what their job is to do. The analyst will do the play-by-play. The play-by-play will do the analyst, and the only other one will break down fights. It's all over the pissing place.
I disagree slightly in the sense of I think they do know their jobs in the sense of Rogan is lead commentator in the same way Excalibur should be lead commentator for AEW, You have Anik in the Shivani role of basically like rhythm guitarist, the guy who links it all together. And then you have your pundit, who is the third man, who for AEW should be Taz. I think Excalibur, Taz, Shivani. I don't think you get better pairing at the moment in wrestling. I think those three guys are pretty damn good together.
I personally, if you're talking at the moment, I'm going to go, and we said this on the GRAPPL Awards, Tom Hannifan as your kind of play-by-play commentator. I'm going to go slightly left field. I like Caprice Coleman. I like him a lot. He has a completely different dynamic. I think it might be the way he says, "Oh my god!" Like
he gets
really
into it though. He's like he's excited
or something. And then, like beyond that, it's whether or not I kind of want to go into like a Taz type figure at that stage. In some ways, you want like a kind of almost like a, I don't know if you want a historian type at that stage. But I think if you do Taz, Hannifan, and Caprice Coleman, that's wild.
I think we commentary
and get Rene Paquette commentating at some point, because there was definitely something there, even though I know she doesn't want to do it.
We need another Mike Tenay, really, don't we? You know, like
Tenay was boss,
As
the third wheel. But he was good as the third wheel, and then he was good in TNA, weren't he, as the lead as well?
Dave Prazak would be good at that. I'd love to see Dave Prazak and Lenny Leonard to Plat's point in the chat here.
Take your commentary seriously, which is something that most... Sorry, Benno. Take your commentary seriously. I think that's the thing that really winds me up, is that when you rotate it, you don't like have any kind of like respect for it almost. You have an A team and a B team for it, but like there's things they could be doing, but AEW just looks at color commentators and just thinks we have all these it's like, actually you need to be investing in your play-by-play. You need to be investing in those people who are like the kind of link men to TV. And can Riccaboni do it? I actually think he could do.
But
yeah, he could.
But JP, the play-by-play guy is Excalibur.
Yeah,
he is the play-by-play guy.
And this where we get to the point where if you want this to go to a certain level, do you need a mask there? Like, I mean, how does that appeal to like kind of, if you're thinking about people beyond us, beyond wrestling fans? And
I think it's past that point, though. I think if you're a non-wrestling fan and you see a guy in a mask, I think that's cool. I think you're like, oh, what's this? You don't know that he wears a mask because he wrestled with California. You just think, oh, wrestling guy with a mask. I don't
necessarily have like an issue with it personally, but I can see why other people might not take it seriously.
JP, I'd rather listen to a comedy personality on the comms more than actual series person. But like with the darts and what have you. You have your Wayne Mardles, who's the comedy personality.
Yeah,
but he doesn't take the piss, though, Andy, does he? I know what you mean.
No, he doesn't take the piss.
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
He doesn't go Mark Madden, does he?
I always think with comedy commentators, though, that you get to a point that they realise why they are there and it becomes forced.
They're that's why I don't like Heenan. I don't love Heenan on commentary, you know. That's why.
We're all just trying to be Bobby Heenan, though, aren't they? All the comedy people are just trying to be Heenan, aren't they? And it don't work.
How many times did people say that about Corey Graves? Oh, he's the new Jesse Ventura. He's the new... But no, he wasn't.
He's not, is he?
I love Ventura, mate. I think he's fucking boss, Jesse.
That's part of the problem is they're trying to ape people who've already gone before rather than set something up entirely.
But you've also got to think Heenan in his peak, Ventura in his peak. They weren't doing the schedule these guys are doing now. And the problem with comedy, it gets old very quickly unless you can keep your material fresh. You've got to be really good to do 52 2-hour shows a year as a comedy guy and it stay fresh. And if you're that good at comedy, sure, you're going to be a stand-up comedian. You're not going to be bumming it round doing wrestling commentary.
Should wrestle 52 weeks of the year, though.
Yeah.
The dynamic I liked in commentary, which I've never seen a wrestling promotion do, that's very goofy, was Celebrity Deathmatch. How they had Austin as the star analyst, and I think there is a thing of, if you look at most sports presentations, they do have the analysts who aren't the ringside commentators, and I think that's the thing wrestling has never perfected. Like even now, I mean, maybe he's too far gone now. But I think Jim Ross at the beginning of AEW could have been a good host of the show with some ringside pundits who wasn't being asked to call the matches and was maybe doing some sit-down interviews with people as the show went on.
Where's Kevin Nash in all of it? Why isn't he commentating, for fuck's sake?
Shane Douglas was a boss commentator. He should be a fucking commentator for me.
He was a good backroom interview, weren't he, Shane Douglas?
One of my favourite things from ECW was, do you remember the time when Joey started, when Taz had been away and he'd been injured, and then they brought Taz in on commentary and he said, "This is not Taz, this is Peterson."
Yeah.
Like, something like
Joey
that.
Styles, one of the best of all
And
time.
Shane Douglas on commentary at Heat with Joey Styles is fucking brilliant.
Even having Tommy Dreamer every now and again, do you know, when there was a big match going on and they wanted him on the show.
I remember Power Slam loving Douglas when he was injured.
Yeah, I remember that.
With the
Conan as well.
He said in '99 in WCW, in the Revolution matches, he'd just jump on commentary, and he was fucking boss. He was
definitely. Well, just say hello to Mr. LAJ, currently on the bus, drunk home. Sad he missed the first.
Which bus?
We're drunk on the bus home as well. We got 20 odd minutes.
Don't shit yourself on the bus.
And I was going to say, don't shit yourself.
Or if you do, mate, just get rid of the cats. Buy new thing. Direct, mate. You can buy 10 for like 10 quid. It's fucking silly at times.
Yeah, there is one. I won't do the full top 5, but Chris Platt says this one get controversial. Ooh. Top 5 GRAPPL podcast guys. Let's just me, Matty, JP, and Gareth throw one out. Each our favourite from this year. If you guys want to chime in after, go for it. But who's the best guest on there?
I'm being political. Obviously, everyone was great, but no, everyone as they were amazing. I'm trying to think though. Everyone wants to jump in.
You're still a host, Gareth. He's now a host too.
Time you guys are thinking, can I throw one in? I always think you get a lot out of Alan. Like Alan brings a different tone to his guest appearances on your shows than he does in his own shows. It's Alan After Dark. It brings out he is the nicest guy in wrestling, and you bring out his nasty side, and I'm here for it.
I don't know if we got that far. Like, we haven't put a knife in his. We're not playing the traitors, mate, which is fucking deeply compelling television. And I'll save my thoughts for that for another time. I want to give a shout to Karen. I've recorded with her several times and was on earlier on. She is just a delight to record with. Like,
it gives us something different than what we do. I'd say JP is the strength of having Karen on.
And I always think with Karen,
but she just eases into your thing. I like it. She just sort of fits straight in. It's good.
Absolutely, and it is a breeze. She's a breeze to record with, but there's also the fact she has different opinions to me. Like, absolutely fine on that. There's different people she likes, so I'm not so mad on. And it's
me and her agree when it comes to ice ribbon. Like, that's the main thing we have in common.
So, I know, mate. Well, you still go knock on about fucking Wave, don't you?
That'll be handy in a couple of weeks, that Benno. Don't worry.
But what were you going to say, Carl?
I was going to say my favourite guest presenter was Kevin Chiat, but for some reason he's never made it back again. I think he's still waiting.
Kevin, I'd love to have Kevin back on.
I think you should. I think he's probably still waiting for them fucking Aussie Graps to get on the app, though, isn't he?
So, which one's he missing, Carl? We've got the
EPW up to date.
The Melbourne one on that.
You got EPW up to
date. Nobody watches them. That's the problem.
Mate, I previewed them on a weekend show a couple of times.
I'll say for best people we've had on. Like, we had a boss run this year where we had I purposely tried to do it and have a lot of guests on. So James who was on, Andrew Thompson was on, Soup was on. Like, we literally rolled out all of the Alan Cheap Shot came on. But I'll say this, and it's not, Andy, you came on, Andy Ogden came on. You've been great when you've been on with us. And I'm not just saying this because he's here, but I actually think Will was our best guest this year. And it took a lot of editing. Specifically the first 20 minutes, but once we got to the detail of it, the Vince episode, I think that's the best episode we did all year.
Will's your news, your proper serious news. I can't say nothing for Spotlight as much because when I'm on, it's like I'm the guest type thing. But the Patreons as well, everyone's been fucking boss. That's what it is with me. It's like I've enjoyed every. I
was going to say about every one of the King of the Mountain shows. Like,
amazing.
Enjoy doing. Like, they're really in terms of topics, and it just sort of forces you to think outside of the box for stuff. Like,
but I'm not just saying it as well. I love everyone.
The next one.
When we went out that night, me and you, Liam, when we were talking, like I've been saying to these guys, just the nostalgia and stuff. I love that combo we had in that fucking bar. We were all just sitting there.
And we are going to do that this year.
And we were just, we were just fucking
happening. It's happening soon.
firing out each other. And it was like, fucking, I remember that, man. We were just all having a great time.
You.
Best
work
ever,
situation has slightly changed, so it'll be in a. I promise.
Does that mean we're going to get the Jeff Jarrett retrospective as well this year? Or
I will be. Yeah, there's a few. I can't go into it like necessarily on here, but there's a few kind of like things that I'm going to be like kind of doing, which is going to be very good and kind of hopefully lead to me having a bit.
We all need JP to take additional parental leave. So that we just get a great run of podcasts during his 6 months looking after the child.
That's what I'm kind of hoping for, mate. That's really what I'm aiming for on this. It's podcasting while feeding a baby towards like an event. Not breastfeeding. I'm not fucking weirdo, but like it's like one of these things. Sorry, that sounded dark, didn't it? It's one of the things where like I expect to be doing that. Like my catch up with Noah time is going to be about 4:30 in the morning, which is I'm fine with. That's how I got into the A League. I don't give a shit about Paul Eiffel as a footballer, but if nothing else on at 5 a.m. but Wellington Phoenix, I'll fucking watch it.
I just can't wait, boys, Benno, for next year for all these, you know, the King of the Mountain choices, the fucking hard dealers choices.
Well, most of the King of the Mountain choices.
Yeah, not all of them. Whatever Carl wants to do, I don't care what it is, Benno. Just go for it, innit? Just dive in.
Yeah, definitely. And a shout out with one we didn't mention, WH Park, anytime he's been on it.
Yes.
A few minutes to mention his name. Anyone else?
I love recording with WH.
Andy, we've got to talk as well, mate. We've got to.
I know we've got to talk, Matty.
Yeah.
One to one. Brilliant.
Did you give a shout out as well, Benno, to when you were in Steph in America and you do like little recaps of your day, in Chicago or wherever.
Love that.
Like I love that how unfiltered Steph gets. Like
I banged
like some travel show or something like that. Love it.
It's like the Pharrell thing Will was saying before. It's like Steph does a very professional, polished YouTube stuff, and I think when she's on with us, not just me, you get like the real Steph. So I always say that to her. I always like dragging her onto stuff when we're abroad.
By bang this drum to everybody I can, like what Steph does independently is great, and all success to her. But how she's not been snapped up by one of the like established websites to do something with them, because she invests some money. She's not kind of like shouting at the TV screen like all of us do. No, she's going over there. She's talking to the wrestlers. She's building the contacts. There are other people who are getting the breaks at the moment, and like Steph's, so many multiples journalists that they are, and the big website that snaps her up is going to quickly realize what they've got in her, and
the real bidding war of 2024. But no,
someone really should.
Sure, she does. Hopefully sometime soon. But moving on from there, what else have we got? JP's gone, so I'll ask this next one. Gareth, much like the Ogdens and Lina, you seem to be really good at betting. Figured a lot of these are in play, but any chance you could share some betting tips for the patrons? This one, Chris, on Patreon.
I don't know where he's got this sound impression from.
Gareth, just you get everyone else's tips, don't you, lad? Come on, that's the
he gets everyone else's bets in.
To be honest, Gareth, 2 weeks ago you had a bet in a World Cup final, and then the following day on Spotlight you were running your tumble dryer, so you must be doing well.
Yeah,
I just put it.
Liam, I was on that. That was like fucking hell. He's loaded here.
It's Andy tips something in the chat, or Jordan tips something in the chat, and I'll roll with it. That's I know nothing.
I love a fucking bet builder, lads.
I'll tell you what. This week, like my best bet was two amigos in the Welsh National, 25-1,
brilliant,
£2 each way. 70 quid. What's it? Jeff was here. He said, "You've not had a fucking win all day, and this fucking thing. I was fucking riding it home. I was fucking get home, you bastard. 70 fucking quid when it come in." He said, "I can tell you're a fucking you've had a bad fucking day when you've not had a winner, and fucking when this fucking thing come in, £70, fucking excellent. Oh, two amigos over Christmas. I'll tell you what, I've had 4 days of proper gambling. Christmas, what a gambling era this is."
I do also want to say that the World Cup final, if you went on, I think Mbappe and Messi will have a few shots in this game. Worked out brilliant for everyone.
I'll tell you what, Chris Lene was all over the gambling over the World Cup final.
He was. The other thing I would say as well, the people running the odds for Ring of Honor, fleece them while you can. They don't know what they're fucking doing. They don't have a clue what's going on with those
thing is, JP, I hear them betting odds. And Ring of Honor are not on the website for a Sky Bet or Paddy Power, so I don't know where you get these.
Bet Online, whoever the fuck they are.
Bet Online AG do it, but you've got like a £10 max bet, and you can't put them in accumulators, so it's yeah. It's just free publicity for them, if nothing else.
Yeah.
I feel disgusted. Had. After that, honestly.
The one I love with sports betting is the occasion. The New York Times has pretty much been running an article every few weeks about the perils of this newfangled thing called sports betting now that it's been legalized in America. And even more than the fact that they let their children be shot up in schools, it's the most foreign Americans feel to me. It's like, what, you guys have only just discovered sports betting?
It does,
like
that's
yeah.
What do you think about it?
I have a friend who lives in New York, and about 3-4 years ago, because obviously it's legal in New Jersey, sports betting is, but it wasn't in New York. He used to catch a train every morning to the nearest stop from New York to New Jersey, get off the train, go in a Starbucks, place his bets for the day because he wasn't geo-blocked because of his location, and get on the train back to New York. That's the only way. That's the only way he could do it.
That is mad.
I mean, he's a proper big gambler. I mean, like he gambles like grands and grands a day. But he would like literally catch the train into New Jersey, so his phone would recognise he was there, and then catch the train back after he placed his bets in a Starbucks.
The NFL is inching towards having official gambling partners.
Yeah.
Fantasy
football, did they win it?
I'm always a big fan of the what's it called on Twitter, Racing Blogger. What a fucking legend he is. He always sticks out like favourites who were like 5-4, and then next morning you'll see bloody hell, this horse is like 7-4 on. Just because this fella has said this horse will win. Fucking odds have dropped like that. I saw his. I think it was on his Instagram. Like his Sky Bet account was on 42,000. What he'd won.
Fucking hell.
He just backs favourites all the time.
It's the way to go. If you've got any patience or like sort of buy favourites is the way to go, boys. But I start diving into like this.
Can we have more betting on wrestling?
I know I've got a reputation for backing favourites and everything, but fucking hell, I'm one of those who'll back on. When we're at Bank Holiday Monday, there's 77 races. I probably backed about 146 horses that day.
See, and that's where you're not getting your money. Like I'm just saying, I used to be the same when I used to bet.
Yeah,
you've got to stick to it, lad. Honestly,
yeah,
it's mad. It's crazy.
But it's anything with the betting. It's all about the buzz, and I love the buzz. You know, with me fucking fantasy football transfers on GRAPPL FPL, fucking hell. This past couple of weeks, you know, when there's been a wild card, it's on there on my
you killed it,
on my GRAPPL FPL. 90 transfers made.
Fucking hell.
Hey, and that's why I've got 106 points this week.
Now, to be fair, Andy, I got 86, and I made no transfers because I was being busy shouted at by my mum in new life fails.
What a week. What an absolute week it's been.
We'll get into that. We'll find a place.
The comeback.
Yeah, last 3 questions because I'm conscious Dynamite is starting up, so we'll start losing people if we haven't already. I don't know if anyone wants to answer this one. It ties into the next question, to be fair. Joe Bagshaw.
That's the new progress roster.
Phil Grant, 3010, Jimmy Corkle, Jim McDonald, Steve McDonald, and Zach Dingle in modern day wrestling. Which company they winded up in and who's a face? I don't even know where to start there, JP.
Who are the faces? The Mitchells are faces.
Yeah. Jimmy Corkle's a face.
In WWE, Grant and Phil. Jimmy Corkill's AEW all day long.
So I actually watched EastEnders on Christmas Day, and I was watching Phil Mitchell and Kat. I think it's Kat, and they have no chemistry together whatsoever. So Phil Mitchell is absolutely somebody who gets paired with like a hot diva as their bodyguard, where you can quite clearly tell they have no interest in each other. So I think Phil Mitchell ends up being Maurice's bodyguard.
Yeah.
Can I just say,
Zach Dingle is GCW all day long.
Taking the bumps, you know.
Nick Cage's tag team partner.
Yeah.
Jim and Steve McDonald, you bring in with Andy McDonald, and then you have like a Steve
against the elite, going against the elite somewhere.
Bill Watts fires Grant Mitchell.
Just hits Kenny Omega with a bottle of whiskey at the beginning.
Bill Watts fires Grant Mitchell when he finds out his wife beat him up.
Yes.
There you go. What company? We kind of sorted out. We got the answer. Related to that, the man who could answer that question, JP. I want Tiny Gunn. 19 asks, how's Rev Joe doing regarding Southampton's less than good season?
He's been very generally down on Southampton for a while. Like,
I reckon they go this year, JP. I reckon they actually go this year.
He thought that this was Hassan Hootel should have gone in the summer and beforehand, and actually it would have been something that would have been better. Like rather than bringing in a Nathan Jones, who obviously since I've been playing, I haven't seen him in there. But yeah, he's kind of like it's because there's loads of interesting young players, mainly bought from City's youth academy. I think is the thing that kind of keeps him going on the Southampton front. But he's not massively like there for it. He would have been all over.
Shocking though, doesn't he? He looks terrible. That keeper. I mean. He's made some hat. What's his? I don't even know his name.
Bazunu, mate. You fucking take that back.
Hey, Gavin Bazunu.
Don't say a bad word.
No, boys, he's made some proper Michael Ricketts so far this season.
He's a young lad. He's Irish. He's trying his best. All right.
One of the worst goalkeepers we ever had at Scotland's him. Absolute toilet.
That might have been his level then. I'm fucking hell.
I watched him from Ronaldo. And that referee was trying to fucking give Ronaldo. This was when he was like equaling the record for fucking international goals, whatever bullshit it was. And he fucking saved it. Honestly, it was beautiful. It was like he fucking ruined the party from that. I'm not hearing any Gavin Bazunu slander on here.
Absolute dog
bull and shit. City were fine with him for ages. Saved a penalty at Shamrock Rovers and he was 16. No.
On Joe and Soaps, I was watching Emmerdale with my parents. I was like, this guy looks familiar. Why do I know this guy? And I realised it was the old, like, regional guy from the Bill. I was like, yes, classic
He's
Bill.
Still very much on the Bill, which is rumoured to be coming back.
I really hope it does.
The world stop, JP. We've had this. Why is the Bill coming back?
Last time I spoke to Joe, I was like, I've gone down because it's all on the YouTube. I went down a big Bill rabbit hole of like early
Big Bill, year. W. Morrissey.
Yeah.
there is a Bill podcast in there as well. Yeah.
It's really good.
He says as he
podcast to start.
No, they interview everybody. It's great. It's a really good podcast.
It's a bit like that Sopranos one with Michael Imperioli and
Now,
Bobby.
JP, just a quick
I'm
one.
going to rewatch and listen to that.
Benno, do you know Van Lathan off? Is it what does he do? Rewatchables, is it?
Right. Not
He's
really,
doing-
but
It is him though, isn't it? But he's on there, and he put on Twitter today. I liked it. He's looking to start up an Oz rewatch podcast, and I was like, get involved with that. That'd be great, JP. It was fucking great.
Get yourself on it like every other podcast.
I
know. Yeah, last question, and we'll go to Carl's reveal as Brian Danielson and Ethan Page currently wrestling on Dynamite with MJF in the crowd. Roddy McCants says this one's a simple one. What do you hope to achieve with the app/podcast by the end of 2023? Any specific goals? Loves the addition of Matty and the occasional run in from Gareth. Mine is more Matty, more Gareth. We're a 4-man booth now. It's done, lads. Sorry.
Gareth, you know mine's been to get you to do more. You're not going nowhere, mate. That's all I'm saying. That's mine. But no, just to keep doing it, boys, and just keep. I'm so excited. Look forward to everything we do, and I just fucking love it. Just to keep cracking on.
I will say, just as an outsider, more Matty.
Oh, thanks, Andy, mate. Thank you.
I do think he's been a great addition to the podcast.
I'm blushing here now, mate. Fucking hell, you know.
I'd say he's bribed you, but he wouldn't spend his money like that, so you must mean it.
No, he has. He's been really good. Like, I know Gareth's gone away into the abyss like
he hasn't though. He's everyone. I bet he's made more appearances than MJF this year.
Not on the main feed. Not on the main feed.
When I've been listening to the podcast as a whole, I think Matty has been very good to listen to. Really has.
I said Matt is like Stone Cold bounces into the territory, and then
no,
I'll do HBK and get a back injury and move out of the way. let him come through.
Does that mean somebody's going to run Matty over soon then, or what?
With me after that fuck, marry, kill.
I'll be fucking coming for you.
I'm following through on that. JP, you got shouts. And you want to do next? Get more hours in the day? How about that?
That's the thing. The thing that we're not short of is ideas and things to do for it. It is physically hours in the day because everyone having full-time day jobs and everything else. On that serious note, but there are stuff that we think that we would be interesting looking at, and I think that's a conversation we all want to have with the patrons about that. We are planning on doing that and having that conversation with everyone where it's basically like kind of a town hall, so everyone's got a kind of impetus. So if you ever wanted an impetus to join, go to patreon.com/grapple. I loved how I did that.
Question for you lads anyway. Do you ever feel it's becoming like a full-time job? Because that's sometimes can become the roadblock, like, oh god, we're doing this too much sort of thing.
I'd say better with JP, definitely. I'd say used to boys, definitely.
I think for us there's a thing where this comes into like kind of structure and formatting and how do you break things up, like and these are conversations that we've had and we will have with all of the patrons as well. The amount of stuff you have to watch in order to kind of prepare for it, and then you're doing a long recording on it as well, and then you're doing things like the Patreon shows and the daily updates and things like that. Honestly, it can really build up. It's a tough slog to kind of stay around.
Well, Sorry, it's doing the edit, and it's the edit, and it's the planning stuff. All of that stuff. That's the organization side of it, which we're not the best at. is the tough part.
I like that. I mean, you run the ship or fucking two, like you do. You know, I do love, but I still feel like this is exposing a bit here. I feel like I can't. I'm an organizer, Ben, JP. You know, I love to come in with stuff. I love that side of it. I love to like plan it.
Please feel free, mate.
Yeah, no, definitely I do though. Like, but you should do the fucking graphs. You know what I mean? The editing and all that fucking else too, right? You do.
In my case, it's always just a time thing. Like, I take from a personal thing, it's always trying to fit in other stuff like that, and you're trying to fit in the people in your life as well, and everything else, and that's the thing you need to do. So it comes to what is the best way of doing it, whereby we feel like we're able to do it and deliver a kind of like value for money, which I like to think that we do we do try and deliver on, and then at that point, like, make something like kind of, you know, schedule wise that kind of works out, where it's there's a whole load of other things which I feel like, you know, this is again, like we've said, these are conversations we want to have.
But I think the thing is, like, guys, in all seriousness, like, I took Wrestling Observer up on their dollar offer for a month. Never got around to listening to any Wrestling Observers. Like, I had in my mindset, I'm going to listen to like some of these shows I've missed. And those 2 years I've not been a subscriber. Never got around to it. You know, I have obviously been a PW Talk subscriber. I have a free subscription. Don't barely listen to any of it. You know, I listen to Todd and Alan and Rich when I can. But like, for you guys to build a product that even in 2020, at the end of 2022, with everything that's gone on, particularly when you began as a BritRest podcast and everything that happened to BritRest, when you've had Joe leave, when you've had Gareth kind of leave, for you still to be going strong and having launched a Patreon, having a successful Patreon business, it's a real credit to the work you put in and the quality of the product you put out. And you should be incredibly proud, because you have to be really fucking special to actually be a viable podcast at this moment. The wrestling podcasting landscape is so oversaturated. There's so many free stuff out there. It's all dreck, but it's out there. And for you guys to be kind of going strong, putting out good stuff, it's just a testament to all that you do.
Yeah, I will say from the outside looking in, I say one of your biggest qualities, and this is all four of you, is your consistency. There's never a time that you guys do a podcast when it feels like a tired, laboured affair. It's always a podcast of quality, regardless of what the subject matter is. That even if you're recording at like midnight to get something done, it always feels like a quality podcast worth listening. And I think if nothing else, all four of you should hold that and go, we're putting out our best product every time we put something to record.
I will say myself as well. Not to let your ass, but you're the main one who will listen to.
Jeff said that to me on our night out, and I couldn't believe that coming from Jeff. You were like, Jeff listens to everything. I was like, does he? Like, I had no idea.
He does. He always says to me, Benno, like, he doesn't watch telly. He said, I watch like all the GRAPPL streams. Like, that's what he watches on the nights when he's home from work and everything.
Massively means a lot. It really does.
Can somebody just check if JP is actually crying or not?
I was going to say,
I've been cutting onions to quite
This has all been very positive. There's only one way to end the podcast now. It's to turn it on its head. And how are we going to ruin this in 2023, Carl? What have you got up your sleeve for us for the
We're not going to ruin it. We're not going to ruin it. I did that poll the other week on Twitter, and I think the two were wrestlers doing porn and WCW hardcore title deep dive. But the one I've wanted, there's somebody that doesn't really get talked about a lot, and I think it was quite important through ECW and into the WWF, is a Spike Dudley mixtape.
Right.
Just as something a little bit different.
Yeah.
Go from like the Mike Awesome, Bam Bam Bigelow, them sort of, as well as like New Jack matches and stuff like that, to being the comedy for Dudley and the WWF.
Well, there's only one thing I've got to put in there, though. There's got to be that match against Steve in there and the backstage angle. Do you remember that? On SmackDown? Yeah. Unbelievable. With Molly Holly. Fucking boss, that.
But he's one of those people who a lot of people don't really talk. You don't really hear him talked about. Like, but he's massively important. Like, as a smaller wrestler at that time. There weren't.
He was used well in WWF as well. He had to start, man. He was used very well. Yeah, he was.
But I just thought that'd be an interesting one. It is, as Chris has just put there, like it's a very different topic. It's quite an interesting one to look at as well. How he was booked in it, as well as ECW, as like you say in WWF, because he mixed it quite a lot with a lot of the big stars in the WWF.
Yeah. But at the end, Carl, as well, he wasn't he the boss of the Dudleys? It went like 180, didn't it? Where he was bossing them around when he was the cruiserweight champion, boss.
And then it was the thing where he's kind of just disappeared.
Yeah.
Didn't he have a big match at Guilty as Charged 2000?
Mike Awesome.
That was Mike Awesome match. Yeah, because like that
starts off with a grill next to a table, doesn't it? Unbelievable.
Regularly headlining pay-per-views and getting reactions at that point in time. He was always in that kind of mix, and it shouldn't have worked. But the Awesome stuff worked perfectly.
And Bigelow.
Yeah, I had a very different take on that. I had a very different take on that, JP. That was like, oh my god, ECW's dead. If they're having to book Spike Dudley on top.
I thought for the reactions and what they got and what they delivered in top line matches, it was over.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm lost at the comment.
What is it? Where is it? I can't see it.
What a note.
Well, on that note, I think after 5 hours 42 minutes, I think that might be the end of the show. Leaving on that note, Carl, you've surprised people pleasantly. I do think that'll be fun. Like whether I think it'll be one of those ones. It's a line between a mixtape and deep cut. We could talk this whole arc, can't we? And then him disappearing and stuff. Maybe some of it in the appearances and stuff as well.
Andy's broke me there.
Classy notes. Anything more we want to say, lads? Anyone wants to plug? This will be at the
I just want to plug that I got 106 points this week on the FPL thing. The comeback is on.
Just all the best for the new year, boys. If I don't speak to you or whatever, all the best, and just everyone have a good 2023. Let's be positive. Let's all be good. Yeah.
And I look forward to Liam's mystery show on the Grapple feed next year.
I can't imagine.
Reveal because we need to. See, I wanted to do it, Liam, but I know these lads will be better at it. So I think I'm standing back, and I think you'll have a great show.
It's finally worth the wait come August.
August, you say, Liam?
We'll see by next December. But yeah, look forward to that. Thanks to all you lads for jumping on. Thanks to Alan and Karen for jumping on earlier as well. I think that's everyone. Anything else you want to say, Gareth, JP?
No. Bye.
It's bye. Good night, all. Thanks everyone for staying up with us.
Patreon.com/grapple.
Enjoy Dynamite.